Reopen. On ouvre les portes. Thank you so much. La Chambre va bientôt.
The House will soon be studying private members' business for the first time since the opening of this Parliament. I would therefore like to make a brief statement regarding the management of private members' business. I want to remind all honourable members about the procedures governing private members' business and the responsibilities of the chair in the management of this process.
Comme le savent les députés,
as members know, certain constitutional procedural realities constrain the Speaker and members insofar as legislation is concerned. One such procedural principle concerns whether or not a private member's bill requires a royal recommendation. The Speaker has underscored this principle in a number of statements over the course of preceding parliaments.
As noted on page 831 of the second edition of House of Commons Procedure and Practice, under the Canadian system of government, the Crown alone initiates all public expenditure, and Parliament may only authorize spending which has been recommended by the Governor-General. This prerogative, referred to as the financial initiative of the Crown, is the basis essential to the system of responsible government and is signified by way of the royal recommendation. The requirement for a royal recommendation is grounded in constitutional principles found in the Constitution Act 1867. The language of Section 54 of that Act is echoed in Standing Order 79-1, which reads, "This House shall not adapt or pass any vote, resolution, address, or bill for the appropriation of any part of the public revenue or of any tax or impost to any purpose that has not been first recommended to the House by a message from the Governor-General in the session in which such vote, resolution, address, or bill is proposed." Tout projet de loi,
any bill which authorizes the spending of public funds for a new and distinctive purpose, or effects an appropriation of public funds, must be accompanied by a message from the Governor-General recommending the expenditure to the House. This message, known formally as the Royal Recommendation, can only be transmitted to the House by a Minister of the Crown. A private member's bill that requires a royal recommendation may, however, be introduced and considered right up until and including third reading on the assumption that a royal recommendation may be provided by a minister. If none is produced by the conclusion of the third reading stage, the Speaker is required to decline to put the question on third reading.
Establishment, or subsequently the replenishment during a Parliament of the order of precedence, the Chair has developed a practice of reviewing items so that the House can be alerted to bills which at first glance appear to infringe upon the financial prerogative of the Crown. The aim of this practice is to allow members the opportunity to intervene in a timely manner to present their views about the need for those bills to be accompanied by a royal recommendation. Accordingly, following the establishment of the order of precedence on February 26, 2016, I wish to draw the attention of the House to two bills which give the Chair some concern as to the spending provisions they contemplate. These are Bill C-241, an act to amend the Excise Tax Act School Authorities, standing in the name of the member for Saskatoon-Grasswood, and Bill C-243, an act respecting the development of a national maternity assistance program strategy and amending the Employment Insurance Act maternity benefits, standing in the name of the member for Kingston and the Islands.
I would encourage honourable members who would like to make arguments regarding the requirement of a royal recommendation for any of these bills, or with regard to any other bill now on the order of precedence, to do so at the earliest opportunity. I thank honourable members for their attention.
It being 11:10, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, consideration of the second reading of Bill C-239, Fairness and Charitable Gifts Act, in the name of Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk, seconded by Mr. Nater, moves that Bill C-239, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, charitable gifts, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. Debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an honour to rise in the House today and to speak to Canadians about my private member's bill, a bill that I believe is fair, a bill that will benefit all Canadians, and a bill that will foster a culture of generosity from coast to coast. Parliamentarians get very few opportunities during their time as elected officials to present legislation, so I count myself privileged to be drawn the first of MPs to introduce a private member's bill in this, the 42nd Parliament. It took a great deal of consideration to arrive at Bill C-239, the Fairness and Charitable Gifts Act, and I consider it important to take a few moments to explain how I arrived at this idea. When I found that my name had been drawn the first to present a bill, I quickly decided to gather information from my constituents. I asked for feedback. I consulted with individuals and organizations in my riding. The input I received was overwhelmingly clear. People wanted a law that would protect the rights of the unborn. So I did a little research. Here in Canada, there are no laws in place that protect the rights of the unborn child. There are no guidelines governing when and why a termination of pregnancy can be procured. In 1988, when the Supreme Court of Canada, in a divided decision, struck down Canada's existing law banning abortion, they also indicated that Parliament had the right to establish protection for the unborn child. In recent Supreme Court decisions overturning our laws on prostitution and euthanasia, for example, the Court directed Parliament to draft new legislation to protect the rights of individuals, while at the same time providing protection for vulnerable Canadians. Our current and past governments have risen to that challenge and have and are drafting legislation to meet these objectives. Unfortunately, past governments have not modernized human rights protections for individuals at early stages of life. We are among a handful of nations in the world which lack these protections. I believe this to be a serious failing on the part of previous governments. Many Canadians think that there are at least some regulations governing this issue, but that is simply not the case. Here in Canada, there tends to be a knee-jerk reaction to the word abortion. I'm sure some of you here and some of you at home felt some sort of immediate reaction or emotion as you heard me speak the word. It has been a polarizing issue in this country, and the word has various associations for every individual. This became apparent to me when I was originally crafting a private member's bill that would have at least aligned our laws with that of our allies in other developed countries. However, after a great deal of discussion and consultation, it became apparent to me that I would not be able to garner sufficient support from the honourable members in this House, despite the strong commitment many of my colleagues show towards protecting the vulnerable. I recognize that a private member's bill updating these protections would not become law at this time. If Canada is going to continue to be a nation that is blessed, I believe that it must draft and pass legislation that protects the rights of women, which was unanimously upheld by the Supreme Court, but it must also provide for protection for the unborn child. I think that we need to start a national conversation. I believe that we as Canadians are capable of discussing this issue with open hearts, informed minds, and ultimately come up with the right solution. No law is not a solution. However, Mr. Speaker, there are things that we can all agree on. And so I changed directions. And I sought out an issue that would make a difference, but one that could be supported by all parties in this House and by all members of all stripes of political affiliations. I decided to draft Bill C-239, the Fairness and Charitable Gifts Act, a bill that would correct the considerable gap between federal tax credits given for donations to political parties and individuals as opposed to federal tax credits given for donations to charities. Feeding politicians, Mr. Speaker, should never be more important than feeding the hungry, than healing the sick, than educating the poor or restoring the brokenhearted. This is not right. It's not fair. And I do not believe that our current tax treatment of charitable donations reflects our Canadian values. The work that charities do is indispensable. There are many people who benefit from the services that they provide. Charities change lives, Mr. Speaker. Organizations that depend on charity of community to function have a unique feature. That is, they are directly accountable to their donors. People that donate their time and their money to support a charity directly are more engaged with the effectiveness of that charity. This generally has resulted in both efficient and accountable charities. Mr. Speaker, I ask the members of this House, are there any of you who have been through the heartache of watching a family member or a close family friend slowly lose a battle to illness, a time when you relied on the charity and kindness of others to help you through that difficult and painful time? Are there any of you who have witnessed the incredible blessing of seeing a friend or a loved one beat a terrible illness due to advancements in medical research? Are there any of you who have benefited or have family members who benefited from a university scholarship? Are there any of you who have had children who attended a summer camp where they developed new skills and built lasting relationships? Or are there any of you whose children are involved in the arts community through music, theater, and dance and other pursuits? Are there any of you who have experienced the joy of giving your time and money to help a charity that you deeply believe in, and you've seen the changes in people's lives and circumstances? Mr. Speaker, I think that we can all agree that we've been touched in many ways by the great work that charities have provided to our communities. Make no mistake, government provides much-needed help to Canadians who are struggling. But let's be honest, government can't do it all. We in this House can't do it all. There are many gaps in our system, and charities fill those gaps. Every single day and night across Canada, charities provide food for the hungry, beds for the homeless, help to the hurting, support for the aging, and hope to the sick. Charities advance science and medical research, and charities promote education and care for our environment. Charities, especially faith-based, have been very instrumental in the resettlement of refugee families. Charities are invaluable. However, despite this incredible impact that charities have had on our lives and our country, the fact remains that Canadian charities are faced with an aging and ever-declining donor base. In fact, the number of Canadians donating to charities has been on a long-term decline. Right across the country. Mr. Speaker, the percentage of tax filers claiming charitable donations has fallen from a high of almost 30% to just over 20% over the past 20 years. I fear that should this trend continue, Canadian charities that provide important services will be forced to close their doors. When surveyed by Stats Canada, the number one reason that people have stated that they don't give more is because they simply could not afford to give a higher donation. This was the reason given by 71% of Canadians surveyed. Given the trends in charitable giving, I believe this bill to be especially important now, Mr. Speaker. With only a little over 20% of Canadians donating, this is a bill that could re-inspire Canadians and continue to foster that culture of generosity, a characteristic that I believe is Canadian and is central to our country and its people. This bill would make it more affordable for Canadians to donate to charitable causes. So how do we accomplish this? How do we encourage Canadians to get into the practice of making regular charitable donations? Mr. Speaker, as you are likely aware, an imbalance exists on how different types of donations are treated in Canada. Federal tax credits for political contributions, and make no mistake, my colleagues, that's us here in this room, in this chamber, far exceed federal tax credits that are available to donations made to charities. I hope we all agree that this is just not right. I am proposing to correct this inequity with my private member's bill, the Fairness and Charitable Gifts Act, Bill C-239. With this bill, donors to registered charities would receive the same generous federal tax credits that donors to political parties currently receive. This will provide the largest incentive to the largest segments of the population, those who currently donate under $400 per year, as those who currently do not donate at all. If we accomplish this, your favorite charities, and indeed charities all across Canada, will benefit greatly as more dollars will be freed up for donations. This will make it easier for small donors to become large donors and for people who do not currently donate to start. Here's how it works. Under the Fairness and Charitable Gifts Act, Canadians donating to registered Canadian charities would receive the following: a 75% tax credit, federal tax credit on the first $400 of total annual donations, a 50% federal tax credit on the next $350 of total annual donations, and a 33 1/3% federal tax credit on total annual donations over $750. These federal tax credits would now be in line with the federal political tax donation credits. The same percentage benefit at the same threshold. Now that's fairness. Mr. Speaker, allow me to give you just one real-world example of how charities really do make a difference. Cliff and Jen Friesen live near the small town of New Bothwell, Manitoba, in my riding of Provencher. They are a close, hard-working family of 5, but sadly, there used to be 6. They, like so other many Canadian families, have been touched by tragedy. Their young son, Cash, passed away 3 years ago from a brain tumor at the age of only 2.5. Of course, the family was devastated, but they have resolved to ensure that Cash's death from cancer was not in vain. The family has experienced tremendous support from various charitable organizations, both while they were going through Cash's illness, after he passed away, and after he passed away. And some of these charities include the following. The Canadian Cancer Society, they help Cash receive chemotherapy at home in a safe and familiar environment, as well as provided the family with all the information they needed for this difficult road that lay ahead of them. The Children's Hospital Foundation of Manitoba provided state-of-the-art equipment and medical research. The foundation also provided toys for Cash and the other children to play with to help ease their fears while going through treatment. The Candlelighters Childhood Cancer Support Group. This charity made it possible for the family to go on special outings for Cash. They organized movie days, trips to the local amusement park, and a trip to family camp, where Cash and his family could meet other families who were going through the same struggles. In fact, they're still providing support to this day. Maranatha and the Word of Life Church in Niverville. These two churches made it possible for Cash's parents to spend large amounts of time that were needed while tending to Cash in the hospital. The members of these churches stocked the family's refrigerator and freezers with food and supplies to help ease the burden. The church members made sure that Cash's siblings had lunches prepared for school, and of course they provided emotional and spiritual support. The Make-A-Wish Foundation made it possible for the family to take Cash to Disney World just 3 weeks prior to his passing. The trip together as a family is a very special memory which they will cherish forever. And finally, Southland Church in Steinbeck. The Southland Church provided Cash's family with a venue for the funeral at no cost and assisted a great deal of help with the funeral planning. They also provided full pastoral care, including emotional, spiritual support, and grief share counseling. By raising federal donation tax credit simply to the level that we as politicians enjoy being able to offer to our donors, we can accomplish this. Charities all across Canada will benefit greatly as more dollars will be freed up for donations. Mr. Speaker, I've only highlighted one aspect of charity in this previous story, but charity is much bigger than that. There are many types of charities, and charity touches every aspect of our Canadian life and culture. The changes that would take effect under the Fairness and Charitable Gifts Act provide a very powerful incentive that would encourage more Canadians to give to the charities of their choice. If trends in charitable giving continue and if the donors of charities begin to close, more government programs will be needed to fill that gap. This means that people will pay more in taxes and have less control over how their money is spent. Not only that, but people will suffer as they lose the indispensable support that charities provide to people that need it the most. Charities exist to help, to educate, to advocate, and to provide valuable research and development. They are an integral part of Canada as we know it. To summarize, Mr. Speaker, the Fairness and Charitable Gifts Act will level the playing field between donations to political parties and donations to registered charitable organizations. It will encourage charitable giving by offering a more generous federal tax credit. It will increase the number of Canadians giving to charities. It will strengthen and empower charities. It will make it easier for small donors to become large donors and for people who do not currently donate to start. It will reduce the burden on government social services, thus freeing up public resources for other important priorities. We need to put an end to a system that is both unfair and unjust. Feeding politicians should never be more important than feeding the hungry, Mr. Speaker. Here. This is a bill for all Canadians, and I believe a bill that can be supported by all parties in this House. Mr. Speaker, I ask parliamentarians across the country and from across party lines to support Bill C-239, the Fairness and Charitable Gifts Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for l'honorable député de Argenteuil.
The honourable member for Argenteuil, la petite nation. Thank you very much.
For your speech. Je pense que c'est un sujet.
I think that this is an issue that everyone can agree on. That is, that community organizations in our ridings work hard, but that there are a few aspects of this proposal that need to be considered. In my riding, we have looked at these organizations. We've created a data bank to have a list of them, to look at the areas they work in, the different categories, and so on. And it quickly became apparent to me, Mr. Speaker, that based on their missions and values, there were often various organizations doing the same work. So there was overlap. Does the member agree that we should perhaps put our efforts together and give more to a single organization so that we could concert our efforts, so that we really take into consideration the mission and values of these organizations? The honourable member.
Well, I want to thank the honourable member from across the way for that question, and certainly I believe that the work that charities do right across Canada is very important. I think all Canadians do put their money into a single organization that they expect to do a certain amount of charitable work, and that's the Government of Canada. And when we do that, we do have certain agencies and programs that we set up to deal with a lot of the issues I've talked about when it comes to medical issues, education, social services support. But there's gaps in that system, Mr. Speaker. And as a result of that, charities have seen opportunities where they can become effective, where they can meet the needs of their communities, where they can meet the needs in providing essential services that the gaps that we have in our government services seem to afford.
Questions and comments? Questions and commentaires?
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his initiative today, and also for his good luck in being chosen to present the first private member's bill. Now, with respect to his bill, I would like my colleague to clarify or explain why he didn't make a real comparison with political donations. A number of times in his speech, he made a comparison, but there is a clear difference, and that is that political donations have a cap. There is a limit to what an individual can contribute to a political party every year. So obviously the tax credits are limited as a result. But we know that the 75% he mentions is of net income. He talks about $750, 3.3%, 33%. Now, of course, above $750, the amount could be very high. So in his speech, he mentions this comparison, but the analogy is not really a correct one because political donations are capped and charitable donations are not.
Blanchet.
Good. I want to thank my colleague from Sherbrooke there for that question and giving me the opportunity to further clarify what this bill will do and how it is actually still, in fact, somewhat different than donations to a political charity or to a political party or individual. When a Canadian makes a political donation, there is a cap placed on that donation, and I think for good reason we would want to cap political donations so that special interests don't get promoted more than they should be, and so that individuals in Canada don't have influence over a party or of an individual more than they should be. And there's also a cap on charitable donations, and that cap is 75% of net income. which is something that this bill does not adjust. It leaves that cap at that particular threshold. There are some other differences between the political donation and a charitable donation, and probably the most significant difference is that a political donation will still be a refundable tax credit, and a charitable donation is non-refundable, which means, Mr. Speaker, that when you make a political donation, you get that 75% tax credit, whether or not you're paying taxes, and when you make a charitable donation, you would only receive that tax credit in the event that you're paying taxes.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
La députée de Gatineau.
Honourable Member for Gatineau. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to congratulate my colleague, the member for Provencher, for his initiative. I want to speak to his bill, Bill C-239. Mr. Speaker, I cannot support this bill. Although I acknowledge the spirit and the good will that is expressed in this bill, the economic consequences would be considerable. The bill would increase the tax credits by some $1 billion a day, which would reduce the government's ability to fund public programs that are important for Canadians. As the Minister of Finance indicated when he tabled the 2016 budget, the government believes that Canada needs to give what it needs to allow citizens to realize their potential. Canada is a land that has many resources, but its greatest resource is the generosity of its public. Canadians are recognized for their compassion, tolerance, and generosity. Our social fabric is strengthened by the many people who give their time and money to help others. I will have the privilege tonight to honor a number of volunteers in my riding of Gatineau tonight.
Inclusion, honesty, hard work, and express themselves through their generosity of spirit. For example, Canadians have opened their hearts and their communities to welcome Syrian refugees. Every day, Canadians spend countless hours feeding the hungry, visiting the sick, and committing a million other acts of kindness that build communities. Canadians share the blessings that they have been given to the best of their ability. The impressive size of the charitable sector in Canada is the result of Canadians' compassion. Le secteur de la société civile.
Civil society in Canada accounts for 8.1% of the GDP, which is incredible. And that is more than the retail sector, the automobile sector, or manufacturing in Canada, with over 86,000 registered charities, 81,000 nonprofits, and over 750,000 community organizations. These institutions play an essential role in all areas of the country. The government believes that we need to support this important sector, and this is why we are supporting the implementation of tax incentives for charitable donations. Tax incentives in Canada are among the most generous in the world in this area. Federal tax assistance to charities is approximately $3 billion a year. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, when we add provincial tax help, Canadians receive, on average, 46 cents for every dollar given above $200. There is also a charity tax credit up to 75% of net income of an individual or a couple's revenue income, and that can be used up to 5 years later. Even though there's no doubt that tax credits are important, they are not the only or even the main reason that people make donations. Many people would give even if there was no tax credit, probably. According to a Statistic Canada survey in 2015, only 26% of donors indicated that they mainly wanted the tax credit, and that's why they made donations. Over 91% indicated that they donated out of compassion and 88% because of a personal belief in the cause. As a government, we want Canadians to be able to take action. The effective tax policies and a prosperous economy are dependent on a strong society and social policies.
Canadians' compassion. To believe otherwise is doing a disservice to millions of hours spent in the service of others. Federal tax assistance for charitable donations is approximately $3 billion per year. This places Canada's system of tax support as among the most generous in the world. As others have already mentioned, Statistics Canada's information shows that what drives charitable giving is personal belief. Our government's efforts, as contained in Budget 2016 and in budgets to come, do not seek to change that balance, but rather what the government proposes is to strengthen the middle class by giving more help to those who need it and less to those who don't. The mandate letter to the Minister of National Revenue contains as top priority addressing some of the critical areas facing charities in Canada today. The Minister of National Revenue is expected to, and I quote, allow charities to do their work on behalf of Canadians free from political harassment and modernize the rules governing the charitable and non-for-profit sectors working with the Department of Finance. In fact, the Minister of Revenue has recently announced that the Canada Revenue Agency will be winding down its audits of the political activities of charities and will instead consult with charities to clarify the rules. This is in recognition of the critical role that charities play in society and their contribution to public policy and public debate on behalf of all Canadians. These consultations will help charities continue their important work in a regulatory environment that respects and encourages their contribution.
However, we believe that society as a whole, through its parliament, must also take action. And this is why, Mr. Speaker, the 2016 budget provides immediate assistance to those who are the most in need and sets Canada on the path towards sustainable economic growth. And more importantly, the budget puts people first and deals with issues that will help the middle class create jobs and grow the economy. Even before the budget was tabled, nearly 9 million Canadians benefited from a tax cut that was brought in on January 1st, 2016. In the budget, the government brought in the Canada Child benefit, which will make sure that Canadians, 9 families out of 10 in Canada, will receive more money starting in July 2016. And this will enable hundreds of thousands of Canadian children to get out of poverty. The Canada Child benefit is the most important innovation in social policy in the last generation. Combined with the middle class tax cut, the new benefit will enable middle-class families to keep more of their money and to help their families, their communities, and charities. Charity must begin at home, but we can do more yet, Mr. Speaker, by investing in measures that will help improve the conditions of people around the world. Canada is once again becoming a leader in the world. We will be helping people concretely and helping people become more prosperous and showing compassion and generosity. The 2016 budget keeps our promises to Canada and will help grow our economy in the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. La députée de Sherbrooke.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to speak today here in this House. I want to congratulate my colleague, the member for Provencher, for his initiative. And I'd like to talk about the positive aspects of the bill, but also some that are not as positive. I think we should consider it here in the House. We've already talked a bit between us about the bill, and I think it's good to examine it here because charities do very good work. And we know all of us that this work is important, and we appreciate the thousands of charities and their work across the country, and we see this work in our constituencies every day. We see that the assistance and the good work that they do is important. So I would like to thank my colleague for this initiative. It is an important proposal, Bill C-239. We should certainly consider it carefully before voting. There are a lot of effects that it would have. The costs are one. The cost to the federal treasury. There are already tax credits, and this would increase them. My colleague compared the measures here with what is already done for political donations, but in fact, the comparison can't really be made as well because we know that the political donations are limited and is 75% for the first tranche up to $400, 33% up to $750, and so on. So we can make that comparison, but we know that charitable donations can be made up to 75% of net income, and that is not the case for political donations. So, and there would also be an increase from 29% to 33% for donations up to $750. So there would be an increase in the tax credits for those that already are the wealthiest in our society. So it is important as parliamentarians to look at this and to analyze these effects because we know that these tax credits are going to go to the richest people in Canada. Donations of up to $400 are really the most frequent in Canada, and they would be reimbursed at the rate of 75%. Most Canadians make donations of under $400. So it is important that we look at this before we get to the point of voting on this bill. When we introduce bills, one aspect that has to be looked at carefully is the actual costs of them. The Library of Parliament has estimated the cost of between $1.3 and $3 billion.
It's also important to see whether there's any connection between improved tax credits and greater donations, because there's no proven cause and effect relationship so far, no quantifiable connection when it comes to the effect of tax credits, the size of the tax credits, and the amount of donations. So it would be interesting to see whether there is any connection, because I know that what my colleague is hoping for is more donations at the end of the day. He wants to encourage Canadians to give more and encourage charities. So I think it's important to look at whether that desired effect would actually materialize. But it's not clear to me yet, at least, that increasing the tax credits would have the desired effect. The committee could look at that, the parliamentary committee. They could call expert witnesses, and they could analyze the situation, perhaps in other jurisdictions where this has been studied, to see whether there was any effect when tax credits were increased. So that's part of the discussion. We need to look at other ways and means to encourage charities in Canada. Obviously, tax credits are one way, but there are many other ways to help charities. And I think it's a bit of a shame that in the preamble to this bill, there's a sentence that, in my view, makes us think, gives us pause, it gives us an idea of the spirit behind this bill. So I'll quote from the preamble. It says, Canadian charities, both secular and faith-based, deliver critical social support for our communities and are well equipped to remove some of the, and I would emphasize the word, to remove some of the burden placed on government social services. I found that a particularly evocative phrase because it shows what the sponsor's thinking, and I think it's wrong-headed to think that the government should have some of the burden for providing social services removed from it, and that it should leave it up to charities to do that work, to provide those government services. I think the government's main mandate is to provide high-quality, affordable services to all Canadians. So the idea of shifting that burden for government service provision to charities, I think that's an important part of the debate to raise as well. Because I don't think we necessarily want to see a government washing its hands of its responsibilities and increasingly attempting to provide fewer services and to withdraw from the very provision of those services. I'd also like to refer to the fact that there's a limit of 75% for charitable donations, and those tax credits are non-refundable, but people with means, they could use that as a form of tax avoidance, and I think that has to be mentioned. I think it's an important part of the debate. People who can afford to take advantage of those charitable donations, yes, the money goes to a charity, so that's fine, but I don't think we should overlook the fact that some Canadians might be tempted to use those increased tax credits for higher donations because the credit would increase for donations over $750. That might just tempt certain wealthier Canadians to use that as a vehicle to avoid paying tax. The NDP has always stood up to defend tax fairness, tax equity in Canada. Everyone should pay their fair share. And that could create a tax environment that is not only fair, but appears to be fair. More and more taxpayers are trying to find loopholes and ways to get out of paying their taxes, paying their fair share. So I think that's an important element too, is the tax fairness issue. An announcement was made by the government. I think it's important that we should take a look at all tax credits in Canada, a holistic view of the situation. We need to have an in-depth review of the whole tax credit scheme to make sure that the wealthiest Canadians are, in fact, paying their fair share so that we can provide government services, important services, to the entire population. Of course, charities will continue to do their good work in their communities, but I don't think we should confuse these two things. So I'd like to thank my colleague for his initiative, and I look forward to debating this at greater length. Thank you.
Debate. The honourable member for Flamborough-Glenbrook.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague, the honourable member for Provencher, for bringing forward this bill to encourage Canadians to contribute more to our charities by ensuring fairness in how these contributions are treated as tax credits. More than fairness, this initiative would make a strong statement on how these contributions are respected and valued, Mr. Speaker. There's so much good done by charities in every community across Canada that we as civil society should be doing more, not less, to promote this. Mr. Speaker, my constituency of Flamborough-Glanbrook, and in fact the whole Greater Hamilton area, are well known for their generosity. They are above-average contributors to a wide range of local, national, and international charities and causes that make life better for their fellow human beings. I would refer to a comment published in a local newspaper editorial in December 2009 from the Director of Community Relations at Mission Services in downtown Hamilton. He said, "Hamilton is the most generous community I've ever lived in. People have really responded despite the difficult economic climate." Mr. Speaker, I see this firsthand in hundreds of local charity breakfasts, walks, fundraising dinners, and auctions that I attend on a regular basis in the Greater Hamilton area. If you want to see how community-based organizations stretch a dollar to make a real difference in people's lives, you just need to tag along to one of these events or join me in serving dinners at the downtown Hamilton Mission at Christmas and Thanksgiving. Mr. Speaker, I know many honourable members from all sides and parties in the House can attest to similar experiences in their own communities on a regular basis. This is why the model proposed by the honourable member from Provencher in C239 makes so much sense. It lifts up the contributions to charities doing outstanding work on a local, national, and international basis to equal footing with donations to federal political parties. It's a simple notion that the honourable member has articulated well already. Why should feeding politicians be more important than feeding the hungry, or helping youth who are struggling with addiction, or providing the desperately needed funds for the research that will find a cure for cancer of which pretty well every member in this House somewhere in their family or friends has been touched by? Mr. Speaker, the answer is quite simply, it shouldn't. Built on the principle that donations to registered charities in Canada should get equal treatment to those of political contributions, what Bill C-239, the Fairness and Charitable Gifts Act, does effectively is to incentivize donations under $750 per year. Frankly, that's the majority of Canadians, and it has the potential to have the greatest impact. To reiterate in a nutshell, and I know these numbers are familiar to members of the House, donations under $400 would receive a 75% tax credit compared to the current 15% on the first $200 donated, expanding to 29% on the next $200. Contributions between $400 and $750 see a 50% tax credit versus the present-day 29%. Meanwhile, the portion of total contributions over $750 would see a modest incentive of 33.3% compared to the 29%. Mr. Speaker, the members of this House and all Canadians can readily see why this would encourage greater participation of Canadians donating to registered charities at higher dollar amounts than they currently do. When we consider that the median level of donations to registered charities claimed on tax returns is currently $280, there's lots of room to grow and lots of new donors to bring into the family of charities as well, Mr. Speaker. Why is this so important? Well, one of the reasons is demographics. At a time when there is increasing pressure to provide social services of all kinds in our communities, there is a decreasing participation by Canadians as donors to charities. Fewer tax filers are making contributions. Mr. Speaker, the average age of a donor is also rising, just as our population ages and the need for many services increases. Charities are struggling to meet annual fundraising targets. As my colleague has pointed out, we've seen a staggering drop since 1990 in those Canadians who are contributing. Add it all up, and the long-term trend is less than positive. Greater need, fewer resources, an aging population. Mr. Speaker, we need to stem this tide, and Bill C-239 is a practical solution to do just that. Mr. Speaker, this is particularly true when we consider the range of services, support, and medical research that the charitable sector does, and that this reduces the burden on government today and tomorrow. If we can reverse the charitable donations trend, we can help preempt a funding crisis in the future. Good public policy, Mr. Speaker? You bet. Good economics? Absolutely. And here's why. It helps offset social spending by governments at all levels, freeing up resources for other priorities. Plus, it's also very effective because often local organizations are the closest to the problem, understand the circumstances that they're in, therefore they're best suited to help. They know best how to marshal and support of all local volunteers and show compassion in our communities. Mr. Speaker, we should also consider and review and debate of Bill C-239 that the reinvestment in the economy of the tax refunds of Canadians has considerable impact. We know this, and it's well documented, especially when local charities stretch those dollars for maximum impact in delivering programs and real-world solutions, as mentioned earlier. That is why, Mr. Speaker, I think instead of asking whether we can afford to do this, we should really be asking ourselves whether we can afford not to do this. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I'd like to come full circle to a few examples from my hometown. Let me talk to you about Liberty for Youth in Living Rock, who are there day in and day out to take those youth who many people would write off and say they're not any use to society, to rebuild their lives and help them to be contributing citizens. Threshold School of Building, another one who gives youth who have not seen the better, not made better choices in their life, help to educate them so they can start at ground level on construction jobs and begin to build a career for themselves. Or the Bridge and St. Leonard Society, who do a great job taking those who have been convicted of crimes and re-assimilating them, teaching them life skills, helping them to rehabilitate and get out and be contributing citizens in our society. The Bob Kemp Hospice and the Good Shepherd Emmanuel House, where my own younger brother passed away this past summer during the election. These places are funded by charitable donations, and they're at a time of life when people are desperate for love and compassion, and they're there to help every day of the week, Mr. Speaker, and they rely on those people who are generous to give. The Salvation Army helping people with addictions. I was just in there the other day, Mr. Speaker, in downtown Hamilton. They have a trustee program for people who are recovering from addictions, don't know how to handle their finances. They can pay their rent. They can make sure that they have money at the end of the month, even though they're on social services. Extraordinary, but their funding's just been cut. They need more charitable donations in order to cover that. The HoC program that's helping those who have been struggling with addiction to get back on their feet. 12 separate rooms in the Salvation Army that are helping individuals get back out and reconnect with their families and be contributing citizens in our society as well. The Flamborough Women's Resource Centre, the Drummond House and Interval House, who are helping women who have come across a family tragedy and are dealing with violence. This past December, my wife Ahmed and I had the pleasure of serving breakfast on behalf of the Farmers Dell Cooperative preschool fundraiser. This registered charity serves families in Bimbrook and Upper Stony Creek. The Bimbrook Scout Troop is also very active, holding massive annual spring cleanup days every year. They pick up mountains of garbage, and they benefit from charitable donations as well. And one more that I think deserves special mention, Mr. Speaker. Every year for the past 13 years, I've volunteered for the annual Ancaster Food Drive. Some years, my wife and I have helped run routes and collected food donations from doorsteps. Other times, we've stayed inside and worked 6-7 hours just sorting food. And I'm always joined by Hamilton firefighters and Hamilton Police Force. The food drive is run with precision by an outstanding group of volunteers, not the least of which is the energetic retired Ancaster High School guidance counselor and teacher Jan Lucas, who welcomes everyone with a bright smile. The Ancaster Food Drive is a huge local success story. In its 23 years of operations, it's now approaching 1.5 million pounds of food donated and processed. This food goes to a number of organizations throughout the greater city of Hamilton and helps thousands of families. I was heartened to learn that the food drive has grown so much over the years that they've now committed to a larger facility to be able to sort all the food that happens during the food drive. It's simply amazing, Mr. Speaker. While much of the food is donated without a tax receipt, financial contributions to the organization that underpin the food drive is what makes it possible. Mr. Speaker, I could go on, but you have me limited to time. These are great examples of what happens when we allow people to have more opportunity to give. We give them more incentive to do that. Bill C-239 does exactly that. I encourage all my colleagues to support this bill, to make sure we're doing the help for charities, to make sure that we reach all those people who are less fortunate and build our communities stronger. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Prise de débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle.
I'm pleased to have this opportunity, mindful of the time, to begin discussing Bill C-239, which proposes to amend the Income Tax Act to increase the tax deduction an individual is entitled to in a taxation year with regards to charitable gifts to registered charities. Mr. Speaker, first of all, let me say that the government recognizes that charities are vital to the well-being of our society. They touch the lives of all Canadians, they inspire us through the arts, enlighten us through education, heal us through institutions and medical research, support us through hard times, and make our nation the caring and inclusive society that has earned Canada a worldwide reputation for compassion and social conscience. And I'm proud to say, Mr. Speaker, that Canada has one of the largest charitable and non-profit sectors in the world. Estimates suggest that Canada has more than 170,000 charities and non-profit organizations, making it the second largest in the world. There are approximately 2 million people employed by these organizations, representing 11% of the economically active population. And the sector represents $106 billion, or 8.1% of Canada's GDP, making it larger than our automotive, retail, or manufacturing industries. Remarkably, Mr. Speaker, more than half of the charities in Canada are run entirely by volunteers. Through their work, these individual volunteers are living proof that the dedication of one's time to improve the quality of life for people who need a helping hand is a cornerstone of a healthy civic life and a vital exercise of leadership. Volunteers are remarkable people who make a real difference in people's lives without seeking monetary reward. But at the same time, Mr. Speaker, the government recognizes and supports the vital role that thousands and thousands of Canadians play in providing their generous financial support to the sector in recognition of its important work. And to support Canadians in this charitable giving, the government provides tax incentives for charitable donations that have been described as being among the most generous in the world. Registered charities, for example, are exempt from tax on their income and may issue official receipts for donations received. Donors may use those receipts to reduce their taxes by claiming the charitable donations tax credit for individuals or the charitable donations tax deduction for corporations. Also, for most taxpayers who give more than $200, the charitable donations tax credit eliminates any tax payable on most donations and reduces other taxes payable. Taken together, federal tax assistance for charitable donations exceeded $3 billion in the last fiscal year. And certainly, Mr. Speaker, these incentives have an important role to play in supporting a strong and effective charitable sector in Canada. But charities are also highly diverse in the revenue sources. Some depend primarily on donations from the public. Some raise considerable income from fees, while others operate related supportive businesses. Still, others depend highly on funds from the federal and provincial governments. However, as we have seen, Mr. Speaker, the most remarkable support for charities in Canada is Canadians themselves. According to a 2015 Statistics Canada General Social Survey, 82% of Canadians made donations to a charity or non-profit organization. Furthermore, only 26% of donors chose the income tax credit as a primary reason for making a charitable donation, while 91% chose compassion towards people in need, and 88% chose personal belief in a cause. Canadians know that charities play a vital role in our communities and provide valuable services to Canadians. But like Canadians themselves...
Order. 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 We're still in private members' business. The honourable member for order. The honourable member for Laurentides LaBelle still has the floor. We're finishing up private members' business, then we'll be going to the next rubric on the orders of the day. I just ask members to keep their conversations low until we finish up that, and we'll carry on. L'honorable député de Laurentides LaBelle.
Honourable member for Laurentides LaBelle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But like Canadians themselves, this government also understands that governments must play a vital role in our communities and provide valuable services to Canadians. We share the same values and are united by the principles of fairness and inclusiveness, which have made Canada a model for the world. And Budget 2016 is a clear statement of our ability to transform these values into a better world. Budget 2016 delivers on the government's agenda to empower all Canadians to build better lives for themselves and to enable them to contribute to and share in the prosperity of our country. It sets the foundation for an inclusive and fair Canada. Budget 2016 will give Canadian families more money to help with the high cost of raising their children by replacing the current complicated child benefit system with a new Canada Child Benefit. The introduction of the Canada Child Benefit represents the most significant social policy innovation in a generation. Budget 2016 also makes investments in education, infrastructure, training, and other programs that will help to secure a better quality of life for Canada's Indigenous peoples and build a stronger, more unified, and more prosperous Canada. It invests in modernizing and upgrading public transit, improving water and wastewater systems, expanding affordable housing, and protecting infrastructure systems from the effects of climate change. It makes significant new investments to support seniors in their retirement years with increased benefits to ensure that Canadian seniors have a dignified, comfortable, and secure retirement. It will increase funding for innovation, collaboration, and partnerships to protect the integrity of our healthcare system. It makes substantial new investments in legal aid and reinstates funding for the Court Challenges program in order to improve access to the justice system. It puts people first and delivers the help that Canadians need now, not a decade from now. At the same time, it invests for the years and decades to come for our children and grandchildren so that they may inherit a more prosperous and hopeful Canada. As we move forward with these smart investments, Mr. Speaker, we will be guided by a sense of fairness to ensure that Canada's best days lie ahead. And we will do our part to help ensure that Canada's charitable sector remains a strong force in securing this brighter future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Cowell? She's there. Reprise de débat, mais...
Resuming debate. But before I recognize the Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-Basque, there are about 3 minutes remaining in the time provided for private members' business. The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-Basque. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I am very proud to rise to speak to this bill. At the outset, I'd like to thank the member from Provencher for his frankness, because at the outset he admitted during the speech that the bill primarily sought to provide fiscal resources for pro-lifers. And the measure that was proposed is a measure that applies to charities and people who contribute to them based on their needs, and to specify a particular angle, a particular direction for these tax credits for groups, for private groups. And it was very honest, but I think that it was out of place. And that being said, the bill targets all charities, and we always consider this issue. I would like to be able to say at the outset, to dispel a myth that was advanced in the preamble of this bill that compares tax credits for charities and tax credits for political donations. There is no comparison to be made, Mr. Speaker. It's irrelevant with regard to the scope of these donations. Currently, the tax benefits that apply to political donations are about $2.3 billion. Or rather, for charities, it's $2.3 billion, and it's $30 million for political donations. So if the $30 million was to be transferred to charities, it would just be a drop in the ocean. I know that I will have the opportunity, likely, to speak to this question again during the second hour of debate, but I would like to specify that the question of tax incentives to augment donations to charities will have a limited impact. Obviously, what it must be realized is that one of the elements that prompts people to make a donation or not, and I'm going to take an example from my writing, Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-Basque. There's been a decline in donations over the past 5 years in my area, not because people are less generous, but because of massive cuts, not only to the public service, but also to organizations like the Maurice Lamontagne Institute, where the employees, who are now many fewer, were large donors. So that was caused by the previous government, which was at the origin of the reduction in these donations. So I'll come back to that hopefully in the second hour of debate, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-Basque will have 7 minutes when the House resumes consideration of this motion.
For the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement, voies et moyens.
Ways and Means.
Apparently, the audio is not working. Le fonctionne maintenant?
Is it working now?
No? So the translation, is that what we're after? Okay. My apologies. We'll carry on. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The translation working? Great. Mr. Speaker, as I said, I'm honored today to rise in the House to speak to the government's first budget. And I'd like to begin by sharing a quotation from a colleague that was recently sent to me. It goes like this, quote, "The debt and deficit burden pose much more than an economic challenge. This is a moral issue. What right do we have to steal opportunity away from our children?" End quote. Now, these words are as true today as they were 22 years ago, and it might surprise my colleagues across the aisle to find out who spoke those words. Speaking in this House, the former member for La Salle-et-Mar struck upon a fundamental truth. Borrowed money isn't free. It's a debt that will have to be repaid by future generations. And these words were spoken, of course, by the Right Honourable Paul Martin, former Liberal Prime Minister and former Finance Minister. Now, while the party that he once led may now question the wisdom of his words, Her Majesty's loyal opposition does not. He knew the importance of having a fiscal anchor, fiscal discipline, and a clear plan, because only with those do we have the ability to safeguard all of the programs that we need to care for the most vulnerable in our society. How can we have a compassionate government, Mr. Speaker, without a strong economy? Of course, as Conservatives, we think that if you're going to borrow on the backs of our children and grandchildren, you better have a very good reason to do it. Canadians deserve a plan, and they deserve a clear path to prosperity. They deserve to know why the government needs so much more of their hard-earned dollars. And frankly, they expect the government to know what they're doing. That's right. Unfortunately, the government's budget fails on all of these counts. Permettez-moi d'être très clair.
Allow me to be clear on these points. First, the government is spending much more money than it had originally promised. Secondly, it is already increasing taxes and will have no other choice but to increase them again. Thirdly, even after these taxes and spending, the government has no strategy to create jobs or to stimulate our economy.
Those 3 points, Mr. Speaker. One, this government is borrowing and spending a lot more money than they promised for no clear economic justification, merely a political one. Two, they're already raising taxes to pay it back, and they'll have no choice but to raise them again in the future. And frankly, Mr. Speaker, Canadians are already overtaxed. And three, even after spending and taxing, the government has no strategy to create jobs or to grow our economy. Expert after expert have said there is no evidence that any of this spending will actually create jobs. Now, Mr. Speaker, we're all, on this side of the House, we are all worried about the uncontrollable borrowing. By refusing to live within its means today, this government is endangering growth and prosperity tomorrow and endangering the important programs that Canadians rely on. Now, this isn't just a hypothesis. Remember, the last time the Liberals were in power, we saw a 30% reduction to healthcare transfers. In fact, it's an irrefutable, evidence-based fact, one that Canadians of a certain age know all too well. Now, remember in the 1970s, back then, the promise of the day was for a modest deficit, which back then was about $12 billion in today's dollars. That ballooned to more than a $70 billion deficit in just a decade. Interest rates then skyrocketed, investment vanished, and jobs disappeared. By 1984, 20% of the federal budget was being eaten up just by interest payments. 20%. Mr. Speaker. That's nearly 3 times as much as the government spent on defence and 5 times more than it spent on health care. Now, fast forward to today. We're now seeing this happen in Ontario, where reckless borrowing has led to massive debt and deficits, and interest payments are now consuming money that should be spent on health and education.
A generation of opportunities has been lost, and the return to normal was long and difficult. With this budget, Mr. Speaker, I fear that the Liberals are leading the Canadians down the same dangerous path, and now Canadians are becoming disenchanted. they fear that they will be plunged into a spiral of debt.
It was a long, painful journey back. Now, with this budget, Mr. Speaker, I fear that the Liberals are taking Canada down the same perilous path. We've seen it before, but it's back. That old, tired 1970s fiscal policy. It's back today. Ideas that don't stimulate any growth or create any job. Now, Mr. Speaker, we were joking the other day that we all love retro because it is back. We love the retro fashions of the 1970s, even some of the furniture, and in fact, I even bought myself a new vinyl record player on eBay. But one thing I don't like is 1970s fiscal policy. And I think all of Mr. Speaker, Canadians are now asking, why should they trust this government with more of their hard-earned money? How can they trust the government when the story is constantly changing? After promising modest deficits of no more than $10 billion, they've handed Canadians a bill for 3 times that amount. They promised to balance the books within 4 years, and they broke that promise too. And then they said our debt as a share of our economy would fall. Broken promise number 3. In fact, Mr. Speaker, right now, they're not even telling Canadians how much they're spending, when they're spending it, and what exactly they're spending it on. It's almost like we have to remind them that the money actually doesn't belong to them. I hope Canadians, Mr. Speaker, had a chance to hear about the Parliamentary Budget Officer's report last week, which confirms all of these points. In fact, one of the staff in the Parliamentary Budget Office, which is an independent officer of Parliament, said in the 15 years that he's been reviewing budgets, he can't remember one that has been so deficient in the information that was provided to the public. In other words, Mr. Speaker, this government is not being transparent with Canadians' tax dollars. So how can Canadians trust them? How can Canadians who work so hard for their money trust this government with their paychecks if they won't, at the most basic level, be transparent? And Canadians are also worried that there is just spending, but no actual plan. And the problem is, when you borrow and spend without a plan, that little bit that they talked about turns into a lot very quickly, and it already has. So Canadians are asking now, when will it stop? How much will be enough? To quote the eminent Canadian economist Jack Mintz, who wrote on Budget Day that, quote, Canada's debt bomb just got a lot bigger. Why, Mr. Speaker? Because Canadians know borrowed money isn't free. You have to pay for the privilege. And the more you borrow, the more it costs. And the less you have when a real crisis comes around the corner. And of course, the less you have to pay for the things Canadians need, like health care, retirement income, and pensions. And all this borrowing leads us on this side of the House to another point. How are they going to pay it back? Well, Mr. Speaker, the Conservative opposition knows very well, and so do taxpayers. Today's deficits inevitably become tomorrow's taxes. Canadians know the Liberals are taking more of their money now, just to take more of their money later. In fact, this government couldn't even wait until tomorrow. Taxes are already going up. Personal income taxes are up by $1.3 billion this year, and going up nearly twice that much next year to $2.4 billion. And Mr. Speaker, the Liberals are so proud of their tax on the so-called 1%, but why? Why would they be proud of raising anyone's taxes in Canada? Mr. Speaker, the bottom line is that this budget was not designed to help the middle class, as the Prime Minister had promised during the election. It is instead a betrayal of the middle class. For example, the Liberal government is rolling back tax-free savings accounts, the single most important personal financial vehicle since the RSPs. Millions of Canadians use them. In fact, almost 70% of the Canadians that use them were low and middle-income Canadians. But the Liberals are scaling them back. Now, Mr. Speaker, why would the government want to do anything to discourage Canadians from investing in their retirement, from doing the responsible thing? On the other side, they're shuffling around child benefits with a proven record of success and leaving thousands of families out in the cold. The universal child care benefit that they're eliminating was universal. and it lifted hundreds of thousands of kids out of poverty, but the Liberals cancelled it. Tax credits for arts classes, tax credits for fitness classes, all gone. Families relied on these, and these credits gave them a break. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, probably the biggest betrayal was to small business owners in this budget, who were promised Mr. Speaker, small business owners were promised time and time again during the election by the Prime Minister that small business tax rates would be going down. But they've abandoned that promise to lower taxes on small businesses. And at the same time, they cancel the small business hiring tax break. In addition to that, payroll taxes are on their way up. The
Liberal government is even increasing taxes for students, for children, and for charities. This is only the beginning, Mr. Speaker. We don't know what lies ahead. If we don't want more, if we want more spending, then we need more taxes.
Canadians, on young people who are right now facing employment challenges. Why would this government add to their debt burden by raising the taxes on textbooks and on education? Makes no sense. Mr. Speaker, young people get it. They don't need 1970s fiscal policy of interventionist big government. We want them, and we want all, to encourage a new economy which flourishes with less government intervention, not more government intervention. And young Canadians understand that. They know that good ideas, solutions, new technologies, new platforms, they come from entrepreneurs. And they come from people that are willing to take a risk with their new ideas. And what this government has done, Mr. Speaker, is suppress that. But, Mr. Speaker, this is just the beginning. This is just a preview of more to come. It's a simple, irrefutable fact. If you're not willing to control your spending, you'll eventually have to raise taxes more.
That's right.
Now, so what can Canadians expect for all this borrowed money and tax hikes? The short answer is that Canadians aren't getting what they thought they had paid for. For all its spending, this budget does little to address the real economic challenges Canada does face, including unemployment in manufacturing and in the natural resource sector. Our economy may be growing, but it's growing unevenly. We've lost 100,000 jobs in the oil and gas industry alone. Families in Alberta, in Saskatchewan, in Newfoundland and Labrador, they are struggling. In fact, they're desperate. And what Canada needs now, Mr. Speaker, is a jobs plan. But this budget is not it. The Liberals still, after all these years, haven't figured it out. It's not governments that create jobs, it's the private sector that creates jobs. So, Mr. Speaker, this idea that growing the size of government is the answer is just wrong. We need a government to grow the size of the private sector. And this budget does nothing to encourage the private sector to invest in the economy and create well-paying, high-quality jobs. The job of the government, frankly, is to create the environment for the private sector to flourish, and frankly, then it should step aside and let people succeed. Yet, they make barely any mention of helping our natural resource sector, the industry where our economic problems lie and where solutions are needed today. They're offering no support for the manufacturing sector, which, according to the latest job numbers, are where we're seeing very low growth, even with a low dollar. Instead, higher taxes, looming higher energy and input costs with the threat of a carbon tax, and uncertainty in the approval process for energy infrastructure are driving investments away from Canada and out of these sectors. And, Mr. Speaker, if Canadian farmers are looking for a sign that this government respects the agricultural and agri-food business, they won't find it. Not one word in this budget. The only new support for agriculture isn't going to farmers, but it's going to Ottawa bureaucrats. And their promised infrastructure plan, Mr. Speaker, I don't know if you know this, but there's actually no new money for highways, roads, or ports. These are the kind of trade-enhancing investments that Canada needs today to move our goods to market. And these were the ones that we funded when we were in government. It was a good idea then, and it's a good idea now. And Mr. Speaker, most troubling of all is the fact that they're cutting programs that are important to our national security. They're slashing funding to Canada's military in a return to the Liberal decade of darkness. And they're delaying much-needed equipment for the men and women of Canada's military in favour of spending on special interest projects. And as news stories on terror attacks come in from around the world, this Liberal government announced less than 1% of their $30 billion spending spree would go to public safety. Ne nous laisserons pas. Le gouvernement.
The government is certainly going to create long-term damage to our economy. Conservative members are not the only ones saying this. The Liberal government budget has certainly created a lot of criticism. Some people talk about total confusion. Canadians are trying to understand what the Liberals are doing with this $30 billion.
We are on the brink of causing real and long-term damage to our economy. And our Conservative members are not the only ones saying it. This Liberal government's budget landed with a thud on March 22nd. The reaction ranged from disappointment to outright confusion as Canadians struggled to understand what $30 billion of their tax money had just bought them. From the Ottawa Citizen, it said, quote, Canada under the new Prime Minister is going to look a lot like Ontario under Dalton McGuinty and Kathleen Wynne. To the Canadian press that said the losers in this budget include small businesses, national defence, and Canadians who want a lower tax burden. Dan Kelly, the head of the Canadian Federation for Independent Businesses, who represents hundreds of thousands of small business owners, said that Budget 2016 is brutal for small businesses. And John Ivison, one of our favorite columnists, Mr. Speaker, of the National Post, said, quote, I'm quoting this because it was so good. Quote, this budget is a broken pipeline of federal tax dollars gushing money to numerous pet Liberal causes. I couldn't have said it better myself, Mr. Speaker. But I did. Let me quote myself, Mr. Speaker. Take the liberty of quoting myself. The Leader of the Opposition said, Mr. Speaker, quote, this budget is a nightmare for taxpayers.
Well said.
Mr. Speaker, so what should a responsible government be doing? The fact is, we live in a highly competitive economy. If Canada isn't an attractive place to work and invest, opportunities will go elsewhere. In fact, Mr. Speaker, they already are. So what should we be doing? We should be aggressively pursuing free trade. We should be streamlining regulations. We should be cutting taxes, not raising them. We should be approving job-creating projects in a responsible way. That's how we create jobs, Mr. Speaker. And this budget does none of that. En empruntant milliards de dollars.
We know that the tax credits are not going to help families, really. There will be increases in taxation, and the government is not doing its most important job, and that is to strengthen the Canadian economy. Canadians want true leadership to strengthen Canada. What we hear are platitudes and promises.
Without a credible repayment plan, raising taxes on families, and throwing up barriers to job creation, this government has failed on its most important job, and that's keeping Canada's economy strong. All we have so far from this government is platitude and promises. Worse still, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister and his team continue to throw up roadblocks to job-creating pipeline projects and the thousands of new jobs that come with them. In British Columbia, they're sending mixed messages on LNG. And during his recent trip to Washington, the Prime Minister didn't even bother to bring his Natural Resource Minister along, despite the enormous stake that our energy and forestry industries have in the bilateral relationship. So, Mr. Speaker, we on this side of the House know that Canada should be making the private sector a partner, not a target. This won't cost the federal treasury $1, but would create thousands of jobs. We should be supporting proper infrastructure spending that has a lasting impact with transparent selection criteria. We should be pursuing free trade deals like the historic Trans-Pacific Partnership, that will lead to $5 to $10 billion in long-term GDP growth. We should have an actual commitment to balancing the budget within the next 4 years. And Mr. Speaker, it can be done because it has been done. Il est possible d'être financière.
It is possible to be financially and fiscally responsible, to strengthen prosperity, and to do so with compassion. The government has opportunities to do this and to help the most vulnerable.
It's possible to be fiscally responsible and create a strong business climate, and it's possible to do all of that at the same time being compassionate and remembering the government has a responsibility to the most vulnerable in society. Mr. Speaker, you know how we know that? Because that's what our conservative government did for the last decade. We steered Canada through the worst economic crisis since the Great Depression, and we did it while lowering taxes to their lowest level in 50 years, creating 1.2 million net new jobs, 90% of which were in the private sector, balancing the budget as promised and leaving a surplus, successfully negotiating free trade agreements with 51 countries, including the European Union and the Trans-Pacific Partnership, and approving pipelines to the United States and the Northern Gateway Pipeline to get oil to Tidewater. And we did it, Mr. Speaker, while pulling hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty with the universal child care benefit, and thanks to the late and greatly missed Jim Flaherty, doing more for the disabled than any other government in Canadian history. We also did all of that at the same time raising healthcare spending by 70%, raising direct benefits to Canadians to their highest levels in Canadian history, and raising transfers to the provinces and territories to their highest levels in history. Yes. We also concluded a historic multi-million-dollar settlement for thalidomide survivors. And we concluded more First Nations specific land claims than any other government in history. Hear, hear. And Mr. Speaker, we did it because we had a plan, a clear plan, and provided real economic leadership. Because, Mr. Speaker, without real economic leadership, there is no means to pay for all of these important social programs that so many Canadians rely on, and when they need our compassion. So, as Her Majesty's loyal opposition, Mr. Speaker, we will push this government, we will be loud, and we will encourage this government to do the same that we did, to have a plan, to be fiscally responsible, to live within their means, to unleash the private sector, because if not, we won't have a strong economy. And without a strong economy, we can't have a compassionate government. So on that note, Mr. Speaker, I would like to conclude, and I also move, seconded by the member from Milton, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following, quote, that the House reject the government's budget because it includes a deficit of at least $29.4 billion, contains wasteful spending, has no plans to balance the books, will fail to boost economic growth or create jobs, and betrays the middle class by raising taxes on families, individuals, and small businesses. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. The amendment is admissible. The Honourable, Ms. Ambrose, seconded by Ms. Raitt, moves that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. This House not approve the budgetary policy of the government as it A, includes a deficit of at least $29.4 billion, B, contains wasteful spending, C, has no plan to balance the books, D, will fail to boost economic growth or create jobs, and E, betrays the middle class by raising taxes on families, individuals, and small businesses. Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first, if I may, just wish everyone a very happy Vaisakhi. Vaisakhi is a very special celebration across Canada today as we celebrate Khalsa here actually on Parliament Hill. But having said that, it is an interesting speech that we just heard from the Leader of the Official Opposition, Mr. Speaker, and I would tell you, you might want to wait for the reality of the question. Mr. Speaker, if the Conservatives were as visionary as they'd like to think, they would recognize that the budget that this Prime Minister and this government has put forward is an amazing budget. It deals, Mr. Speaker, with investing in Canada's infrastructure. It invests in our children. It invests in our middle class. This is a budget, Mr. Speaker, that the Conservatives should, in fact, be voting for. Now, it's a bit tough, I must say, listening from a Conservative asking and trying to provide advice on deficits. I need to remind the former government, the Conservative Party, that no lesson can be taught from that party dealing with Canada's deficit. They inherited a multi-billion-dollar budget, Mr. Speaker, 10 years ago, and they converted it into a multi-billion-dollar deficit. They've never had a balanced budget. My question to the member is, why does the Leader of the Official Opposition really believe that they can give advice on budgetary measures when, in fact, their government was an absolute, total failure at delivering a balanced budget for Canadians?
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I feel quite confident saying it because, of course, the numbers are clear, the facts are clear. We left this government with a balanced budget and with a surplus. Mr. Speaker, that's what we promised Canadians, and we delivered on it. Now, this government promised Canadians the same thing, and within 30 days, they backtracked on their promise. Wow. And the big difference is, Mr. Speaker, in 2008, when we took on a deficit, we were in a global recession. We're not in a global recession right now. In fact, the latest job growth numbers in some sectors are not bad. But in parts of our economy, we're struggling. And ironically, Mr. Speaker, in the parts of our economy where we're struggling, like manufacturing, the oil and gas sector, it's in fact liberal, regressive, old 70s fiscal policy that is harming those sectors, Mr. Speaker. So I appreciate the members' comments, but I would just say check the facts, because we left this government with a surplus, we left them with a balanced budget as we promised Canadians. And as always, Mr. Speaker, we did what we said we would do.
Questions and comments.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-Les-Basques. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The opposition for her speech. Much of it I don't agree with. Especially, Mr. Speaker, the assertion or the affirmation that government doesn't create jobs, only the private sector does. I think we can all agree that the private sector plays a central role in job creation, but this affirmation actually comes as a surprise probably for all the teachers of the country, civil service, of course, social workers, and all the social help that this country is receiving. They'd be surprised to know that they are not actually employed and receiving help from government. Speaking of job creation, though, there's something we can agree, and it's the central role of the small and medium-sized businesses in creating jobs. The NDP actually recognized that back in 2008, proposing a reduction of the tax rate on small and medium-sized businesses from 11 to 9, which the Conservatives, to their credit, implemented back in the last budget. Now we have the Liberals who promised the same thing the last campaign, and they decided to break their promise and keep that rate at 10.5%. So I'd like to ask the Leader of the Opposition, what will be the impact for small and medium-sized businesses of this broken promise by the Liberals?
Chef d'Opposition.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, first I just want to say I'm heartened to hear that the member doesn't agree with much that I say, because after their convention in Edmonton and their adoption of the LEAP manifesto, I want to distance our party away from the NDP as far Mr. Speaker, I will agree with the member on one point, and that is our disagreement and our concern about the fact that the Liberals broke their promise to small business owners. I quoted in my speech the head of the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, which, you know, Mr. Speaker, it was interesting when I heard from Dan Kelly, and he said that in the 40 years of this organization, this was the first year that they hadn't been able to meet with the government to talk about the budget. They represent hundreds of thousands of small businesses. So not only did they break their promise on the small business tax rate, they canceled the hiring tax credit for small businesses, and payroll taxes are going up. As many experts said on budget day, the biggest losers in this budget, sadly, Mr. Speaker, were small business owners.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de...
Honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Liberals brag about their former government that supposedly left surpluses, but in fact they skimmed off $60 billion from the EI fund for the government's operating expenses. As well, they cut massively from the transfers to the provinces in order to balance the budget. So I would like to hear from the Leader of the Opposition. Did we do the same thing, or did we find other ways to balance our budget? Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Speaker, the member is correct. The truth is we took on a deficit at a time of global recession, and we said we would do it to stimulate the economy. But the interesting thing was, Mr. Speaker, the kinds of measures that we took to stimulate the economy. While experts are saying they can't see any evidence in this budget of programs that will actually create jobs or stimulate the economy, we, to a cost of several $1 billion, introduced the home renovation tax credit. That stimulated the economy, Mr. Speaker. People spent money in their communities, invested in their own homes, and yes, it was an expensive initiative, but it was time limited. It did its job. It put a lot of money into the economy. We coupled that with tax breaks for small businesses and for Canadians, things like introducing the hiring tax credit for small businesses. All of these things generated economic stimulus. And of course, that results in more revenue for the government and allowed us then to see growth. We had the highest growth record in the G7. That then allowed us to increase our transfers to the provinces for healthcare by 70%, increase our transfers to Ontario by 89%. So, Mr. Speaker, we lowered taxes. We still were able to be compassionate in our programming, raised the funding for the kinds of things that Canadians need most. So, Mr. Speaker, it is possible, and we'll urge the government to take the same path.
Comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Merci, Monsieur Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
A wonderful reason to invest. The $8.4 billion will not be wasted. It is an investment in the personal futures of our fellow citizens. The premise of the honourable member from Sturgeon River Parkland is that the idea is that this is a wasted investment, that Indigenous children are a wasted investment, that lifting 300,000 children out of poverty is a waste. And I have spoken at many churches in Winnipeg, and they have the ideals of compassion. They have the ideals that collectively, and we have the responsibility to our fellow citizens, and that Indigenous people are not just pet causes. They are an integral part of Canada. They are Canadians and deserve not to be ignored, but to be engaged. And so should we waste another generation of Indigenous Canada, or should we engage in the future of all Canadians together?
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, what I would say to the member is that he has our full support for programs that will result in benefits to young Aboriginal The concern, Mr. Speaker, is that there has been billions of dollars invested over many decades, and we still continue to see problems like we saw today with 11 kids trying to kill themselves. Young suicide rates are on the rise. We have major healthcare problems on First Nations. There are some very bright spots, don't get me wrong, Mr. Speaker, but we need to hold those who are receiving the money to account. funding matters, and the funding is there. The concern is, why aren't we seeing results? Why do kids continue to kill themselves on First Nations? Why are the results in terms of kids' education so thank you. Mr. Speaker, this is a concern for every single Canadian. So my message back to the government is accountability. Why did they remove transparency and accountability for First Nations chiefs? Frankly, I am not interested in making First Nations chief happy. I'm interested in seeing families on First Nations. Those leaders in our First Nations need to be just as accountable as every leader in this House. And that means when they use taxpayer money, it should be transparent. And only then will families, women and children get the support that they need.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata, Les Basques. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to begin the debate on behalf of the NDP, the budget debate, which the new Liberal government has tabled. In its budget systems and in the budget presentation, it's always a very vast document we're dealing with, so there are obviously things we agree with and commitments the Liberals made during the campaign. Those are brought forward in the budget. So there are some things we can't oppose, but there are, of course, other measures that are half measures or that fall short of the commitments made on the election trail, or things that were promised not during the campaign but later, things that the government should have done but they've done the opposite. And finally, contrary to what government members believe, there are a number of things that are far from positive in this budget. Let's begin with the good things, the few good things, things that actually coincide with our platform. Income splitting, for example. When the Conservative government announced it, we said that this was a highly unfair measure that would mostly benefit the wealthy, those with the highest incomes in Canada, and that it would have unintended consequences for women in the workplace. It would backfire on them because it actually provided women an incentive to stay home rather than re-entering the workforce. So we had promised that from the outset. The Liberals also promised to do away with that, and so that's something we applaud. My time is limited, so I'll just focus on a few measures that raised eyebrows, things that we agree with, but that the government didn't go far enough to keep its commitment fully. For example, the Labour-sponsored funds. The Liberals announced that they would gradually reintroduce that credit, which is very important to workers. This is one of the most important venture capital sources, particularly in Quebec. The CSN works hand in hand with private organizations, private venture capital corporations, to help companies that would otherwise be left out, left to fend for themselves, would be overlooked by the traditional funding organizations like banks. So that is something that has been recognized in Quebec, where we find the greatest number of these labor-sponsored funds. The OECD ranks Quebec third in terms of national jurisdictions. We have the third highest participation in this type of labor-sponsored venture capital funding. So what the Conservatives did greatly reduced the amount of funds invested through this vehicle. Quebec dropped to the same level as Ontario when that credit was done away with. And so I fought for its reestablishment. The Liberals promised that they would immediately, upon their election, that they would immediately restore this tax credit. And what immediately means is they brought it back to only 5% when it was initially 15%. So they should look up in the dictionary what immediately means. It should be 15% immediately, but it's just going to be phased back in, and it'll only start in 2017. And so in our view, this is a backward step, and it created a lot of uncertainty at a time when people are trying to decide where to invest their savings. Another thing that I think appears somewhat positive is the cultural and recreational infrastructure file. Under Building Canada, a number of projects were excluded. Projects that would be economic drivers in municipalities. So a municipality that did all its homework to repair roads and waterways and so on. And it's the municipality's job to ensure quality living standards in their jurisdiction. But when it came to sporting, cultural, recreational facilities, they couldn't access that funding because those projects were specifically excluded from the Building Canada Fund. Mr. Speaker, the municipalities are the best placed to determine their own priorities. They know best. And it makes no sense to us that the Conservative government should have thought that it was in a better position to set priorities for the municipalities. We think the municipalities should have access to federal funding for sports and cultural facilities. But there are a number of other things, investments in youth. Yes, that's good, but it's less than half what the Liberals promised during the campaign. We agreed with that, and it was in our election platform too, but it falls short of what the new Liberal government had promised on the election trail. And this could make things even trickier for municipalities because a good part of that funding is backloaded. It won't be available for some years. What about the bridge? I asked the opposition leader, this is one of the biggest broken promises in this, the tax rate for small and medium-sized businesses, SMEs. The government had promised to reduce the small corporation tax rate from 11 to 9%. That would create jobs. It would be a huge economic driver. So we had proposed that the small corporation tax rate be dropped from 11 to 9%. In Alberta, the NDP government completely eliminated taxes on small business. It's 0%. The Conservatives ignored that policy for a long time, but they finally adopted it in the 2015 budget, and we applauded that. That was one of the very rare things we could support in that budget. They took that idea from the NDP, and it was supposed to be a gradual, a phased-in reduction from 11 to 9%, so it was at 10.5% in 2015. And the NDP and the Conservatives were right. The Conservatives saw that, and so they finally came around and committed to drop the small business tax rate from 11 to 9%. Well, they should do it. And what does the budget provide? A total denial of that promise. They broke their formal commitment to do so, and this puts small business in a tough spot. All three parties agreed to it, so small business thought they could count on that. They planned around that. But by freezing it at 10.5%, many small businesses are in a bind. and they're being deprived of a way to invest and increase hiring, which is what this government led them to believe they would be able to do. The other thing is the closing of the tax loophole that is used to a great extent by executives at big corporations. This was a 10% tax rate that was used for purchasing stock options and so on. It was not subject to income tax upon acquisition, but rather on the sale, the disposition of the options, and that was treated as a capital gain. This cost the federal coffers over $1 billion a year. We're talking largely about wealthier people. And there was an unintended consequence that it was an incentive for CEOs to try to increase, in the short term, to try to increase the value of those stocks so that they would be worth more when came the time to sell them. So this is something that economists were united in criticizing, and in business circles too, and the Liberal government, following in the steps of the NDP, promised to eliminate that tax credit. And what does the budget provide? Nothing on that, Mr. Speaker. There are other things that are conspicuously absent from this budget. One thing is a major obstacle to corporate growth, and particularly for small business, and that is the cost of credit card transactions. You know, it's companies that have to pay, and Canada's rates are among the highest in the OECD. It's the companies who pay these exorbitant rates to credit card companies.
Question. We've seen movement in Australia. We've seen movement in the European Union on this by different means. Australia has its rate, or that rate, regulated by their own central bank. In the European Union, it is actually set by regulation. So they have recognized that this is a weight. Credit card fees are a weight for expansion of businesses, and particularly small and medium-sized businesses. There's nothing in this. There's nothing. Try as you may, Mr. Speaker, you will not find anything about forestry in this budget. We have major problems right now in forestry. We don't know where our relationship with the United States will go in terms of softwood lumber, because we are at the end of the agreement. So there is lots of uncertainty right now. We have a problem that's very akin to pine beetle in Quebec and in New Brunswick, a parasite that is actually creating or threatening to create lots of major losses for the industry. Nothing in this budget. So the government has been deaf to the demands and to the needs of this sector, as they have been for the aerospace industry. Vous savez, Monsieur le Président?
Mr. Speaker, during the election campaign, we proposed a concrete strategy, not just to help one struggling company, but the whole industry, a key industry to the Canadian economy, the entire industry. We heard nothing from the Liberal Party at the time, and now they're trying to do a salvage operation. They're helping out individual companies, for example, Bombardier. They're making ad hoc decisions, and that's going to cause other victims, because some are being left out with this approach, completely left out. When it comes for political reasons, the Liberal government is picking and choosing who they're going to help out. What about agriculture? There's nothing in the budget about that, and there are major crises currently in agriculture, including the protection of supply management. I guess we'll have to wait and see how the Liberals are going to protect that sector. But promises were made, compensation was promised to dairy producers under the TPP. But there's nothing in the budget about that. No mention of that compensation that was promised and that producers need in order to adjust to the new realities if the TPP is eventually implemented. Another major situation that affects all farmers, dairy farmers, is the question of pre-filtered milk. Nothing in the budget about this. When you read through every page of this budget, you see the priorities are set out a bit like in the throne speech, and there's nothing in the budget about current issues, key issues for the future of the dairy industry in Canada. I'm very concerned about that, Mr. Speaker.
Employment insurance. Let's look at that. Once again, obviously, traditionally was the NDP who led the crusade. I remember my colleague Yvon Godin, who was recognized as being really a crusader against conservative measures to restrict accessibility. And we were against the conservative form of 2012. The Liberals realized, though, perhaps, that what we said was a good idea, and they said the same thing. And in fact, the Prime Minister, when he was the leader of the Liberal Party and during the election campaign, was quoted as saying that a Liberal government would turn back the changes, and the unfair changes that Conservatives have made to EI. The Liberals feel that these unfair changes are a punishment for workers and unjustly target workers. I fully agree. That's what we've been saying since 2012. Now, what happens in this budget? Half measures, once again. Obviously, there were some changes that were overturned. For example, the measure that forced workers, or rather the unemployed, to accept a job at 60% of the salary they used to earn, regardless of their qualifications, and to eliminate the obligation for these unemployed people to accept jobs up to 100 kilometers away from their homes. And so this undermined accessibility and really harmed the rural regions because they underwent a demographic crunch because many of them had to move away. So we agree with all that, but one of the main measures
budget beside this one is actually the fact that for 12 regions in the country, we'll actually give the possibility of an extension of 5 weeks of EI benefits. 5 weeks. You know what, Mr. Speaker? This is a measure that existed prior to 2011. It was called a pilot project, which actually allowed, depending on the rate of unemployment, which allowed the workers to actually have that 5-week extension to close, pour fermer ce qu'on appelait au Québec en particulier le trou noir.
To close the black hole. And that is the time lapse between the end of people receiving income, or the end of unemployment benefits rather, and a return to work. Why is the government choosing to target 12 regions, whereas this was clearly a part of the Conservative reform to EI? It was applied to all of the country.
Atlantic Canada was shafted by this measure. Shafted, there's no other word. Le Québec a été miné par cette mesure.
Quebec was also hurt by this measure because it applies only to Northern Ontario and certain other specific regions, and even people in Alberta and Saskatchewan, depending on where they live, are being hurt by this economic slowdown, are also ignored and neglected.
Talking quickly about First Nations, the Liberals fall short of many of their financial promises in terms to First Nations. For education, they spread $2.6 billion over 5 years instead of what they promised, which was 4 years. That means $800 less million for education among First Nations. For child welfare, and I will quote Cindy Blackstock, $130 million short of meeting the legal commitment set out by the Human Rights Tribunal ruling that this program racially discriminates against indigenous children. There is lack of money compared to the promises in post-secondary education. So, Mr. Speaker, this budget, by and large, fell short of what was promised during the campaign by this government. Et c'est pourquoi.
And that is why, Mr. Speaker, I am going to move, seconded by the member for Hochelaga, that the amendment be amended by deleting all the words after the words because it, and substituting the following. Chooses to keep tax loopholes for CEOs and giveaways to profitable corporations over providing immediate help to struggling Canadians. Fails to honor the government's promises to invest in health care, seniors, youth, and First Nations children. Does not meaningfully improve access to employment insurance or close the black hole for seasonal workers and lacks transparency, and is of the opinion that the Minister of Finance should amend his budgetary policy so that it actually delivers on the government's promises and addresses income equality in this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
À l'ordre.
Order. Mr. Caron, seconded by Ms. Boutin-Sweet, moves that the amendment be amended by deleting all the words after the words because it and substituting the following. Chooses to keep tax loopholes for CEOs and giveaways to profitable corporations over providing immediate help to struggling Canadians. Fails to honor the government's promises to invest in healthcare, seniors, youth, and First Nations children. Does not meaningfully improve access to employment insurance or close the black hole for seasonal workers and lacks transparency, and is of the opinion that the Minister of Finance should amend his budgetary policy so that it actually delivers on the government's promises and addresses income equality in this country. The sub-amendment is in order. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for St. John Rothsay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's great to be back in the House after our break. And Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member opposite for his speech, and I certainly appreciate, excuse me, Mr. Speaker, a lot of his points and his passion and his delivery. But Mr. Speaker, let's be clear. Good governments govern and come up with policies for the many, not the few. And let's just kind of backtrack a little bit, Mr. Speaker, to the election campaign that just happened and a lot of the NDP platform, Mr. Speaker. And a big part of their platform, Canadians didn't buy it, Mr. Speaker. There was one point where the NDP platform was to give us 30 to 40 more seats to form government. Well, Canadians listened and gave them 30 to 40 seats. And, Mr. Speaker, when the NDP talk about things such as a $15 an hour minimum wage, which was only for a very, very small percent of Canadians, with a $15 a day daycare, Mr. Speaker, that was not costed out in a lot of provinces, we're not going to buy in anyway. And again, Mr. Speaker, they preach austerity and balanced budgets. And we see now all of a sudden, why didn't you add this? And why didn't you add this? And, Mr. Speaker, one of the things I've asked the party opposite many, many times was their insistence about the universal child care benefit and how they continued to push for an equal payment for people that were making $25,000, same payment for those who were making hundreds of thousands of dollars. We came forth with the Canada Child Benefit, Mr. Speaker. Can the member opposite explain why they continued to back the UCCB instead of the Canada Child Benefit? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neige-Témiscouata-Lébasque.
I'm not sure if the member actually saw the irony in the question he actually asked when he said that we should be governing for the many and not the few, because that's exactly what I said in my speech. when I'm saying that the changes to employment insurance should actually, especially about that 5-week extension, should actually apply to all the regions where we have a high level of unemployment, like it was the case before, and that the Liberal government chooses to actually just select, without knowing why these regions and not others, 12 regions across the country. It doesn't make sense, Mr. Speaker. It doesn't make sense, Mr. Speaker. It doesn't make sense that this government, during the campaign, would be promising so much to everyone, especially Atlantic Canada. Why did we choose to actually reopen, which we welcome, the Guard Coast Station in Kitsilano, and not say anything about St. John's? Why doesn't Bamber, who comes from Atlantic Canada, actually promote the reopening like it was promised of that station in St. John's? So, Mr. Speaker, there's so many promises that were not delivered on this government, by this government after the election. I don't know where to start.
Questions and commentaires. Questions and comments for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Of course, we have many disagreements with the party over here, the NDP, with respect to aspects of budgetary policy. But I do appreciate that we both at least agree that you have to pay for it eventually. We have different ways of doing that, but the government seems to think you can keep borrowing and borrowing and borrowing on and on and on. I want to ask the member specifically, though, about income splitting, because this budget, as we know, does away with income splitting, which is something that I regard as a basic tax fairness measure. If you have two different families that are making the same income, but have maybe different arrangements in terms of who's earning that income. But if you have two families making the same income, I would argue that they should pay the same rate of tax. So I want to hear what the member thinks about income splitting. Isn't it a basic tax fairness measure? Two families, same family income, same amount of tax paid.
The honourable member for Rimouski and Nejet-Témiscouata-Libasque.
Question. I was actually at the heart of the debate back in the last Parliament on this issue, and I recognize the point of view. I just don't agree with this point of view. I think this measure actually is a regressive measure because if you have two spouses, one with a very high income and one with a low income, for example, because he or she is staying at home, and most of the time it's she staying at home, there's no incentive to actually work. So it's a disincentive to actually work. And moreover, this measure doesn't do anything for couples or families who actually need that fiscal help. For example, a couple where each member is earning $25,000, $30,000, that's not a lot. It's just at the lower end, I would argue, of the middle class. They would get nothing from this measure because it's not income splitting when you have basically the same wage. Both need to be working. If only one of the two members of that household was working, it would definitely not enough to make ends meet, especially with children. If you are a couple without children, you would get nothing again through the measure that was adopted by the Conservatives and which is eliminated right now. So it was a measure so regressive and which had major implications for the fiscal health of this country that we could do nothing but oppose it.
Questions and comments. Questions and commentaires. The honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent speech and his analysis on the budget and what was there and what was missing. When we talk about childcare, money is fantastic for families. They need it. But it does nothing to provide quality, affordable, accessible childcare in their communities, particularly for people who are working, who have shift work, who need to cover those long periods of time when they're away from their children. What my colleague spoke eloquently about were the things that were completely missing from the budget. Agriculture, many of the commitments that were made around some of the trade agreements that we're facing, the money that is just simply not there for the supply managed sectors in our communities. The other thing that he touched on was EI and how there was choices made about Canadians, about which Canadians deserve to be helped when they're at their most vulnerable and which do not. And we were sent a clear message by this government about which communities in Canada will receive that money, and the rest were left out. But I'd like to ask my colleague about another thing that was left completely out of this budget, and that's health care. So when we talk about our seniors, when we talk about families being at their most vulnerable, needing access to health care in our country, being able to get to health care, having it be affordable, I'd like the member to please speak about the absolute lack of the promises that this government made during the campaign in health care in this budget.
Honourable member for Rimouski, Nejet-Témiscouata-Libasque.
And thanks to my colleague from Essex for an excellent question. Excellent question because, you know, one of the commitments of the government was, during the campaign, of course, was that they will be renegotiating a health accord with the provinces, which the previous government failed to do and just implemented an end to the 6% escalator for transfers to the provinces on health. A transfer that they actually really need, especially at a time when healthcare costs are actually increasing. Now, this measure by the Conservatives had a major impact on the fiscal capacity of provinces to deliver those services and to deliver other services as well. And the Parliamentary Budget Director recognized that by this measure, the federal government was giving itself large margin to actually, for its own long-term sustainability, but was impeding and threatening the sustainability, fiscal sustainability of the provinces. So that's a major problem. And I haven't even talked about the delivery of services. So how can this budget be silent on the proposed, on the reduction of the escalator, which will be applied next year, and not say anything about a situation that will make the provincial finances very uncertain, and will also threaten to diminish and to decrease the quality of the healthcare services that Canadians have paid for and that they have the right to expect.
We have time for one more short question and response.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Mr. Speaker, the budget that was tabled helps regions, the poorest. Education improves infrastructure, invests in access to internet, invests in Aboriginal communities, and makes hundreds of changes that are really benefiting this country that the former government did not look after. We're trying to clean up what the Conservatives did because they caused a lot of damage. Does the member not find that this budget is an improvement? Doesn't he find that even if the changes don't go as far as he wants, doesn't he find that with all the investments and improvements will help our seniors, our young people, and our vulnerable? There's more work to be done, but in the meantime, does he believe that opposing these progressive changes will help Canadians? The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-Libesque. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I hope he is not trying to say that we should be evaluating them according to Conservative standards. I think that compared to what the Conservatives had, obviously it's an improvement. There's no denying that. But we're a progressive opposition, and our role is to hold the current government to account. It has to keep its promises in its main directions, including the budgets. And I took 20 minutes of my time to explain where the government has fallen short on its promises and where it has not delivered for Canadians. And I hope that this member will note this and note all the promises that were not kept in this budget and that were not delivered on.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Hear, hear.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I begin, I should point out I'm sharing my time with the Honourable Member from Malpeque. Mr. Speaker, although this is not my first time standing in this House, it is the first formal speech that I've had the honour of deliver, and I'm very proud to do it in support of Budget 2016, Growing the Middle Class, our government's plan to deliver real change. Now, however, before I speak on the budget, Mr. Speaker, I do have some general comments I'd like to make and some thank yous. Let me say first what an honor it is to serve in this House, Mr. Speaker. This body brings together so many people who have contributed to the framework of this great country. Over the next 4 years, I look forward to what I know will be a new and more positive tone in this House. In this vein, we need to work together, both sides of the House, to make those who sent us here proud that they did. Collectively, we need to earn back voters' trust and respect. We need to move away from the nasty habit of judging ideas based simply on who came up with them. We need to engage in meaningful discussions and make sure that ideas are considered on the basis of being good or bad, better or worse. Ideas can be judged right or wrong, but they should never be judged right or left. Now, please don't misunderstand me, Mr. Speaker. Like my colleagues in this House, I won't hesitate to speak up when I think an idea is wrong. And I should say at this point, I think this budget, Mr. Speaker, is right. Now, the list of people who I need to thank is long, and I'm going to miss many who've helped me get here today. Now, let me say that any success I have had in life is due to the efforts of others more so than my own. I need to thank my family, my campaign team, my office staff, both here in Ottawa, and most importantly, those back home in Etobicoke Lakeshore. I owe a debt of gratitude to my predecessors who've held this seat before. They've all played a role in my success, and I would like to thank them. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Jean Augustine occupied the Etobicoke Lakeshore seat from 1993 until 2005. She did so with distinction and continues to be a mentor and role model for me. Mr. Speaker, for some time, actually, she occupied your seat as Deputy Speaker, and just so we're clear, I don't ever expect to be sitting in your seat. From 2006 until 2011, this seat was occupied by Michael Ignatieff. He too served with distinction, honor, and integrity. And actually, Mr. Speaker, he sat over there, and for the record, I don't ever want to sit over there. Now, finally, during the last Parliament, this seat was held by Bernard Trottier. And I want to thank him for his service to our community. And although I am sincere in my gratitude and appreciation, I hope that neither he nor anyone else occupies this seat again anytime in the near future. Now, Mr. Speaker, there's no chance at all that I'm standing here today were it not for my parents. They're the ones that taught me the value of public service and the importance of giving back to the community. They were the best role models a son could have. My father was a member of the legal profession for over 50 years, first as a lawyer and later as a trial judge. His common sense, wisdom, and sense of fairness left a lasting impression on me. My mother, the late Marion Maloney, dedicated her life to community service and the advancement of women in society. She took her seat down the hall in the Senate chamber in 1999, where she continued her fight on the same issues she had her entire life. She was a role model to me and to many women who sat in this house. Now, my mother, although she would never claim to be a pioneer, fought hard for what she believed in. She started and ran the Judy LaMarche Fund for 30 years. This was an organization, Mr. Speaker, dedicated to supporting women in politics and ensuring that they were given an equal opportunity to run. I have a vivid memory when I was much younger of asking her why she worked so hard for the advancement of women's issues, and she said something like, because it's 1985. She was ahead of her time, clearly, Mr. Speaker. Now, of course, I have to thank the voters of Etobicoke Lakeshore who put their trust in me last October. It is because of them that I stand here today to speak in support of Budget 2016. I do so as I believe it sets an agenda for this government and Canada that is consistent with the goals and priorities of my community. I believe it sets a course for growing the middle class, Mr. Speaker. The government promised to lower taxes for those who need it most, a promise that we have now kept. This budget will help the middle class in this country get ahead and make it easier for others to join it. I have lived in my riding for 40 years. Etobicoke Lakeshore, like many communities in this country, is very diverse economically, culturally, and socially. It is home to middle-class families and those seeking to join it. It is home to Humber College, one of the great and flourishing post-secondary institutions in Canada. It is home to a significant and thriving manufacturing sector, including such companies as Fiat Chrysler Canada, an industry with a large footprint in our riding, and Campbell Soup, and the Canadian film industry, which I'm very proud to represent. All of these organizations provide employment and opportunity, not only for the residents of Etobicoke Lakeshore, but for people throughout the Greater Toronto Area. Ours is a riding with strong local identities. In Alderwood, New Toronto, Long Branch, the Kingsway, and Mimico, where I should note is home to 4 recent Stanley Cups, Mr. Speaker, although I have to point out none of them were won by the Toronto Maple Leafs. Etobicoke Lakeshore is a vibrant community, but there exists a major infrastructure deficit that needs to be addressed. For a short time, I was a member of Toronto City Council and saw firsthand the challenges faced by this municipality. Mr. Speaker, I would like to pause at this point and just add my condolences to the family of Rob Ford. He was was a vocal and principled advocate who I had a chance to work with, as I mentioned, and he will be missed. My riding is home to some of the most significant development our scene has seen in the past century. In the south part of the riding, you'll find the community of Humber Bay Shores. The population of this neighborhood will reach upwards of 40,000 within the next few years. 20 years ago, it didn't exist. Although this community has grown rapidly, the infrastructure has not kept pace. This is why I'm so proud to be part of a government that is making an unprecedented commitment to new infrastructure. Budget 2016 launches our commitment to spend the unprecedented amount of $120 billion in support of such things like public transit and housing infrastructure. This will help communities like Humber Bay Shores reach its potential. When I moved to Toronto 40 years ago, the transit map looked almost identical to what we see now. This is unacceptable. The Humber Bay Shores community is the equivalent of dropping the city of North Bay into a 6-block radius but not offering any new transit solutions. This is completely unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. This is why I will remain steadfast and an advocate for transit issues, including a transit hub in this emerging neighborhood. Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud that with Budget 2016, this government has made bold infrastructure commitments while also investing in building a stronger, greener, and more prosperous country. In my riding, housing prices have risen exponentially. Values rising 15 or 20 times over what they were 40 years ago. The people living in these houses are not making 15 or 20 times what they were then, Mr. Speaker. Now, the government should always encourage growth, but with a measure of fairness and equality. That is what this government is doing. The government can't wave a magic wand and fix all the problems, but I believe it is here, in fact, we are here, to give Canadians the breaks, the opportunity that help them not only keep up, but to get ahead. One goal I have is to work closely with the other levels of government. My job is to get things done, not take credit for things others have done. In the past few months, I've met with and talked to many constituents as part of pre-budget consultations, town hall meetings, and office drop-ins, and between tax cuts, support for the environment, or the settlement of the refugees, without exception, all of them express views that are 100% consistent with this budget, Mr. Speaker. To conclude, there are many people elected to this House with far more compelling stories than me. Mine is quite simple. When I was a child, first in Thunder Bay, where I was born, I would like to add, I'm very pleased to see that there's 2 MPs on this side of the House from Thunder Bay. And later in my current home of Etobicoke Lakeshore, where I have lived for 40 years, life was much simpler. It was a time when, if you were a lawyer or a politician, you were assumed to be honest and honorable member of society. Sadly, I'm not sure we can still say that. And I say that, Mr. Speaker, as a member of both professions. I come from the legal profession and now have entered this world, and my goal is this. When I leave this place, hopefully many, many years from now, people will look more favorably on those in this House and in this profession because we debated issues based on their merit, not their source. If that happens, then I will feel that I will accomplish my goal. Mr. Speaker, I believe that Budget 2016 is a big first step in accomplishing this goal. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member, l'honorable député de Laurentides.
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle.
I congratulate the member on his first speech in this House. Very well done. Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to ask a very simple question. What is he most proud of in this budget? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Fairness, Mr. Speaker. This budget does exactly what this government promised to do during the course of the election. We promised to support the people who needed the support the most. We needed to help people get ahead. Governments aren't there to fix all problems, as I said, Mr. Speaker, but they're there to give people who need help the breaks they need to get ahead. And that's what this budget does in the form of tax cuts and infrastructure spending. This is investment that is going to pay off long, long, long down the road. Governments for too long have been thinking 4 years ahead instead of 40 years ahead. And in my opinion, Mr. Speaker, this budget changes that course, and we're looking down the road. We're thinking of the future of Canadians, not the future of the people sitting in this room.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would also like to congratulate the member on his election and his first speech in this House. But there are a few areas that I think perhaps I would like to hear a little bit further, because he talked about this budget delivered what they promised. When he was on the campaign trail, did he tell his constituents that it was going to be a $10 billion deficit? Did he tell his constituents that this was going to be a short-term deficit and they were going to get back to balanced budget? Did he tell his constituents that the middle class was in desperate straits, but not allude to the fact that between 2005 to the current day, the middle class is actually doing much better than it's done throughout Canadian history? So, he talks about the credibility of politicians, but I have to ask him, did he tell his constituents that those were the commitments of his party? And how is he going to explain to his constituents now how they broke so many important fiscal promises?
Honourable member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my friend for her question. What I told my constituents when I was on the campaign trail last year were the facts, were the truth, and the information we were provided. We told the voters that we were going to be delivering a budget that including a deficit. We told them what we were going to do based on the facts and evidence that we were provided going into the election campaign. Sadly, Mr. Speaker, some of those facts turned out to be inaccurate. We inherited a fiscal situation that was drastically different than that which was presented by the now opposition party and the former government. We have been transparent, which is why in the first several months of this administration, we opened the books and we let the public know exactly what the fiscal situation was, so there would no longer be any surprises, Mr. Speaker. So I'm very proud to stand here and say that I told my constituents and the voters in Etobicoke Lakeshore the truth. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to just point out to the honourable member that the Liberals broke a promise to invest in health care, and that was $3 billion over 4 years promised. There's no mention of that in this budget, and I would like to hear what the actual commitments are now, if there is indeed a different story from when you're campaigning on facts to now. Why are you now abandoning the concept of health care that was campaigned on and that resonated with Canadians?
The honourable member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Essex for her question. We spoke about health care during the campaign. We have talked about health care since the election. What we have done is we've had a First Minister's Conference to talk to the provinces about delivering better health care in this country, something that hasn't been done for a decade. People on this side of the House are very proud of their record on health care in this country, and we are going to work very hard. You had our commitment during the election, and you have our commitment now to continue working with the provinces and the First Ministers in this across the country to deliver better health care. So we're on agreement. We're actually in agreement on this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it does give me pleasure to speak on the budget entitled "Growing the Middle Class." Let me start, Mr. Speaker, with a quote from the Minister of Finance himself, because I think he really summed it all up in his opening remarks. He said, "Today we begin to restore hope for the middle class. Today we begin to revitalize the economy. And today we begin a long-term plan that will use smart investments and an unwavering belief that progress is possible to ensure that Canada's best days lie ahead." End of quote. And Mr. Speaker, as I said, that really sums up what this budget is all about. It sums up the objective of the budget. But the budget is made all the more difficult by what the previous government has left us or left us without. Program after program cut by the previous government, Mr. Speaker. The leader of the opposition, the official opposition earlier talked about, you know, they had a surplus. No, they didn't, Mr. Speaker. That's a surplus on a monthly basis. You know, you usually do accounting over the long term, but what they did do, they left this country with $160 billion of added debt imposed on every citizen in this country. And not only did they leave us with debt, as I said, they cut at programs and services, and even worse, Mr. Speaker, they created disunity in the country. And if you're going to bring Canada ahead as a federation, you have to have a government that's willing to work with the provinces, work together to grow the economy, to put in programs that we can utilize together and create growth in this economy and jobs for Canadians. In reality, Mr. Speaker, the budget builds on the measures introduced in December, which provided a middle-class tax cut, and we're dealing with that now with the Bill C-2. But really what that did, Mr. Speaker, is bring better balance to the taxation system by giving those in the middle class a tax break and balancing that up by taking a little more from those that can afford it. So this budget builds on that commitment, Mr. Speaker. The key part, one of the key parts of this budget is really looking to the future, and that's with the Canada Child Benefit. You know, assisting those families in raising their children, giving them better opportunities to spend money where it's needed. And the Canada Child Benefit will replace the current complicated child benefit system with the new Canada Child Benefit. That Canada Child Benefit will provide a maximum annual benefit of up to $6,400 per child under the age of 6, and up to $5,400 per child for those ages 6 through to 17. Families with less than $30,000 in net income will receive the maximum benefit. 9 out of 10 families, Mr. Speaker, will receive more child benefits under this program than the current system. Specifically in my own province of Prince Edward Island, they will receive $47 million more in child benefits during the 2016-17, 2017-18 period. So that's a benefit to families, Mr. Speaker, putting the money where the resources should be put. And then, Mr. Speaker, not only are we dealing with families, we're also dealing with the education of students so that we build for the future down the road. We're making post-secondary education more affordable through this budget. We're enhancing Canada student grants to give young people the opportunity to be able to afford to go to university and to colleges. Budget 2016 proposes to increase Canada student grants by 50%, from $2,000 to $3,000 per year for students from low-income families, from $800 to $1,200 per year for students from middle-income families, and from $1,200 to $1,800 per year for part-time students. So, Mr. Speaker, we're not only building on the very young people, but we're building that education system as well. And for all Canadians, and I know this area is a little controversial, Mr. Speaker, but for all Canadians, we're improving the safety net for those that find themselves in difficult time as a result of being out of work. We're improving the employment insurance system. After the disastrous way it was handled by the previous government. We're expanding access to new entrants and re-entrants by dropping the 910 hours entrance requirements to whatever the regional rate is. We're reducing the 2-week before you begin the 2-week period to one week, and we're improving the conditions, the program for working while on claim. That's extremely controversial, was extremely controversial in my area, because you actually, under the previous government system, you got penalized for going to work. Even people who were on maternity leave got penalized by going to work and keeping their skills up while they worked maybe in a hospital setting while they're in maternity leave for one day, for when they'd work that 1 day a week. And I don't mind admitting, Mr. Speaker, though, there is some controversy around the next point I'll make, and that's adding the 5 weeks, extending the 5-week pilot project to those areas that were hardest hit by the downturn in the economy. That's I would say there's some controversy in my own region over that because that 5 weeks was not applied in that particular region. But it is targeted to those areas that had the greatest impact by the downturn in some of the commodities in the marketplace. And the minister is committed, Mr. Speaker, to look at that into the future. The minister is committed to review the employment insurance system on those measures going down the road, and I look forward to that review to ensure that we get fairness and equity throughout the total measures around employment insurance in this country. So we improve the safety net for those finding themselves out of work. We also realize, Mr. Speaker, that and I don't have time to go in it with the time available, but we do look at beyond employment insurance we're investing in skills and training. We're enhancing the investments in training itself, strengthening the union-based apprenticeship training, supporting flexible work arrangements, and improving labour market information for Canadians. So we're looking at that workforce and trying to put them in a place where their skills are needed in the future and expand on those skills to grow the economy. But it's not enough, Mr. Speaker, to just deal with today's reality. I see you're giving me the 2-minute signal, but, Mr. Speaker, we are looking at the long-term future. And if I was to turn to, we've talked a lot in the election about investment in infrastructure. And while we're looking at $11.9 billion over 5 years, starting right away, Budget 2016 puts this plan into action with an immediate down payment on this plan. $3.4 billion over 3 years to upgrade and improve public transit systems across Canada. $5 billion over 5 years for investments in water, wastewater, and green infrastructure. $3.4 billion over 5 years for social infrastructure, including affordable housing, early learning and childcare, culture and recreational infrastructure, and community health care facilities. So, Mr. Speaker, we are investing in the future. And specifically on my own province, Mr. Speaker, I should make this point. Major transfers to Prince Edward Island will total $582 million in 2016-17, an increase of $29 million from the previous year. $380 million through equalization, an increase of $19 million from last year. $147 million through the Canada Health Transfer, an increase of $8 million from the previous year. $54 million through Canada Social Transfer, an increase of $1.6 million from the previous year. So my point is, Mr. Speaker, my province benefits from this budget in terms of the transfers, in terms of the programs, and Canada as a whole can look to the future with opportunity and excitement because of what this budget does. It addresses the problems created by the previous government and puts in place investments in families, in infrastructure, in education, in skills training, what Canadians really need to grow with opportunity and the hope for prosperity in the future. That's what this Minister of Finance has done in this budget, and I ask everyone in this House to be supportive of that and build for Canada's future. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Island on a point of order.
Yes, on a brief point of order, Mr. Speaker. I think that nothing is as critical in this place as the ability to debate issues as important as the budget. And I find it disturbing, and I don't know if there's anything that can be done about it, that the construction noise is so loud, it vibrates through our desks and reverberates through our brains. And I missed much of what the honourable member from Malpeque was trying to say, and I don't know if anything can be done.
Well, I don't know whether that's a point of order or not. I take the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands comments under advisement. We'll see what can be done. We're all aware, of course, that the Parliament Hill is the subject of a considerable renovation program. I'd encourage members to adjust their audio control as they may need to with these distractions, and we'll certainly do our best. But I will take the honourable member's comments under advisement. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Milton.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when I was a minister in the former government, I had many conversations with the member opposite and as well with the people of Prince Edward Island through their elected representatives with respect to ensuring that they had secondary sources of energy through an electrical cable that would be attaching Prince Edward Island to the mainland in New Brunswick. There was much lobbying about it. There was a great business case put forward through it because it's an important piece of infrastructure that was needed. I find it interesting, Mr. Speaker, that the honourable member stands today to talk about everything that he received for Prince Edward Island. And one other thing I would say, though, is they understood at that point in time the importance of having this extra piece of infrastructure to ensure that they had an energy supply. I guess my question at the end of the day to the member, the chairman of the Finance Committee, knowing as much as he knows about the importance of energy to the Maritime Provinces, to Atlantic Canada, can he tell the House right now that he is firmly in support of the Energy East pipeline for the other provinces in Atlantic Canada and will absolutely lobby vigorously the Minister of Natural Resources and the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change to ensure that this gets built quickly?
The honourable member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member from Milton for the question. And she did talk about the electric cable. It is a very important infrastructure project for Prince Edward Island. It gives us the opportunity when we need it to import hydroelectricity from the grid on the mainland, and it also gives us the opportunity to export energy from our windmills in Prince Edward Island when they're producing more than's needed. In fact, close to 30% of our energy now in Prince Edward Island comes from that renewable energy from windmills. And I might say as well, Mr. Speaker, one of the sad points on that cable is it was a commitment of the previous Paul Martin government that that cable would be paid 100% by the federal government, and that was just prior to the previous Conservative government coming into place. And the very first thing that government cut, Mr. Speaker, was that proposal of which the federal government would pay for PEI. On Energy East, as a member of Parliament, I fully support Energy East, and we need it right across this country.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just wanted to ask the honourable member to maybe ruminate a little bit with regards to the ad nauseum infrastructure funding that's been described as a key campaign issue and that has been reflected in the budget. My concern is that there is no mention in ensuring that small and rural communities are going to have their fair share of that. I wonder if he could explain if there are any measures that he foresees in place or make that commitment that there will be fair and equitable funding among this shortchanged pot.
The honourable member for Malpeque.
I wouldn't thank the member for her question. I certainly wouldn't say it's a short-changed pot when it comes to infrastructure, Mr. Speaker. It's the biggest infrastructure spending announcement that any federal government has ever made. And it is, as we said, looking at the future. It's looking at transit infrastructure. It's looking at physical infrastructure. It's looking at social and green infrastructure. So it's a very comprehensive proposal by the government. And of course, it's extremely important that rural communities, be they small or medium-sized, that they get their fair share out of that infrastructure monies. And I think it's been outlined by a previous minister, including the Minister of Infrastructure, that is our intent as the program rolls out, that it'll be shared by small, medium and large municipalities across Canada, so that all Canadians can benefit from the good investments that this Liberal government is making.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Milton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Today I'm very pleased to be sharing my time with my friend, the member for Brantford-Brant. Now, Mr. Speaker, a couple of weeks ago, the Minister of Finance was trying on his new shoes for the budget, and I can appreciate the need for new shoes, personally speaking. But the Finance Minister held it at the Boys and Girls Club in Toronto, which is a place that is very well known for teaching life lessons and giving kids a good foundation. So I had a little sense of irony when the Minister chose this spot to talk about his plan for the Liberal budget, because it's a plan that actually commits Canadians to long-term structural deficits. And it's those future generations in that room who will be paying for it. Yeah. Now, while the Liberals struggle with this idea and notion that if you actually borrow money, someday you have to pay it back, kids very well understand that when you lend something, there's an expectation that you're going to have to give it back one day. Yeah. Now, before the Liberals took office, taxes in this country were at their lowest point in 50 years. By the end of our mandate, the average family of 4 in Milton was saving $7,000 per year. Our debt-to-GDP ratio was actually lower than when we took office. And it's been confirmed by the good people at Finance Canada that we left this government with a balanced budget and with a surplus, to the point of $4.3 billion. But, as with all things, times have changed. One of the first things that the Liberal government did since taking office was actually undoing the advances that we had made over the past 10 years. In doing so, they completely abandoned their election promise to cap their deficit at $10 billion. They decided it was no longer important to aim for a balanced budget. And I'm sure that when they are pressed, they will also reverse on the debt-to-GDP ratio. The Liberal budget as presented is very disconcerting, and actually Canadians can't actually comprehend what the Liberal government attempts to do in this plan and how they attempt to justify it. The Finance Minister's last economic outlook actually showed that revenues were holding up better than expected. GDP growth in the last quarter of 2015 was also higher than expected. Canada is not in a recession, yet the Liberal government is on track to borrow millions and billions of dollars in order to solve a recession that isn't happening. Plans for this spending spree confirm what Conservatives have long believed. Liberals are more concerned about optics than they are with helping Canadians.
That's right.
Now, the budget sets out spending that is untargeted, and this spending will actually end up hurting Canadians in the long run in the form of tax increases. The budget is nothing more than a betrayal of the middle class, because we understand that if you're not willing to control spending, taxes will eventually go up to pay for the money that has been borrowed.
Exactly.
It's a betrayal of families, because we understand that my household budget cannot be sustained on credit. And it's a betrayal of small businesses, those 1.2 million Canadian men and women who were promised relief by every party in the election, because that relief leads to job creation and solid economic investments. And it was the Liberal government that turned on them. And it's a betrayal of Canadians who trusted them to keep not only the promise to small business, because that's where 98% of the economy is, Mr. Speaker, but Canadians trusted them to keep their election promises. Now, I originally come from Cape Breton Island, where unfortunately I know a thing or two about unemployment and the long-term effects and what happens when Liberals try to fix your problems. There's more than 100,000 Canadians today out of work in the oil and gas industry alone. And in a recent poll, Canadians across the country told us very clearly, 46% of them actually, that they are concerned either for their own job or they're concerned for a job of somebody else in their house. 46% of Canadians live with the weight in their minds and hearts of whether or not they're going to have a job. Families need to see a real plan to ensure that we are creating well-paying jobs. But what they're seeing instead is small business being saddled with an increase on payroll taxes and as well full encouragement to the provinces to introduce a carbon tax. Both of these are job-killing measures that discourage investment in our economy. Now, in the last 2 weeks, we have had the ability to speak with folks in our ridings, and some of us have spoken to folks in their ridings as well. And I would tell you this, the one question I get, what did they buy with $30 billion of our money? And you know what, I can't blame them for being confused, Mr. Speaker. Canadians are seeing money fly out the door with no assurance that they're actually going to get value. And here's the best part. They call it investments, when we know it's spending. Canadians are not the only ones that are confused either, it would appear. Last week, the Parliamentary Budget Officer released a scathing response providing proof that the budget is not only overinflated, not only an overestimation, but it's not transparent. And isn't that a far cry from what they offered on the campaign trail?
Exactly.
The PBO points to a massive hole in the budget and asks the very pertinent question, how is the government going to fill it? And what's the response? Well, just like now, it's silence, because there is no response. It's actually mind-boggling to Canadians that the government plans deficits of $115 billion over the next 5 years, and they have yet to decide what they're going to spend it on. Since the campaign, this government has been forced to admit that their math has been wrong. They miscalculated the price of their own tax plan. They miscalculated the size of their own deficits. And, Mr. Speaker, as if that's not bad enough, that Canadians don't have confidence in their math, the Liberals suggest continuously, including today, that we should not trust the math that has been prepared by the officials at Finance Canada that shows that we left a surplus. So it's no wonder that Canadians are worried. The Liberals have clearly demonstrated they have an inability to make hard choices that governing requires, and they have demonstrated an even greater inability to provide measures for Canadians that will actually help them. Conservatives found themselves in a tough economic situation in the Great Recession. That's why we had a plan to return to balance, to live within our means, and we achieved that in 2015. Yep, I was opposed to a modest $10 billion budget, and I said that during the election campaign. And had the Liberals actually kept that pledge, we would have made sure that every single cent went to encouraging job creation. That number was a dream compared to the nightmare scenario that we're looking at today. Uncontrolled spending will inevitably lead to long-term structural deficits that are simply unsustainable. Some economists go as far to say it's $150 billion in new debt over the next 4 years alone. Now, the Liberals say that the only thing that matters is debt to GDP. But that's not true. The only thing that can be controlled in debt to GDP ratio by the government is the debt. They can't control growth, and they certainly cannot control interest rates. So why doesn't the government focus on the things that they can influence? Creating proper incentives to stimulate economic growth, watching the debt, ensuring that we're not increasing departmental sizes to the point where it becomes unsustainable. There's one final word, Mr. Speaker, that I have with respect to the budget, and it's a word that we have difficulties with on our side of the House, but definitely not a difficulty on the other side of the House, and that comes to taxes. Mr. Speaker, as I pointed out already, we strove to reduce taxes because we know that that's exactly what we do in order to spur economic growth and have companies create jobs. The Liberal government have set it up so that their tax increases have moved a tax rate in Canada above 50%. In some provinces, like in Ontario, we're paying 53.5% of your income tax is going to the government before you get to keep any of your money. But that's not all. They broke their promise to small business, 1.2 million Canadians, on their taxes. They also are encouraging carbon taxes, and employers are going to be left with no choice but to look at their stock of employees and determine who will lose their job. It's times like this, Mr. Speaker, that it's important for us to be responsible, to live within our means and have a plan. But this budget is unconstrained, it's haphazard spending, it is not economic stimulus, and any long-term benefits will be outweighed by the enormous literal costs, and as such, it must be firmly opposed. Thank you.
The honourable member for Milton will have 5 minutes for questions and comments when the House next returns to debate on the question. But now we're going to statements by members. Déclaration de député.
The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on March 29th, a tragedy occurred in the Magdalen Islands and plunged all of Quebec into mourning. On my personal behalf and on behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I would like to express my most sincere condolences to the family and friends of these 7 victims of this awful accident. I'm not exaggerating when I say that the thoughts of Quebecers from everywhere accompany them. It is also important to underscore the life of Jean Lapierre, who left us too early. Mr. Lapierre is well known in this House. He was elected 5 times and sat for the Bloc Québécois as well as another party. He was especially recognized and appreciated at home in Quebec, where he, as a political commentator, he shone because of his legendary turn of phrase which charmed everyone. To listen to him was to take the pulse of Quebec and Canada as a whole. Thank you, Jean.
The honourable member for Mississauga Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honour an incredible team, Dr. Iggy Caneff and his wife, Mrs. Didi Caneff, longtime residents of my riding of Mississauga Lakeshore. When Dr. Caneff arrived from Bulgaria in 1951, he was nearly penniless and did not speak any English. Through exemplary hard work and a strong entrepreneurial spirit, Mr. Speaker, Iggy has since become one of Canada's most successful real estate developers and a patron of the sport of golf. In recognition of his business achievements and philanthropic efforts, Dr. Caneff has received numerous high honours over the last 65 years, among these prominently the Order of Ontario. 8 years after arriving in Canada, also from Bulgaria, Didi Caneff founded the Ignat Caneff Charitable Foundation in 1986. Didi Caneff is a community leader in her own right, Mr. Speaker, who tirelessly champions the arts, local charities and hospitals, and health and social services. Mr. Speaker, I would ask all members of the House to join me in honouring and acknowledging the truly remarkable and inspiring achievement of Dr. and Mrs. Caneff. Thank you.
The honourable member for...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in the House today to honour a great Albertan, George Lane. George Lane was a legendary rancher and is a member of the Big Four, a founding father of the Calgary Stampede. As a former owner of the Bayou Ranch, the National Historic Site in my riding of Foothills, he was also, the Bayou Ranch is still a living tribute to our Canadian cattle industry. George Lane epitomized the Western spirit, a tireless work ethic, a community leader, and a visionary entrepreneur. And this weekend, George Lane will be inducted into the prestigious Hall of Great Westerners at the National Cowboy and Western Heritage Museum in Oklahoma City. This is considered among the greatest honors in Western culture, and George Lane will be the first Canadian ever inducted into the Hall. I look forward to joining fellow Albertans this weekend in Oklahoma to honor George Lane's outstanding achievements. But this is also a great opportunity to celebrate the heart and soul of Alberta, our rich ranching history. Thank you.
The honourable member for Tobique-Mactaquac. Member for Tobique-Mactaquac.
Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I recently was asked to give the opening remarks at the Canadian Young Farmers Forum Conference in Vancouver, where the conference was titled Farm Together, Agriculture United. As demonstrated through the budget, this government shares the same vision, supporting science, investing in innovation, and working with industry partners to contribute to the growth and development of Canada's agricultural sector and agri-food sector is a priority. Canadian farmers are a hard-working and innovative group, and the farmers in my riding of Towick-Mactaquac are no exception. Rural Canadians rely heavily on the agricultural sector for economic opportunities and want to see policy that not only supports agricultural producers, but allows them to flourish. Investment in exploring scientific strategies to further economic growth and diversification in these sectors is crucial to ensure that producers in my riding and across Canada continue to thrive as leaders in the agricultural sector. Information sharing and working together will pave the way, ensuring that our agricultural sector is competitive, innovative, and continually sustainable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Panama Papers exposed the scandalous use of tax havens. With these revelations, the greatest leak of this type in history, we understand that Canada must take concrete measures to put an end to this type of tactic, to recover the money that was embezzled, and to take legal measures against the fraudsters. Canadians are calling for real change in Canadian laws. We need a fairer tax system for everyone, regardless of income, which means banning secret pacts where rich people get off easily. We need to rewrite the agreements with certain tax havens and grant more resources to the CRA to fight tax evasion. If this government does not intervene, the wealthiest Canadians will continue to benefit. The Liberal government must make legislative amendments quickly to eliminate tax loopholes and fight tax evasion. Honest Canadians are filling out their tax returns, and so it's time to crack down on those who try to unfairly profit, once and for all.
The Honourable Member for Mission, Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in the House today to congratulate the winners of the District of Mission Community Service Awards. I had the pleasure to attending the award ceremony last Thursday, where remarkable individuals and organizations were recognized for their contribution to our community. The award winners had demonstrated exemplary volunteerism in the community through a wide range of charitable activity. Their high level of commitment is example for all. I'm proud to take this opportunity to recognize these residents for being exceptional leaders. I would like to thank them for their outstanding service to our community, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Canadian wine industry underwent a major transformation. Hundreds of Canadian wineries make high-quality, international award-winning wine. The economic impact of the Canadian wine industry is now roughly $7 billion. There's something that hasn't kept pace with this growth. In 1994, the Canadian Food Inspection Agency put in place a guideline that was to be an interim measure that in effect allows for wine producers to bypass country of origin labeling. This Cellared in Canada designation allows wines made from non-Canadian grapes to carry the Canadian brand. These wines have limited, if any, connection to Canadian land or its terroir. Just as we would take issue with consumers being sold counterfeit goods like a generic cola with a Pepsi label on it, we should take issue with non-Canadian wines being sold as Canadian product. As such, I urge the Standing Committee on Agriculture to study the effects of this out-of-date, misleading designation and recommend changes to this policy that is fair for all Canadian wine producers.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough Rouge Park.
Mr. Speaker, great things are happening at the University of Toronto Scarborough campus. In less than 2 years, UTSC has added 2 new amazing facilities that students will be able to enjoy over the coming years. Last summer, UTSC hosted the Pan Am Games at the newly built state-of-the-art Pan Am Center. This sports center has received international praise and is already attracting other multi-sport events to our community. In 2017, the Invictus Games for injured veterans will take place at UTSC. Earlier this year, I was proud to take part in the opening of the new Environmental Science and Chemistry building. It was inspiring to see the passion of the world-class faculty and over 200 graduate and PhD students that will bring this building to life. These facilities have become centers of thought and athletics in our city and are part of a much grander vision for UTSC as a hub for renewal in Scarborough. I want to congratulate Principal Bruce Kidd, faculty, staff, and students on these achievements. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh. The Sikh community in Canada today is celebrating Khalsa Day. It is a day of great joy and happiness. It all comes from the day Guru Gobind Singh Ji originated the Khalsa Panth, the equality of all Sikhs, the importance of sacrifice for the greater good, and the teachings that we share as our values. It is also the time we celebrate how the harvest becomes golden brown. The history of our religion and culture makes us unique, but also more united. I'm proud to be a Sikh MP along with all the other Sikh MPs and ministers, the most in Canadian history. Sikh history, culture, and religion are being celebrated in places across the country, like in my riding of Brampton South. On behalf of all Brampton MPs, I'm wishing all Sikhs across Canada a very happy Vaisakhi and happy Khalsa Day. Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, income splitting is a basic tax fairness measure. It means that two families with the same family income pay the same amount of tax. Now, our government believed that all families deserved tax cuts and deserved equal treatment under the tax code, regardless of their childcare choices. And we didn't believe that a family should pay higher taxes just because they make the sacrifice to spend time off work at home. In my riding, I know many families who make these kind of sacrifices. Moms and dads, some professionally trained, making sacrifices to do what they feel is best for their kids. Now, we shouldn't tell parents how to raise their children, but we should respect their choices and honor all of those who sacrifice for their kids. Now, it is unfair that this budget does away with this vital tax fairness measure. Families in my riding want me to oppose this budget because it raises their taxes, and you can be sure that that's exactly what we will do.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, this week marks the 22nd anniversary of the genocide in Rwanda. We remember the hundreds of thousands of people killed in senseless violence based on identity politics. But this is also a time to acknowledge the progress that has been made. I would like to acknowledge the work of the citizens of Rwanda and Burundi in moving beyond ethnic divides and tribal loyalties. Even though this work has just begun, I, as an Indigenous Canadian, encourage the leaders of Rwanda and Burundi to build on the work of their citizens and create modern nation states that are based on human rights, dignity, democracy, and the rule of law, so that they become beacons to the world.
Zay.
The Honourable Member for Dorval-Lachine-LaSalle. Today we are celebrating Vaisakhi, the first time that Sikhs were baptized. One of the most important things about this day is the reaffirmation of gender equality, as the first Guru had decreed. When the 10th Guru created the holy baptismal nectar, there was a woman with him. He called her Jagat Mata, the mother of all humanity. Her contribution underscored the importance for the Guru that we are all equal. Men and women both prepared the holy nectar. Then the Guru asked all women to be named Singh, which means lion, and to the women, Kaur, which means princess. This meant that men had to respect women as if they were princesses, that they should be revered, because without women there would be no men. Guruji said that all women are individuals who can live their own life and do what they want to. They can become warriors or priestesses if they want to. That all women are Kaur.
Had I done.
The Honourable Member for Grand Prairie Mackenzie.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The oil and gas industry is an essential part of Alberta's economy. I'm proud of that industry, and I'm proud of the people who work there. Over the past number of months, we have seen over 100,000 hardworking Albertans lose their job. The Liberals have failed Alberta families. This government could have announced in their budget a plan to approve Energy East, the Trans Mountain Pipeline, or new LNG projects, but they didn't. Energy East would not only create more Canadian jobs, but it would also allow Canadians to use Canadian oil. In 2013, Canada paid $26.3 billion to import foreign oil. That's over 42% of the oil that Canadians use. What's more is that these projects wouldn't cost the government anything. In fact, they lead to more government revenues that could be used to pay for better education, better health care, better infrastructure for all Canadians. It's time for the Liberal government to reverse their opposition to pipelines. It's time for the Liberal government to stop making life more difficult for Alberta families. It's time for them to start defending opportunity and prosperity, hope for all Canadians.
Honourable member for Pontiac.
On behalf of so many Canadians, to express my profound gratitude to Dr. Jane Goodall, the world-renowned primatologist and conservation activist. From Dr. Goodall's trailblazing chimpanzee research to her ongoing Roots and Shoots youth education initiative, her positive influence spans geographies, cultures, and generations.
When she talks about conservation and the destruction of habitat, she pleads with compassion for those who cannot speak for themselves, as she has already said.
I truly believe that only when we work with the head and the heart that change can occur. We know the big impact our small choices can make. Mr. Speaker, Dr. Goodall's message of hope knows no partisan boundaries. And this afternoon at the reception that we're co-hosting with the members of Parliament, I am so excited to ask her as to whether the democratic debates that she hears in this House how they compare with the dispute resolution that she's heard for so many years with the chimps in Tanzania. I fear that we will suffer by comparison.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Mr. Speaker, I pay tribute today to Kevin Stubbington, a truly inspirational man from my community who recently passed away at the age of 64. Mr. Stubbington was instrumental in initiating the Safety Towards Other Players Stop program, an awareness campaign highlighting the dangers of checking from behind in hockey. The simple idea of the incorporation of a stop sign patch placed on the back of every jersey continues to be an effective plan for players to make the game of hockey safer. The STOP program is now mandatory in many hockey associations across this world. As a volunteer coach with the Windsor Minor Hockey Association, I know that protecting players' safety and minimizing serious injuries, especially concussions, is so important, and proud the member for Windsor-Tecumseh is continuing this legacy. Mr. Stubbington was a great inspiration and will continue to be missed by the entire community. He made life safer for countless youths, while the sports of Canadians love can be enjoyed and played in safety. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Lac Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, on March 29th, an unspeakable tragedy occurred in the Magdalen Islands. I lost a friend. Many of us lost a friend or a former colleague. The Quebecers lost someone who listened to them, and Canadians lost someone exceptional. Jean Lapierre loved politics, and he loved the public. He was elected when he was only 23 to Parliament, so he was able to indulge these ambitions and passions. Canadians were also able to discover over his career an outstanding communicator, someone who could explain the political scene to them, which made our world more accessible and more easily understandable. Personally, I appreciated his vivaciousness and his honesty. Even though I didn't always agree with everything he said about me, I accepted them because he was direct. He told me exactly what he was thinking, and I always appreciated that. And we know that Jean Lapierre was a great Magdalen Islander. Throughout his life, Jean Lapierre, his mission was to serve the public. On behalf of all my colleagues in the official opposition, I would like to offer my sincerest condolences to the family, especially the mother of Jean Lapierre, we have a particular thought for her. And as he said, salut, salut, Jean.
Député de Shefford.
Honourable member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to pay tribute to Jean Lapierre, who left us too early on March 29th in very tragic circumstances. Our thoughts and condolences go to his family and his friends. This man of the people was appreciated by everyone, and he represented my riding of Shefford from 1979 to 1992. He was the youngest minister in the history of the House of Commons. 35 years ago, we met, and he taught me he taught me how to address politics. Thank you, Jean, for having shared with me your passion, your opinions, and having trusted me. He remains for me a great friend and a mentor with unbelievable political flair, and I shared many good times with you. You are positive, you loved life, and you always had something cheerful to say. He was influential, he was an excellent communicator and worker, and he was someone who explained the political scene to everyone and made it accessible. Salut, salut, Jean. You will be missed.
Oral questions, questions orales. Honorable Chef de l'Opposition.
Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, Alison Azer's 4 children were kidnapped and are now thought to be in Mahabad, Iran. She's been in touch with the RCMP but is extremely frustrated with the lack of response from this government. She's worried that her daughters may be subjected to female genital mutilation and that her older son may be sent to a madrasa. We understand, based on communications between our offices, that the Minister of Foreign Affairs is open to a meeting. Will the Minister confirm today that he will meet with Mrs. Azer?
The Honourable Prime Secretary of Foreign Affairs, Consular Affairs.
Speaker, I want to thank the Honourable Member for her question. The safety and well-being of the Azer family continues to be a priority of this government. As I have done before, the Minister of Foreign Affairs would be happy to meet with Ms. Azer and to continue collaboration in the pursuit of the return safely of her children to Canada. Canadian consular officials and law enforcement agencies continue to work domestically and internationally with the relevant agencies to make sure that we return the kids safely home.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, small business owners are hardworking, middle-class Canadians, but the Liberals have betrayed them. The Liberal promise to cut taxes for small businesses has vanished into thin air. Why is this government breaking its promise and hanging Canadian small business owners out to dry?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we are very proud of Budget 2016 for many reasons, but one of the most important reasons is what it will do for our economy and how much it will help small and medium-sized businesses. We are helping the Canadian middle class by improving their situation. That's going to improve every single consumer of small and medium-sized businesses in this country. We're going to grow the economy, and that is going to make business in Canada much more successful in the future.
Yeah. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals are spending $30 billion of borrowed money, but not a dime of it is going to small businesses. It's not a question anymore of delaying their promise to cut taxes for small businesses. Now they've admitted they don't even have a timeline for it. Mr. Speaker, is the Prime Minister ignoring small businesses because he still thinks, as he did in the election, that they're actually just ways for wealthy Canadians to cheat on taxes?
The Honourable Minister for Small Business and Tourism.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Speaker. And on the celebration of Vaisakhi on the Hill, let me take this opportunity to wish everyone a happy Vaisakhi. I want Canadians to know that small business is implicit throughout the entire budget. When it comes to small business owners, they are middle-class Canadians. The tax cut will benefit not only customers and clients, but small business owners themselves. We know very well that the wealthy 1% are most likely not our small business owners. We are here to represent them. What our members opposite need to recognize is that in this country that people have views and opinions This government is listening and is working with the entrepreneurs and the people that we represent. We know what small...
Honorable député de Lac-Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals are saying that they will be borrowing $30 billion that we don't have to invest in infrastructure projects. But in fact, very little money will go into roads, highways, and transit, and the other promises that they made during the election campaign. Mr. Speaker, Canadians understand that they cannot trust this government. How can the government, the Prime Minister, justify a $30 billion deficit by giving so much money for infrastructure to help the economy recover?
We are proud to invest $120 billion over the next 10 years to build and rebuild Canadian communities. Out of that $120 billion, Mr. Speaker, $10 billion will be invested in first 2 years in transit, in social infrastructure, building roads and bridges, supporting communities throughout the country, regardless of their size. This is the investment that will help us grow the economy, make our economy more productive, and build communities that are strong, sustainable, and inclusive for all Canadians to live in.
Honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean.
That's already money we had in our plan. The former government, we had a plan already on this way of $75 billion. They promised a lot. They don't deliver. That will be delivered after 2019. For me, they don't respect what they have said in the campaign. Et en plus, Monsieur le Président.
And moreover, Mr. Speaker, they will be borrowing $100 billion over 4 years. So what plan does this government have to get back to fiscal balance?
Mr. Speaker, the money that honourable member is talking about, none of that money has been invested in the Canadian economy for the last 2 years. We will invest that money immediately, as well as $10 billion more on top of the Building Canada Fund. We are committed to supporting municipalities build the critical infrastructure that is necessary to grow the economy. We will do that with additional money, and we will do that by expediting the money that should have been invested in 2014 and 2015 construction season.
Honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
After promising to govern differently, the Prime Minister, we find, has no problem with his Minister of Justice taking part in a fundraiser for the Liberal Party at $500 a head. The Open and Accountable Government Guide on Ministers' Conduct indicates that there must not be any preferential access or appearance of that in exchange for political donations. Can the Prime Minister tell us why he can't even follow rules that he set himself?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Fundraising is an activity that every member of this House engages in. Thankfully, on a federal level, there are strict rules in place that determine how fundraising activities occur. We do not take donations from corporations. We do not take donations from unions. And in advance, I proactively sought to seek the opinion of the Ethics Commissioner, to which there was no conflict.
The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
That answer, it seems that sunny ways is clouding over more and more, Mr. Speaker. Now, it seems like only yesterday this government released ethical guidelines that state, and I quote, there should be no preferential access to government accorded to individuals or organizations because they have made financial contributions to politicians and political parties, unquote. Even Conservative Bev Oda, in an ethically challenged government, was caught in the same type of scandal and gave back the contributions. Why won't the Justice Minister do the same thing?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, my friend opposite is obviously struggling with a very basic concept. The Liberal Party raises money in accordance with all the rules under the Canada Elections Act. In this case, my colleague, the Minister of Justice, proactively reached out to the Ethics and Conflict of Interest Commissioner to discuss this particular event, and she indicated that it was appropriate. So that is the ethical standard that this government has raised from the previous government that was before us.
Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Things just keep getting lower.
The troubling world of tax havens. And new reports raise questions about the Canada Revenue Agency's failure to act. A senior CRA employee crossed the floor to work for KPMG while the company was under investigation for setting up a tax sham. Why does the minister continue to defend the secret sweetheart deal for wealthy KPMG clients? How can Canadians take them seriously?
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Canadian public should certainly be concerned. This government is doing everything it can to fight tax evasion, and we are taking action. The government has allocated over $400 million to the agency to fight tax havens and tax evasion. The Panama Papers are continuing to make the public upset. Multinationals and well-connected people are taking advantage of legislation to be able to get out of their responsibilities. The minister announced new measures, but she did nothing when her former official went to KPMG. So why is the minister continuing to defend this agreement? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, at the CRA, there have been rules in place for a long time for those that leave the agency, and in 2014, all employees became subject to those rules. It would be inappropriate to comment on a specific case because of privacy concern, but we are certainly looking into this carefully.
Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Well, Mr. Speaker, on January 18th, 2014, the member for Wascana wrote to the Ethics Commissioner asking that she investigate the former member for St. Boniface after she attended a political fundraiser. The member from Wascana stated in his letter that any breach of the Conflict of Interest Code undermines the confidence that Canadians have in our elected MPs. Given the nature of the Justice Minister's fundraiser this past week, how can the member complain on one hand and turn a blind eye to last week's Liberal fundraiser?
The Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I take my ethical responsibilities incredibly seriously. Fundraising, as I said, is an activity that every member of this House engages in. Another reality in terms of fundraising is to broadly engage with the public and have discussions. I would never place myself into a conflict of interest, and that is why I proactively engaged with the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner prior to attending this event.
I have a member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Well, Mr. Speaker, once again I rise in this House to question the Justice Minister on her lack of judgment. Last week, the Justice Minister and her ministerial policy advisor attended a pay-for-access fundraiser with Bay Street elite lawyers. While leaving the event, the minister stated she was attending the event as a regular MP policy advisor in tow. Mr. Speaker, does the Justice Minister really expect Canadians to believe that high-priced Ontario lawyers paid $500 a plate to meet from the Member of Parliament for Vancouver Granville?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I attended this event as a Member of Parliament, as all Member of Parliaments do. My policy advisor attended as a volunteer, paid her own way, and she lives in and has...
Order. I'm having trouble hearing the member. Order. Could be a short question period, folks. Let's quiet down. The honourable member for St. Albert. No, sorry, the Minister of Justice has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the member's question, I attended this fundraising event, as all members of Parliament attend fundraising events. I was accompanied on a voluntary basis by my policy advisor. She paid her own way, having been a long-standing resident of the Toronto area. The subject matter of which I spoke about in terms of the fundraising, or what we talked about, was Canadian politics, being involved in politics, and ensuring that everybody has the ability to have their voices heard, which is what I talked about.
Honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, last week the minister attended a pay-to-play fundraiser in which attendees were invited to pay in return for access to the minister. The Minister of Justice has a duty not only to be independent, but to be perceived as independent, which this minister has clearly compromised. So, will the minister do the right thing, stand up, apologize, and return the pay-to-play cash?
The Honourable Government, order. Order. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the feigned indignation in front is a little rich. We've indicated at all times, Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Party raises money in accordance with the provisions of the Canada Elections Act. As I've said on previous occasions, nobody on this side of the House has gone to prison for illegal fundraising, and that's something over there they're having trouble saying.
The Honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton, order.
Mr. Speaker, in attending this fundraising event, the minister broke the Prime Minister's Code of Open and Accountable Government, and the minister crossed the line by putting herself in a conflict of interest. So in order to clear the stench from this sordid Liberal fundraising affair, will the minister release the list of attendees, and if not, what does this minister have to hide?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we have nothing to hide. The member knows full well all of those donations are disclosed according to law every quarter. The member can spend the whole evening searching the internet. Good news, it's coming to a computer near him. And while he's up asking questions, perhaps he should ask his colleague from Red Deer about fundraising activities where Senator Duffy went to his riding, and in fact they even threatened litigation with the riding association over that event.
Honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Mr. Speaker, Budget 2016 provides $20 million to the First Nations Finance Authority, the same organization that the Minister of Justice chaired, the same organization that the Minister of Justice's husband's lobbies for. There is a clear conflict of interest here. The Prime Minister states that his ministers must uphold the highest ethical standards, and the impartiality of government is to be maintained and enhanced. Does $20 million to an organization so intertwined with the Justice Minister and her husband seem impartial?
The Honourable Minister of Indigenous Affairs.
I am extraordinarily proud of that investment to the First Nations Management Board. It is every member of the Aboriginal Affairs Committee last year heard the testimony. This is an organization that takes a small amount of money, turns it into a large amount of money, that it accesses infrastructure for First Nations coast to coast to coast. This is an excellent investment, and ask any of the members from your side. The member needs to ask her colleagues from the Aboriginal Affairs Committee why they supported that in the report.
The honourable member for Lévis-Lobinière. Mr. Speaker, last week the Minister of Justice said that she went to Toronto for a fundraising activity only as the member of Vancouver Grenville. So she wants to make us believe that people that she met with at that cocktail party in Toronto wanted to hear about issues relating to her Vancouver riding. Let's not be naive. If I go to Toronto, nobody wants to talk to me about issues relating to my riding of Lévis-Lotbinière. Can the minister stop taking us for fools and tell us that she was there as the Minister of Justice?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I did attend a fundraising event. In advance, I cleared it with the Conflict of Interest Commissioner, complied with all federal rules with respect to fundraising, and the purpose or the discussion, the primary discussion that occurred at that event was about Canada. It was about how far we've come as a country wherein we embrace diversity, ensure that all voices are heard, and recognize that in a country such as Canada, the Justice Minister can be an Aboriginal person and also be a woman. That's what this country is about.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi Bay James, Nunavik, EU. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's go from Bay Street to Attawapiskat. On Saturday, the chief of Attawapiskat once again had to declare a state of emergency because of an epidemic of attempted suicide by young people in his community. The Prime Minister says he's saddened by this, but the reality is that the situation is getting worse and nothing is being done. The government refused to hold an investigation. There are requests for mental health services that are often refused, and young people are being abandoned. Why is the government not taking action to end this tragedy?
The Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question and for changing the topic in the House. This is one of the most serious and pressing tragedies that our nation is facing. I am devastated by the situation that has taken place in Attawapiskat. I am working with my colleague, the Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs, to respond to this tragedy. I have been in conversation yesterday with National Chief Bellegarde. I spoke today with the Chief Shishish from Attawapiskat. We have now 5 new mental health workers in the community. We are responding both with immediate needs and long-term needs for this community.
The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As parliamentarians, our primary responsibility is to make sure the children in this country have hope, and we're failing them. I want to thank the Minister for positive words on Attawapiskat, but as the community said to me this morning, it shouldn't take a state of emergency to get mental health workers to fly into a region where we've had 700-plus suicide attempts. There was no money in the budget for mental health services for Indigenous children. I want to ask the Minister, what's it going to take to end this cycle of crisis and death among young people? What are the concrete steps for the long term that they're going to put on the ground, not just in Attawapiskat, but all the Indigenous communities of this country?
Well done, sir. The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member will find no argument with me that, in fact, we need to find a way to restore hope for these communities, and particularly for the young people who consider taking their lives. In fact, the budget, as the honourable member may know, includes $8.4 billion in funding for Indigenous communities. It is these funds that will actually restore hope to communities. When we invest in education so that these young people will have a standard of education that every Canadian child should have, it will renew hope. When we invest in these communities so that people will have adequate housing and not be faced with overcrowding, we will find hope.
Member. The Honourable Member for Milton.
Mr. Speaker, the government says that we're in a recession, but the evidence from Statistics Canada is that we're not. The government says they're going to be financially transparent, but the evidence from the Parliamentary Budget Officer is that they are not. The government says that they are the saviors of the middle class, but the evidence from Finance Canada, which was just forced out of them by the Parliamentary Budget Officer, is that they plan on slashing this help to the middle class by 75% by 2021. So let's just cut to the chase here, since we know where this is going. Can the Finance Minister tell us today which taxes he's actually going to raise on us?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to be able to talk about taxes in our budget. We started on January 1st by reducing taxes on 9 million Canadians. We moved forward with our Canada Child Benefit, which gives more money to 9 out of 10 families with children, on average $2,300 more. We are in a situation where we are helping people who've not had the help they've needed over the last generation. We are improving the lot of middle-class Canadians, and we're going to grow the economy so for the future, for their children and their grandchildren, they will be in a better position.
Honourable member for Milton.
Mr. Speaker, the minister should know from his finance department that the median average wage for the Canadian middle class in the past 10 years rose 13% under this mandate. Mr. Speaker, the minister said that he consulted private sector economists for predictions to the economy. He didn't take their advice. They promised and advised many times that they would reduce the small business tax. They didn't take small business tax advice either, Mr. Speaker. So this is the question I have for him. Why is he even bothering to consult with small or big business in this country when he's not going to take their advice?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we were happy to consult with Canadians. We had more than 250,000 people who were touched by our pre-budget consultations. We listened to Canadians across the country, small business, big business. What we've done is we've made a real difference for small and medium-sized business by helping middle-class Canadians. We're investing in the future of Canada through a new innovation plan that's going to allow us to grow our economy over the long term. This is what Canada needs at this time, and we are going to make a real difference for future Canadians.
Honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, the government likes to crow about its great principles, but it doesn't apply them. On the contrary, look at transparency. The government has abolished transparency measures for unions and Indigenous people, and now the Parliamentary Budget Officer has put in his report that it can't provide full information because the government has not provided the information. So why did the government hide this information? Why this lack of transparency? Mr. Speaker, we are very proud of the 2016 budget. We have been open and transparent with Canadians. We have introduced measures that will help the economy. We know that the Parliamentary Budget Office is an important institution. We heard from the PBO and we provided the information within the first week so that there is enough information to work on. The Honourable Member. Thank you. Some things are being forgotten here because we know that the budget figures have been exaggerated. The government is talking about 143,000 new jobs, and the director says that it will be about 86,000. The director has concluded that there were excessive numbers in the forecasts, and this complicates the work. Why is the government refusing to give the proper information and fiddling the numbers?
Ministre des Finances.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Of what we put in the budget, it's open, it's transparent. We are talking here about how much we're going to grow the economy. That's the debate. We are confident that our measures to help Canadians today with tax cuts, with benefit changes, our measures for the future with infrastructure expenditures and with a new innovation plan will make a real difference over the long term, allowing us to grow the economy. And we are happy to have the debate on exactly how much it will grow the economy.
Yes. The Honourable Member for Essex.
Mr. Speaker, what on earth will it take for the Liberals to stop backing the TPP? Nobel Prize-winning economist Joseph Stiglitz calls it, and I quote, the worst trade deal ever. He warns it will erode workers' rights, kill Canadian jobs, and reverse the principle of polluter pay, making governments pay billions for any attempt to protect the environment. Can the minister confirm that Stiglitz explained to her the serious problems with the TPP, and will she tell the House which part she didn't understand?
Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, the NDP condemned the TPP without even reading it. That's not how we're doing it. We promised during the campaign to consult, and that is what we're doing. Joe Stiglitz, as he said in his interviews, is a friend of mine, and I talked to him often. I spoke to him last week about the TPP. But I I would like to urge the honourable member to talk to her own NDP colleagues. For example, Jen Anthony, an NDP delegate at the convention on Sunday, who said cattle producers are significant benefactors of this deal. It allows for a better open market.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masconoget. Mr. Speaker, there's growing opposition to the Trans-Pacific Partnership. Last week, the Nobel Prize winner for economics, Joe Stiglitz, sounded the alarm for workers. Not only are the Liberals determined to press ahead with this faulty deal, they're also having second thoughts about compensation for dairy farmers. Not a penny in the budget for them. When are the Liberals going to heed these concerns and stand up for our workers, jobs, and dairy farmers?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my honourable colleague's question and concern. I think my honourable colleague is fully aware that we support as a government supply management, and this government fully understands the importance of compensation to the supply management sector. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Mr. Speaker, Canadian companies, their online transactions have more than doubled in 6 years. In 2013, they were put at $136 billion. That's 7% of GDP, and it will only increase. Given the huge potential of e-commerce for companies of all sizes, what steps is the government taking to support innovation and online marketing for Canadian businesses?
Business and tourism.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question and the work she does with small business.
Rate, it represents a huge opportunity for Canadian entrepreneurs. One of my constituents in Waterloo runs her own business making custom jewelry. Do you know where her best customers are? In California and Florida. Why? Because with e-commerce, the entire world is the marketplace. That's why our government has committed $500 million to expand and improve broadband services in rural and remote areas. Because Canadians' entrepreneurial spirit should not be limited by where they live.
Now the member for Foothills.
Mr. Speaker, shrimp season has just opened in Newfoundland. Today we've heard that the Quinlan's Brothers processing plant, which employs about 700 people, has suffered a devastating fire. This disaster will not only impact the community and local plant workers, but also the fishermen who land their catch at Baie Verte. Are the Liberals going to immediately move to give special EI access to these affected workers?
The Honourable Minister of Employment. The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, we're devastated by the news that we've had this horrible fire in Newfoundland, and we continue to monitor the situation. There were workers that will be out of work. We're hoping that we're able to assist them to find other opportunities in the region.
The honourable member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, it's obvious from the budget that the Prime Minister did not teach geography. He has no idea where the oil and gas industry in Saskatchewan is actually located. EI benefits will only be extended in Saskatoon and northern Saskatchewan, nowhere near the oil patch in the southeast. The Prime Minister then insulted us by telling us that we should be thankful they haven't been hit harder. Why are these Liberals discriminating against Canadians who have lost their jobs in the energy sector in southeast Saskatchewan?
Honourable Minister of Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The overall situation for the oil and gas sector and more broadly the resource sector has been very tough. In fact, certain areas of Canada have seen enormous and rapid increased unemployment. A target of 2% very rapidly and sustained was identified. When we used that screen on every region of Canada, 12 regions met that target. We continue to monitor the situation across Canada and are very proud to be rolling out $2.5 billion worth of benefits to help those regions and every other Canadian.
Honourable member for Regina Capel.
Mr. Speaker, the people of southern Saskatchewan are more than just a cold-hearted formula.
The minister's budget speech was full of flowery imagery. Wherever the sun shines and the wind blows and the unicorns roam happy and free. But touchy-feely words and Care Bear stares won't create jobs. Instead, the Liberals are making the employment problem worse by blocking private sector solutions like Northern Gateway and Energy East. They're only treating the symptoms with their EI changes, and they can't even do that fairly. Will the minister show some compassion and abandon this cold-hearted formula that punishes Southern Saskatchewan?
Honourable Minister of Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're proud that there are a number of economists, many economists, that have identified that the fact that we're identifying a 2% increase in unemployment in a sustained and sharp way actually identifies the areas that need a direct attention. We are monitoring the situation from coast to coast to coast, and will continue to do so as the situation progresses.
The member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister flippantly said Albertans should be pleased they haven't been hit harder. More than 100,000 energy workers have lost their jobs. Alberta's unemployment is almost unprecedented. In fact, it was only higher when his dad was PM. Energy drives Burheim's economy. People are not pleased. They can't even get the Liberals' extended EI benefits now when they need it most. But they really just want jobs. They've contributed so much to all of Canada. Why is this government ignoring these hard-hit Albertans?
Honourable Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, that's hardly the situation. In fact, every Canadian is improved by the changes that we've made to EI, has helped every region in this country, including those that were specifically hit by the oil and gas price reduction. In fact, those companies that are servicing the oil and gas sector will be benefiting by doubling the amount of work-share weeks, increasing the opportunities for small business and workers in regions that were impacted.
The honourable member for Churchill-Kiwatinuk-Aski.
Mr. Speaker, this government is leaving Western Canadians who are unemployed behind. So instead of helping everyone, they are picking winners and losers. Last week, Statistics Canada pointed out that unemployment in Edmonton increased 34% over the last year. In southern Saskatchewan, it's gone up by 40% in the last year. But according to the Prime Minister, unemployed Canadians living in Edmonton and southern Saskatchewan should be, quote, pleased that they're not getting help from this government. Will the Liberals reverse this discriminatory policy and extend EI benefits to all workers, including those in the West who need it?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, we were very pleased to be able to roll out an EI platform, the first phase of which is rolling out benefits to Canadian workers that amount to $2.5 billion. Where the additional help was provided were to those people that need it the most. Thank you.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. The Liberals want to set up a two-tiered EI system that excludes Quebec. They're abandoning the Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean area, which has lost 7,000 jobs in the past year. They're abandoning seasonal workers in the Gaspé area. They're abandoning Montreal, the unemployment capital. And now, to make matters worse, they're legitimizing Air Canada's layoff of 2,600 workers they supported before taking office. That's called betrayal, Mr. Speaker. Aren't the Liberals ashamed of themselves? How can the minister look himself in the mirror when he's turning his back on all those people? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you know, the end of the dispute between Air Canada and the governments of Quebec and Manitoba now makes it possible to clarify the relevant legislation. Air Canada has committed to creating two centres of excellence, one in Manitoba, one in Quebec. That said, because the issue is going to go to court, it would be inappropriate for me to comment further. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I understand a Canadian delegation met in recent days with the Reverend Hyun Soo Lim, who remains in prison forced to a life sentence of hard labor in North Korea. Just outrageous, Mr. Speaker. Reports indicate that his condition is deteriorating and that time is growing short for him. My question is simple. What are the Liberals doing to bring Reverend Lim home to his family and to his congregation?
Parliamentary Secretary, Consular Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his question. Like Mr. Lim's family and friends, the Government of Canada is concerned about his rights and his well-being. We continue to work for his release. I have met in the past with members of his family and members of the community, and we continue to be engaged on this file. Our officials are providing consular services to him and his family and will not stop until Mr. Lim is released.
The honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, General Jonathan Vance said the battle against ISIS has no end in sight. He went on to say Canadians should prepare for more Canadian Armed Forces casualties with the expansion of the mission on the ground in Iraq. Our troops are facing increased risk, and because of the Liberals, they don't have Canadian air support. Will the Defence Minister admit that prematurely pulling out our CF-18s was a mistake?
Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for his concern for the well-being of our troops. I can assure the member that our troops have in Iraq full air support when needed. In fact, we've done a thorough assessment, and I talked to the Chief of Defence Staff on a regular basis about the security situation, and we have taken all the measures necessary, and I give him freedom of action to take any future necessary precautions for the protection of our troops. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals refuse to say that we are at war with ISIS, but according to the Chief of Defence Staff, the risk of the lives of our troops on the ground in Iraq has gone up. How can Canadian casualties increase if we aren't at war? Will the Defence Minister join our allies and finally say that Canada is at war against the jihadi, genocidal death cult called ISIS?
The Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member can keep talking about in terms of the definitions of war. Our fight against ISIL doesn't remain changed in any way. We will take every action with our coalition partners to defeat Daesh, and we are not going to give ISIL this legitimacy by calling them a state, by calling this a war. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Fundy Royal.
Mr. Speaker, rural areas across the country, like my riding of Fundy Royal, often rely on traditional industries such as forestry, fisheries, and agriculture to power the economy. In today's global economy, it's vital that these traditional industries become more efficient and develop new markets in order to grow. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister of Science, Innovation and Economic Development inform this House of initiatives being undertaken to help traditional industries prepare for the future?
The Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
I'd like to, Mr. Speaker, thank the member from Fundy Royal for her question and her relentless work in supporting this region. And I'd also like to thank the member for her great work with the provincial government in announcing new investments in Sussex community. This $350,000 investment will support 3 great New Brunswick companies. And these investments through HoC will help businesses expand, hire more people, and purchase equipment. It's not simply about growing these great companies, it's about growing this great region. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Burma's Rohingya Muslims are heavily persecuted, but the minister was just in Burma and didn't even mention the Rohingyas. When the government killed the Office of Religious Freedom, they said it was just about doing the same work a different way. Well, so much for that. Because the office is gone, the projects have stopped, including projects in Burma. No replacement has even been announced, and there is no money in the budget for international human rights. Are all these changes coincidental, or is turning away from human rights the price to buy votes from dictators at the UN?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The promotion and protection of human rights, including freedom of religion, belief and conscience, is an integral part of Canada's constructive engagement in the world. Global Affairs is continuing this important work, and its professionals are working hard on a transition to a comprehensive vision on human rights, including religious freedom, of course. Dr. Bennett and our staff are working together As a multicultural and multi-faith society, Canada is well positioned to champion peaceful pluralism, respect for diversity, and all human rights.
The member for Windsor West.
The Ontario Power Generation wants to dump and abandon radioactive nuclear waste next to the Great Lakes. They cannot say that this waste will not leak, nor have they considered any other options. Burying nuclear waste has a 100% failure rate. Burying the last set of nuclear waste actually caught on fire. Mr. Speaker, this madness has to stop, and at the risk of the health and safety of our future generations, including my daughter and many others youth who are visiting Ottawa today, we need to say no. This is on the minister's desk right now. Will he stop the plan to dump nuclear waste down a hole, walk away, and leave it for future generations?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government is committed to restoring the confidence in environmental assessments and ensuring that decisions are based on the best available scientific evidence. As the honourable member knows, this is under active consideration. The minister had asked for an extension to consider alternative sites. We're going through that process, but you can rest assured, Mr. Speaker, that the decision will be based on science and data. We will make those decisions in a responsible and sound environmental manner.
The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Mr. Speaker, last month we celebrated International Women's Day. Although that important day has passed, we must remain vigilant and remember that women and children across Canada are disproportionately affected by domestic violence. Can the Honourable Minister for the Status of Women please advise this House of the steps her department is taking to ensure that women and their children fleeing intimate partner violence are able to find shelters and other services to help them rebuild their lives?
The Status of Women.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Member of Parliament for Toronto Danforth. Mr. Speaker, ensuring women and their children are free from violence is a priority for this government, and that is why I'm working with my colleagues and experts across the country to develop a federal gender-based violence strategy. But shelters are also key to supporting this goal, and it's why we announced in our budget that we will create over 3,000 shelter spaces over the next 2 years, ensuring that more women have a safe place to turn in violent situations. By enabling women and girls to live violence-free, we can move closer to gender equality. Thank you.
The member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, we're hearing from band members across this country who want to know that the Prime Minister's $8.4 billion in the budget is going to have a real, meaningful impact on their lives. We're also hearing that they're very concerned that of the gutting of the First Nations Transparency Act. When the Liberals refuse to allow First Nations to access spending information on reserves, it does impact their lives. Why won't the Liberals allow First Nations community members to have the same access to information of all Canadians?
The Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, the member well knows that members of First Nations communities do have access to all the audited statements. If they do not have access, they can get that straight from my office, and those requests are very, very rare. And that was the reason we opposed the bill, because the former bill, because First Nations hadn't been consulted. We all want accountability. You just can't do it top down.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, seasonal workers are about to fall into the black hole, a stretch of time without EI benefits, but there's nothing in the budget for them. Patients lie waiting in hospital corridors, students go deep into debt to get an education, but there's no increase in transfers in this budget. Same thing for Quebec's high-tech companies. There's nothing for them either. And despite leaving all these people out, the government expects to run a $29 billion deficit. Does the government realize that all Canadians, particularly those in need of support, are paying the price for its soft stance on tax havens? The Honourable Finance Minister.
Budget 2016 was an historic budget. It helps people across this country.
It certainly helps people in Quebec like it helps people across this country with changes in their taxes, with changes in the way we give the Canada Child Benefit. We'll make a real difference for people in that province as we will across the country through investments in infrastructure and investments in the long-term growth in our economy. We're confident that people in Quebec, people across the country, will have a better future as a result of these investments.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, the Revenue Minister has just announced that 100 tax fraud investigators have been hired. That's great, but the problem is tax havens are legal. Governments, both Liberal and Conservative alike, have deliberately made it possible for profiteers to repatriate their profits tax-free. Instead of announcing symbolic measures, will the government commit to cracking down on tax havens by scrapping the regulatory framework that encourages them? Yes or no? The Honourable National Revenue Minister. Mr. Speaker, I made an unprecedented announcement today about fighting tax avoidance and tax evasion internationally. The vast majority of middle-class Canadians pay their fair share of taxes, but some wealthy people are hiding their money in foreign tax havens to avoid tax. It's not fair, and it has to change. We've made a $450 million investment, unprecedented investment, in fighting this form of tax avoidance. The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, last week the UPA and the Quebec government all called on the federal government to take action to ban dye-filtered milk. And now organizations in my region have joined the chorus. But in the budget, the federal government proposes to scrap customs on this type of import that is not subject to supply management. Customs duties on dye-filtered milk. This goes against what Quebecers want. The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, we are very aware of issues with enforcement of our rules surrounding supply management. As my colleague, the Minister of Agriculture, has already said, we support supply management, and we do so with our trade policy. We are reviewing these rules right now and working very hard on it. Thank you.
This will end the question period for today. We have a point of order from the member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to seek unanimous consent to table the following documents in both official languages, and it's dealing with ministerial conduct, Mr. Speaker, and I'd be happy to read it out. Ministers and parliamentary secretaries must act with honesty and must uphold the highest ethical standards. And it goes on, and it says that obligate.
The Honourable. I think the Honourable Member has heard that there appears to be no unanimous consent. I know he'd like to read for a while. So there's no unanimous consent. Tabling of documents. Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Or maybe she'll wait for a moment.
Always at the ready.
Order. I encourage members to take their discussions behind the curtains or into the lobbies. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Section 7 of the Special Economic Measures Act, I have the honour to table in both official languages copies of the following regulations made on March 18, 2016 under the Special Economic Measures Act. Regulations amending the Special Economic Measures Russia regulations and regulations amending the Special Economic Measures Ukraine regulations. Thank you.
Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would, pursuant to Standing Order 36(8), I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 48 petitions.
Tabling of documents. Dépôt du projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills.
Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. The Honourable
Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you'll be patient, as I read through this, there have been consultations among the parties, and if you seek it, you should find unanimous consent for the following motion. That notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, Ways and Means motion number 2 be disposed of as follows. A. On April 12, 2016, if the sub-amendment is under consideration at 1:59 p.m., or when no member rises to speak, whichever is earlier, the Speaker shall interrupt the proceedings, the question to dispose of the sub-amendment be deemed put, and a recorded division be deemed requested and deferred until the expiry of the time provided for oral questions that same day. In bracket B, on April 12, 2016, if an amendment is under consideration at the expiry of the time provided for government orders, the Speaker shall interrupt the proceedings, the question to dispose of the amendment be deemed put, and recorded division be deemed requested and deferred until April 13, 2016, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. And, in bracket C, on April the 14th, 2016, at the expiry of the time provided for the government orders, unless the debate be previously concluded, the Speaker shall interrupt the proceedings. The question shall be deemed put on the main motion. A recorded division be deemed requested and deferred until April the 19th, 2016, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary have the unanimous consent of the House to propose the motion? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Carried. Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present an online petition calling on the federal government to ban the sale and use of electric shock collars on household pets. It was signed by over 5,400 Canadians and initiated by two constituents from my riding, Gwendy and Alfie Williams, who have worked tirelessly to protect animal welfare for the better part of a decade. Mr. Speaker, you'll notice there's only one sheet of paper because this is the very first e-petition tabled in the House, and I hope you will also permit me to thank all the staff at the Clerk's Office who have done an outstanding job in setting up the Parliament's e-petition website. The new system has been a resounding success to date, with over 50 official e-petitions receiving nearly 150,000 signatures from the public. As more and more Canadians engage with this new form of participatory democracy, Mr. Speaker, I urge the government to take their concerns seriously. Thank you very much.
I want to add my thanks to the clerk and the assistant clerks for their work on electronic petitions. Presenting petitions. Questions in the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The following questions will be answered today, Q57 and Q65. Again, Mr. Speaker, would you be so kind as to call starred question number Q63?
Just 1 second. What's the wording? Question number 63. 63.
And then again, Mr. Speaker, I ask that the government's response to this question be printed and answered as if it was read.
Agreed. Order. Oh, the Honourable Parliament Secretary.
Two more things there, Mr. Speaker, yet to come. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if questions number Q50 to Q56, Q58 to Q62, and Q66 to Q69 could be made orders for return, these returns would be tabled immediately.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the... one more for the Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day.
What orders? Ways and Means.
Ways and Means, motion number 2, budgetary policy.
Debate. The honourable member for Milton. Oh,
Comments,
excuse me.
Mr.
Oh, sorry.
Speaker.
We have questions. Sorry, 5 minutes for questions and comments. The honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do have a question for the member. I listened to her speech, and one of the things that I found amazing is that she doesn't seem to recognize, or the member doesn't seem to recognize, that the Liberal government made a commitment to the middle class in providing a tax cut for the middle class. And true to form, the Liberal government under the Prime Minister delivered on that commitment to cut the middle class tax. In fact, as a part of the budget implementation, there was legislation that was necessary to bring through the House. What I think most Canadians would find surprising is that the Conservative Party voted against a tax break to Canada's middle class. So my question to the member is, can she please elaborate to Canadians as to why the Conservative Party voted against giving Canadians, the middle-class Canadians, the opportunity to have a tax break, Mr. Speaker. This is something that the middle class needs. It helps our economy. A healthy middle class, a stronger middle class, delivers a healthier and stronger Canadian economy. Liberals understand that. Why doesn't the Conservative Party understand it?
The honourable member for Milton.
And I thank the honourable member for his question and his attention to my speech. I do appreciate that. Mr. Speaker, within that legislation there are two pieces. And within the first piece about the tax cut, there was an implicit promise. And the promise was that any tax changes would be revenue neutral. And we now know it costs Canadian taxpayers $1.4 billion. So it's going to come back at the end of the day in the form of another tax. But the other reason why it was very important to stand our ground with respect to this passing of this legislation was, in fact, because the Liberal government sought to lower the limits of the tax-free savings accounts within that same piece. That's a very important vehicle for which Canadians to save money. And secondly, Mr. Speaker, I don't think they understand that it also substitutes as pools of capital for small startups in this country. I think the finance minister understood it, though, because he clearly said in his book, The Real Retirement, the following: TFSAs, introduced in 2009, are currently too new and the contribution limits too low. They were too low at $5,000 at that point, but he went on to say, but most likely they will grow in popularity as appreciation for their specific advantages grows. So maybe he should ask his finance minister why he suddenly changed his advice.
Good point. Questions and comments? The member for Chilliwack Hope.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I too listened to the honourable member for Milton's speech, and one of the things that concerned me in the budget was the removal of universality for childcare benefits for families. I know in Chilliwack Hope, for instance, a nurse and a dairy farmer, or a firefighter and a teacher, their combined incomes, those are working class people, their combined incomes would make them ineligible for any of the new child benefits. So I guess with the Conservative government, the benefits were universal. Every child was supported and valued no matter what situation they found themselves in. So I wonder if the member from Milton can talk about some of the examples she's heard from in her riding where middle-class families, where blue-collar workers are being excluded from childcare benefits because of the arbitrary nature of this government's program.
The honourable member for Milton has a little more than a minute.
Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for his great work on this file, along with the member from Elgin, Middlesex, London. Mr. Speaker, I'll tell you this, that I have read Hansard going back in terms of the debates when they first introduced universal child care benefits and the importance of universality at the time. And what they said in the 60s and what we say today is exactly the same thing, which is every child in Canada deserves to have support of their government. And that's exactly the reason why we chose to introduce universality. One thing I guess we can take from this budget, Mr. Speaker, is the following. In 2006, the Liberal Party at the time campaigned vigorously against our introduction of this universal child care benefit, going to the point where they said, my gosh, we can't give money to parents, we can't give money to families. Why is that? Because they're going to spend it on beer and popcorn. Well, they've seen the light, haven't they? Not only have they brought it back, and they've increased it in some cases, they've taken away universality, which is a great difficulty for a lot of Canadians out there who simply don't understand that their family income, if $92,000 a year, means that they're not going to be benefiting from any of these new plans.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Brantford-Brant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And today is an important day to debate the 2016 budget, because a lot of what has been said by the Finance Minister and the Prime Minister during the election have been broken promises. The Liberals asked for a mandate to run a very modest, short-term deficit in order to make some very specific investments that they would claim would be focused on growing the economy. They made specific promises to Canadians. Now, Mr. Speaker, let me tell you, I learned this a long time ago, along with a lot of other parliamentarians. Actions speak louder than words. Mr. Speaker, let me be very clear. Canadians did not give this government a blank check to borrow and spend as they wish and as they want to. And they did not vote for reckless spending without a fiscal plan. But then the Finance Minister decided that all these fiscal promises and commitments really didn't matter. He decided that it would be a lot easier to interpret the election results as a mandate to spend as much as he wants, for as long as he wants, on whatever he wants. He is obliterating all of the party's fiscal anchors and betraying his promises to Canadians. Now let's look at what has actually happened. The actions. The $10 billion deficit that was promised has become a $30 billion deficit. The plan to borrow $25 billion over 4 years is now a plan to borrow over $100 billion over 4 years, and counting. The debt to GDP ratio will rise, not fall, and the pledge for a balanced budget has been completely abandoned. In fact, the Prime Minister didn't even bother trying to come up with a plan to return to balance. Actions speak louder than words. Promises made, promises broken. That's become the hallmark of this new Liberal government, all because they just can't resist borrowing and spending, not their money, taxpayers' money. Why exactly are we borrowing $30 billion? What we have before us is a budget that brings Canada from a balanced budget to a $30 billion hole for no clear reason or benefit. There is no plan to create jobs in the budget. There is no very few and almost eliminated from the budget is the mention of job creation. The Finance Minister's job numbers from the budget have already been completely debunked by the PBO.
That's right.
There is no plan to get businesses investing or to get private investment in private projects and sectors moving forward. Only a small fraction of the $30 billion deficit will be spent on infrastructure. About $3 billion is earmarked for infrastructure. And only about half of that funding will not be spent on roads, highways, and public infrastructure. The Liberals have said that they had to go into deficit to spend on infrastructure, but $25.4 billion of the deficit cannot be attributed to new infrastructure spending. This budget isn't about growing the economy. It's about growing the size of government, and it's all about satisfying Liberal interests. Now, let me quote from Mr. Charles Lawman and Hugh McIntyre at the Fraser Institute. Quote, the Liberals have given the impression that infrastructure would be a key driver of their deficit spending, and that such spending would help drive long-term economic growth. Yet it turns out infrastructure spending is a surprisingly small share of the projected deficit for 2016-17. Moreover, claims that the deficit would drive economic growth are dubious. $25.4 billion of the deficit cannot be attributed to new infrastructure spending. Now, not only does this budget fall short on the Liberal promises to grow the economy, it actually takes steps that will kill thousands of well-paying jobs. The choices made by the Finance Minister in his first budget are very telling. Of course, the CBC saw its funding increase. Another $1 billion every year will be set aside to increase the benefits for public servants. These are some of the promises he chose to keep. And what promises did he decide to break? The promises he made to job-creating businesses. Canadians understand that borrowed money has to be paid back, and that the Liberals will have to raise taxes to pay for this spending spree. And small businesses have been the first of one of those targets. Now let's talk just for a little bit about small businesses and the fact that they are the true job creators in this country, because small businesses employ 95% of our population. Dan Kelly at the CFIB, the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, said that this is a brutal budget for small businesses. He says, and I quote, small business owners are deeply troubled by the ballooning deficit. What was promised to Canadians as a short-term $10 billion deficit plan to invest in critical infrastructure is now $29 billion with no plan to get back to balance. Most of the deficit is to cover a massive 7.6% increase in program spending, which will do next to nothing to grow the economy, end of quote. He also said, and I quote, small business owners know that today's deficits are tomorrow's taxes. The budget cancels or puts to an end the small business credit for hiring people. It ends that. The budget abandons the Liberal promise of lowering the small business tax rate to 9%. Instead, small businesses pay 10.5% in taxes. And quantified, that is $90 million more a year than what was promised. There is no plan in the budget to get businesses investing in the economy again. We look in particular right now to the downturn in the oil and gas sector and the over 100,000 people who have lost their jobs in the sector, and we're looking at, this year alone, $35 billion of projects that were planned that have been canceled or postponed. That is the kind of investment that creates well-paying jobs. There is no plan in the budget to investing in the economy. Again, if anything, the budget creates huge levels of uncertainty in the economy because Liberal spending is out of control and they are already raising taxes to help pay for it. Out of the entire $30 billion borrowing plan, only $137 million is earmarked for business growth and innovation. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, this budget isn't about growing the economy, it's about growing the size of government. And that is not what Canadians voted for. Remember at the outset what I said, actions speak louder than words. And when actions do not match words and promises, then Canadians expect their government to explain in detail why it is we must have a different path to take. And they expect government to adjust to new realities, and they expect that government to maintain the core promises. Remember those core promises, those fiscal anchors, that the Prime Minister actually said to his Minister of Finance, that we would only spend $10 billion on infrastructure for a short period of time, that the anchors would be locked into returning us to balance within the term of this government and reducing the GDP ratio, the debt to GDP ratio, every year during their mandate of 4 years. That is not what Canadians voted for, and that's not what is best for Canadians. I urge all members in this House to vote against this government's reckless spending in their budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for St. John Rossi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and welcome back to the chair. Madam Speaker, I thank the member opposite for his speech, a very passionate speech. But Madam Speaker, again, the party opposite has it wrong. They have the facts wrong, Madam Speaker, and once again, they stand up and hold themselves as stewards of the economy. They were the best thing to happen since this economy. And Madam Speaker, let's look at the facts. 7 deficits, 2 recessions, the shell game of a surplus, Madam Speaker. Let's throw in the EI Premium Fund. Let's throw in the Rainy Day Fund. Let's throw in the GM stocks. And Madam Speaker, perhaps that Rainy Day Fund could have been used to help people in Alberta. But no, the party opposite uses it again to create a false surplus and put themselves up as stewards of the economy. Again, Madam Speaker, good government, like our government, is coming up with policies in a budget that is for the many, not the few. My question to the Speaker, or to the member opposite, is does he not agree that Canadians spoke with a strong voice on October 19th and voted for change and a government that was going to reflect that? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For Brantford, Brant.
Well, I actually enjoyed the question, so thank you to the member for the question and his preamble to the question, because I was here during those times of the global economic meltdown, and I saw his party and the other party across the way ask this government, plead with this government to spend more in terms of deficit spending to make sure our economy stayed afloat. And then what we decided to do was have a plan to tell Canadians we will return to balance, which is exactly what we did. It's exactly what we did. I'm very proud to own the record of this government on saying what we're going to do and then doing it. What they have done is the opposite. They have promised during an election on these basic items of economic health for this country, of limiting the deficit, of making sure we return to balance, and to keeping our debt ratio appropriate in terms of and keeping it declining, which means health to this country. They've done the opposite. They've broken every one of those promises to the Canadians who voted for them, and they sit here today smugly saying we had a mandate to do whatever we want.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Chilliwack, HoC.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I was pleased to listen to the honourable member's speech, and I wanted him to expand a little bit on the fact that while we were away and working in our constituencies, the Parliamentary Budget Officer, an independent officer of this place, essentially declared that the Liberals' job numbers that they presented in the budget were completely fabricated, 40% overblown in what they presented, that the financial data that they would only present 2 years, not 5 years, as our government, as all governments had done for the last number of decades. They were forced to release that data on a Friday afternoon. The PBO indicated that there was purposeful action to frustrate legislators in this place from being able to scrutinize the spending plans of this government. So perhaps he could expand on what the PBO has said about this budget and, quite frankly, how disappointed he might be, as I am, in their lack of transparency in presenting it.
The honourable member for Brantford, Brant.
Well, again, the question drives really at credibility of promising Canadians something and doing something very different. And of course, you know, this is political maneuvering at its best when you say you're going to do something and be open and transparent. So that in the case of the PBO, what they have done is they've drilled down into asking the real questions behind the numbers. And what they found, and what we have found in looking at those numbers, is the time horizons with which they were premised and which formed the backdrop to actually how the numbers were come up were actually done over a 2-year time frame instead of the more appropriate time frame that every government prior to this had used, of all political stripes, of 5 years. And then when they asked, okay, can you provide the information over the 5-year time frame, they refused to give it. So you tell me if that's open and transparent.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for St. John Rothsay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be sharing my time today with the member for Yukon. With this budget, Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister and Finance Minister have ushered in a new age of open and inclusive government. We said what we were going to do. We were elected with a strong majority, and with this budget, we did deliver. During the federal election, I developed a local platform. Based on our federal platform, I called it my 5-point plan for St. John Rothsay. With my team, I studied and took the promises of our federal Liberal platform and applied them to my riding of St. John Rothsay. I took those promises seriously. I told my constituents, Madam Speaker, that a Liberal government would tackle head-on the generational poverty that is gripping a large percent of the city of St. John through a child benefit that would lift 300,000 children out of poverty, through investments in affordable housing, and through increased funding for skills training. I told my constituents that the Liberal Party would make historic investments in infrastructure as a long-term plan to grow our economy. I told my constituents that a Liberal government would cut income taxes for 9 million Canadians as a way of strengthening the middle class. I told my constituents that a Liberal government would do more for seniors than previous governments, including a 10% increase in the GIS. I told my constituents a Liberal government would invest in social infrastructure such as tourist sites and recreation facilities, investments encouraged by top economists, investments that are widely seen as crucial to growing our local economy. With its first budget, the Liberal government delivered on its plan to tackle poverty head-on, Madam Speaker. The Canada Child Benefit is an historic $23 billion investment in Canadians that need it the most. This program will help more Canadian families than any other social program since universal health care, Madam Speaker. Families with children under 18 will receive the benefit starting in July. The size of each check will depend on your family, but 9 out of 10 families will get more help than they do under the current existing program. A single mom with one child under the age of 6, earning $30,000 a year, will receive an annual benefit of $6,400 tax-free. A family with 2 children earning $90,000 will receive $5,650, an increase of $2,500 from the previous system the Conservatives put in place. As the Finance Minister stated, that is money in the pockets of mom and dads, money that can go directly to eating healthier food, paying the rent, and buying new clothes for back to school. Coming from the city with the highest rate of child poverty in Canada, I cannot express how happy I am for the priority wards in St. John, like Ward 3, where 1 out of every 2 children in that riding live in poverty. It takes an important shift in social policy to move the needle in poverty. I believe this historic investment in Canadians will finally move the needle in St. John. I look forward to seeing how many children we can lift out of poverty in my riding and in all ridings across the nation, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, $112 million will be given to anti-homeless initiatives across the country, including my riding, which is good news to our local shelters and programs. We would love to see a very successful, at-home, chez soi program that helps homeless participants get off the street and into a stable home. We would love to see what it can do for those experiencing homelessness in St. John. We would love to see increased funding to Outflow and Coverdale, our men's and women's homeless shelters who continue every day to do excellent work in our community. We need to give these community leaders all of the help we can. For those experiencing unemployment in my riding, I am pleased that wait times for those in EI will be reduced from 2 weeks to 1, making things easier on those who are experiencing financial difficulty. Even better, through labor development aid agreements and the job fund agreements, $175 million additional dollars will go into skills training done at places like the Learning Exchange in St. John, where Christina Fowler could use another full-time employee. This funding will help underemployed and unemployed people in St. John Rothsay access valuable job training and support. Giving someone a leg up beats giving them a hand out. With this budget, the Liberal government has delivered on infrastructure. This year, we will invest $11.9 billion to modernize and rehabilitate public transit, water, wastewater systems, provide affordable housing, and to protect infrastructure systems from the effects of climate change. This is good news for my riding of St. John Rothsay. With a commitment of $3.4 billion to maintain and upgrade federal infrastructure assets, New Brunswick now has the opportunity for $61.3 million for federal infrastructure. In addition to that, this plan adds $8.7 million to municipal transit investment for New Brunswick, meaning new significant investment for transit infrastructure for St. John Rothsay. Over the next year, our budget further commits $51.9 million to the continued operation of 3 ferries in my province. In St. John, Madam Speaker, we have 1,400 people on waiting lists for affordable housing. This is simply unacceptable, and we have many projects that are shovel-ready, like Rothsay Wastewater has applied for necessary funding, along with the St. John Fieldhouse. We have developed a green transit initiative that will reestablish recently discontinued transit routes that have been eliminated because of cost. We plan to reopen these routes through a green initiative, propane-powered feeder buses. While the rest of the country is expanding transit, we cannot be moving away from it. The Liberal government is also investing $3.4 billion over 5 years to help maintain and upgrade national parks, harbors, federal airports, border infrastructure, and support the cleanup of federal contaminated sites across the country. This, Madam Speaker, is particularly good news for St. John's Partridge Island, an important and neglected historic site on federal land that would be a great boon to the region if it were to become a national park or come under Parks Canada. This is also great news for our airport, which needs a longer runway. With around 30,000 households in New Brunswick living in core housing, we need about 12,000 renter households spending more than 50% of their income on shelter. Studies show that New Brunswick, specifically St. John, is suffering from chronic homelessness. This budget addresses these issues head-on with a $2.3 billion investment over the next 2 years. This will effectively double the investments in the Affordable Housing Initiative, adding $262 million this year alone. Budget 2016, Madam Speaker, addresses key areas of affordable housing with specific investments in seniors housing at $100 million a year, affordable rental housing with a commitment of $210 million, victim shelters at $90 million, and addressing homelessness with an investment of $112 million. Seniors, Madam Speaker, make up a large percent of our population in St. John Rothsay and in the province of New Brunswick. We will help the most vulnerable seniors by increasing the guaranteed income supplement for single seniors by up to $947 annually. This enhancement more than doubles the current maximum top-up and represents a 10% increase in maximum benefits, an increase that will improve the financial security of about 900,000 single seniors across Canada, Madam Speaker. As we said during the election, we will restore the eligibility for old age security and the GIS to 65. We are also committed to creating a new seniors price index, so old age security and GIS accommodate rising costs. Studies, Madam Speaker, consistently show that when there is slack in the economy and interest rates are low, for every dollar a government spends on infrastructure, substantially more than $1 of economic activity is generated. Madam Speaker, according to the Canadian Federation of Municipalities, every $1 spent on infrastructure yields $1.20 in GDP growth. To conclude, our first budget is a monumental piece of legislation that will kickstart this economy after 10 years of cuts from the Conservative government. Major investments in my riding, between the upgrades to EI, the Canada Child Benefit, and infrastructure and affordable housing, prove that Budget 2016 is working for Canadians and St. Johners and my riding of St. John Rothsay. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened carefully to my colleague across the way and some of the promises that he made to his constituents. And I want to remind him that he and his party made a number of promises to constituents all across Canada, including reducing the small business tax rate, running a deficit of no more than $10 billion, and then, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, an immediate commitment. We will invest $3 billion over the next 4 years to deliver more and better home care services for all Canadians. This includes more access to high-quality in-home caregivers, financial supports for family care, and, when necessary, palliative care. Madam Speaker, I don't need to remind you or my colleagues in this House that we need to do far better in providing palliative care for Canadians, and especially at this point when we're looking at the possibility of introducing Canada to physician-assisted suicide. If we cannot offer good, quality, accessible palliative care, we should not be entering this debate. So, Madam Speaker, I want to ask my colleague, where is the immediate $3 billion investment? And if he's going to say, well, it's coming next year, really then our deficit is not $30 billion, it's $33 billion. I want my colleague to answer that question.
The honourable member for St. John Rothsay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to member opposite for your question. And Madam Speaker, government policy and good government is about governing for the many, not the few. And with respect to the palliative care, I lost a father in palliative care not too long ago. And Madam Speaker, it is something that's near and dear to my heart, and there's places in St. John Rothsay like Bobby's Hospice House and other initiatives that are great, great care for people that are in their last days. A budget is one budget in a government's mandate of 4 years, Madam Speaker. So one thing at a time, Madam Speaker. Our priorities are as wide-ranging as possible, and Madam Speaker, we have initially come up with a give back to middle-class families, a give back to families living in poverty, and I think that we had a great start, Madam Speaker, to our budget. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Essex.
I think it's incredibly unfortunate that the member across rises and says that seniors can wait, that members in his riding of St. John Rothsay can wait for the palliative care that he himself promised. So I'm pleased that he references his 5-point plan. It is available on the internet for all of us to see. And during the election campaign, the member for St. John Rothsay made the following commitment to seniors in his own 5-point plan. If we look at number 4, which is seniors, it says we need to take better care of our seniors. Point 5F says specifically, we will invest $3 billion in home care, long-term and palliative care. So the Liberals have abandoned that promise to invest $3 billion over 4 years for home care, which is deeply needed in our aging population. And there's also nothing in the budget for mental health, palliative care, or long-term care. So can the member from St. John Rothsay tell us here in this House how he will explain to seniors and all those constituents that he told in his riding that he would provide that money for palliative care, that he broke his word to them?
The honourable member for St. John Rothsay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for her question. And Madam Speaker, I find it a bit rich coming from the NDP, a party that actually ran on austerity and a party that was going to balance the budget at any cost. And now all of a sudden the NDP simply is, where's this? Where is that? Madam Speaker, I am absolutely proud to stand up, Madam Speaker, and say what we did for seniors. There was a 10% increase of the GIS, Madam Speaker, for single seniors living in poverty. There's a price index for seniors, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is one budget and a mandate. And Madam Speaker, I am very, very proud of our commitment. And I know seniors across Canada, Madam Speaker, are very, very proud of this Liberal government and this budget that we put forth a few weeks ago. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Bravo. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Yukon.
Merci, Madam Speaker. It is impossible to overestimate how delighted I am with the Finance Minister, the Prime Minister, and the other ministers' understanding of and service to the North. A few summers ago, the Prime Minister spent the better part of a week in my riding, attending AFN meetings, meeting Yukon chiefs and hundreds of Yukoners to better understand our northern views and issues and the people of the North. This is respect for the North. Shortly after Parliament started sitting, my staff said I was invited to talk to the Finance Minister about our issues in the North. And I was astounded that I, from the furthest riding in the nation from Ottawa, in the remote Northwest, the Yukon, would be one of the first people the Finance Minister consulted. And it was so gratifying indication of his respect for rural and northern Canada. And he listened, as I will outline later in my speech. And for so many issues from the North, and for the poor of the country being in the budget, I can only express my deepest gratification. In our inspiring election platform, we made many promises to implement in the next 4 years, and many people have approached me and said how delighted they are that so many of those promises have already been kept by the Prime Minister and Cabinet, and we're just starting the 4 years. Today, I will concentrate on items related primarily to the North and also on poverty. Our Northern strategy, first and foremost, is about the people of the North. And this Finance Minister and government came through in spades. The very large increase in the Northern allowance, 33%, bringing $10.2 million to Yukoners over 2 years, is a huge reflection of the government's understanding of the high cost of survival and just trying to make ends meet in the North. Myself and my colleagues for NWT Labrador and the Minister of Fisheries from Nunavut lobbied hard for this, and we are excited that the biggest increase for individual Northerners in recent memory has come to fruition. The Canadian Chamber of Commerce also lobbied for this, to help employers retain employees in the North. If this were the only benefit done for the North in this budget would still be a huge win for those living in the North and the Arctic. But this is not all we received. Our Regional Development Agency, CanNor, was expiring their major funding. The SINED funding was expiring last March 31st. And myself, our Northern colleagues, and organizations like the Chambers of Commerce, Yukon College, that benefit from CanNor funding, lobbied hard to have the funding reinstated, and indeed it was. Minister listened, and $40 million over the next 2 years. The two biggest sectors in my economy in the Yukon are mining and infrastructure, and again, the government came through. Last summer, I exhorted that the mineral exploration tax credit not be ruled out in our platform. And indeed, that came true. And I'm sure that the chambers of mines from the Yukon, the North, and even nationally talked to the Minister of Natural Resources, the Minister of Finance, about this important exploration tax credit at a time when mining is down. And again, the Minister of Finance listened. And tourism, often the biggest employer in my economy, and it's biggest sector of RDP of probably any riding in the country. And so we, more than anyone, were delighted with the $50 million going to Destination Canada, to Market Canada. And again, the Canadian Chamber of Commerce also lobbied for an increase in Destination Canada funds. Another huge sector in the Canadian economy, and again, bigger in our economy than most ridings in the country, is culture. So the cultural sector was delighted with the increase or reinstatement of programming in the Yukon and across the country. Another huge economic sector in my riding is the IT sector. And so they appreciate the major investments in this budget in IT, in science, in research, and in clean technologies. The food mail program, when it changed to Nutrition North 2010-11, I lobbied hard that these would be devastating, and obviously they have been. The people of Arctic have been so devastated, those who can least afford it in Canada. And so certainly we all appreciate the increases to the Nutrition North program in this budget. Paul Martin made a sea change in dealing with Aboriginal people in this country, listening to them and coming up with a huge amount, bigger than any government at any level in the history of Canada, of $5 billion in the Kelowna Accord, with projects that First Nations and Inuit and Métis had come up with, bottom up. And so people almost dreamed, after that had been cancelled by subsequent governments, that that huge amount might come back again. And many people never thought that the huge amount of $8.4 billion of this budget increase would actually come, whether it's for Aboriginal languages or water and sewer, or Aboriginal skills or court worker programs. It all is a sign that the government is trying to reduce the disparity in the lives of Aboriginal people and other Canadians. And of course, our people spoke passionately at many meetings I was at and some I spoke at for a national inquiry into missing and Aboriginal people, and we're all so moved that women and Aboriginal girls, and that inquiry has been started. And climate change affects the North, as I've been saying, for over a decade, more than any other place in the world, and we're delighted that in this budget, of course, in the many items related to that, but that we can do our own part in the North with $10.7 million for renewable projects in Northern and Aboriginal Canada, that on communities that are presently on diesel. And the benefits for the North in my riding go on and on. $8 million to Yukoners for affordable housing, up to $850,000 for transit for Whitehorse, increased services to Northern veterans, large increases in social and green infrastructure, $23.2 million increase in the Yukon government's transfer payment, an infrastructure bank, $500 million over 5 years for rural and remote internet, $10 million to improve the major northern projects regulatory review, investments in northern national parks, millions for research and traditional knowledge in the north before resources develop, such as drilling in the fragile Arctic waters, increased EI benefits for the Whitehorse region, funding for adult education like that presently delivered by Yukon College, $6.4 for northern cultural and recreational facilities, up to $13.1 million to upgrade the federal infrastructure, and middle-class tax cut for so many Canadians. You can see my colleagues in the House are beginning to think this is the greatest gold rush since the Klondike in 1898, and they all want to move to the Yukon. And so you can see why I'm so delighted in this budget. When I left Parliament in 2011, there was at least 3 of us that were very passionate about fighting poverty. Tony Martin, just a wonderful human being from the NDP. Mike Savage, who's now mayor of Halifax, both spoke so passionately about fighting poverty. And it was certainly what I believed in. I'm delighted to be able to come back to a government that holds that as one of its highest principles. So that $118 million over 2 years for a national homelessness strategy, more money for affordable housing, for women's shelters, for seniors, a 10% increase in the GIC for Canada's poorest seniors that will help 900,000 seniors, for housing, for women's shelters, for child tax minute. This is the biggest transformation of social programs since national health care. It's probably my biggest priority. You can imagine a low-income mother getting $6,400 for a child when she's having a hard time supporting. With that, how much nutritious food could she buy? How much clothes? How much sports programs? How much art programs? How many school supplies and funding for school trips out of $6,400 tax-free, so that make her life so much easier and feel that she could deliver what a mother should be able to deliver her children. This will raise over 300,000 children out of poverty. This is what the government that I believe in is all about, and this is why I'm so proud of this budget and want to support it, and thank the Finance Minister for delivering for the North. Thank you.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the honourable member's comments with regard to this budget that really fell short of the mark in delivering their promises, actually. So I would like to ask to have some information expanded on about the Nutrition North program, because with accuracy in numbers, we do see that compared to last year, the program is actually receiving a $2.5 million cut. So I'd like to understand a little bit better about how we're going to achieve this equality with all of these Liberal broken promises.
The honourable member for the Yukon.
Well, first of all, of course, there are not all these Liberal broken promises. I'm not sure what the member is referring to. But in Nutrition North, the funding is, there's two types of funding increases, which I think the member will appreciate. When they first started the program, they did delivery, the funding was for transportation, the subsidy was for transportation, it was more easily accountable. It was changed to the retailers. And as you've seen, the people in the Arctic, the normally very quiet Inuit people even rose up. They were so devastated. And so there's increases for two things. There's three things. One is to increase the funding pot. Second is to increase an amount. There was a number of communities that were left out of the program. And the criteria, unbelievable, was if you had applied before to the food meal program, you'd be eligible for Nutrition North. So what if you hadn't applied? What if you didn't apply for your pension? You're no longer eligible. So there's money to include those communities as well, Madam Speaker.
And comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague, in response to the last question, wasn't sure which broken promises my colleague was referring to. So I'd just like to remind him of just a few of them. I don't have time by any means to go into all of them, but reducing the business tax rate, Madam Speaker, a clear broken promise. Small businesses are really devastated by this broken promise. Running a deficit of no more than $10 billion, well, there's quite a bit of difference between $30 billion and $10 billion. I think my colleague would agree with that. And as I just commented a few minutes ago, Madam Speaker, the broken promise on extending palliative care services and home care services. But, Madam Speaker, I have a different question I'd like to proceed with, and that is in relation to the Finance Department's own report. In April 2015 to January 2016, it clearly indicates a budgetary surplus of $4.3 billion. Or just read from the actual report. For the April 2015 to January 2016 period of the 2015-16 fiscal year, the government posted a budgetary surplus of $4.3 billion. Madam Speaker, this is from the Finance Department of the Government of Canada. Does my colleague agree that this report from the Government of Canada Finance Department is accurate?
The honourable member for Yukon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to address those four issues. Plus one more comment on Nutrition North I didn't have time for, is that we're reviewing the whole system and ways of helping people with food in the North. On the small business, of course, and a number of these things, the promises the member mentioned, he probably wasn't listening to the first part of my speech where I reminded people there's a number of promises for 4 years, and we just barely started the first year. So stay tuned. Obviously, the palliative care, home care, these types of things are under negotiation with the provinces. They're not done overnight, and I don't think there's any disagreement on the priority. I'm also delighted on how much money of all those programs I said were going to very poor and needy people. All that is going to be put right back into our businesses and help them out immensely. There's been a lot of there's been a lot of discussions about the deficit and how much we're investing, and it's very similar to what was in our platform. But as the member knows, when the ultimate deficit figures came out, with the reduce in the economy, with the decrease in oil prices, obviously our investments were added to other factors beyond the government's control.
Member have a point? Oh, sorry. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, and the honourable member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Madam Speaker, today I'll be splitting my time with the member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou. Madam Speaker, I stand in this House today as the voice of taxpayers for Edmonton-Griesbach. As a fiscal watchdog, it's important for me to stand up to our out-of-control Liberal spending that will lead to waste, more debt, and higher taxes. In fact, the last economic outlook showed that government revenues were holding up better than expected. GDP growth in the last quarter of 2015 was also higher than expected. Because of good Conservative economic management, this Liberal government inherited a surplus of $3.2 billion.
You'll deny it.
And that's a fact that's been confirmed by Finance Canada, in case anybody is wondering about it. But the Liberals squandered that in less than 100 days. Madam Speaker, during the worst economic downturn since the Great Depression, Canada had the best job creation and economic growth record among G7 countries. Across this country, especially in my riding, hardworking Canadians are worried about keeping their jobs. This budget clearly shows that this government has no plan for jobs. For my constituents who are struggling to find employment, the disappointment continues. This budget extends the duration of EI benefits for areas hard hit by slowdown in the economy, but it overlooks my constituents, Canadians living in Calgary, Northern Alberta, Southern Alberta. They're getting these new benefits, but Edmontonians are being snubbed, and that's just not right. I've heard from many of my constituents on this. They're outraged and demand that they get the same treatment. And rightly so, Madam Speaker, this is simply not fair. What's worse, the Liberals' plan to raise taxes on job-creating businesses will only make it harder for out-of-work Canadians to find employment. In their platform and throughout the Liberal election campaign, they promised Canadians they would reduce the small business tax to 9% by 2019. But now they're not going to do that. This is a costly, broken promise. Canadians didn't vote for broken promises, Madam Speaker. Canadians want a plan that delivers jobs and economic growth. Let's remember, it's the private sector that creates jobs and drives economic growth. And there are so many commercially viable projects all over this great country that are just raring to go. I'm talking about the Energy East pipeline. I'm talking about upgrades to telecommunications networks. How about extending the Billy Bishop Airport runway? Instead of borrowing more money with no jobs plan, why won't the Liberals take steps to make these projects happen? But as shown in this budget, job creation is just not their priority. Clearly, Liberal spending is out of control. It's enough to make this fiscal watchdog howl. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals had more than $3 billion in the bank at the end of last year. I don't think that we can remind people enough about that. They've blown through that money, and now they're breaking yet another election promise. Liberals told Canadians that they would only borrow $10 billion in 2016. But in fact, of course, this budget reveals they're borrowing $30 billion from taxpayers. Now that's real change, isn't it? And whereas they told Canadians they'd balance the books in 2019, there's no balanced budgets in sight. That's real change too, sadly. Moving forward, the Liberals will continue to borrow billions of dollars to pay for their spending promises. The Liberal plan doesn't create jobs, and it doesn't control spending. And the fact is, no matter how much money you borrow, average Canadians know you always have to pay it back. But, Madam Speaker, under our former Conservative government, the federal tax burden was at its lowest level in 50 years. We lowered taxes 180 times, saving the average family of four almost $7,000 per year. According to a report from the Parliamentary Budget Office, now that's contrary to what the Liberals say, lower and middle-income Canadians benefited the most from our tax plan. But now, this Liberal government is digging into the pockets of Canadians once again. Already, the Liberals are raising taxes on personal savings, workers, and small business. And the Liberals' ballooning deficit means higher taxes for hardworking Canadians, job-creating businesses, and future generations. Canadians just can't afford to have their pockets picked any further. Madam Speaker, for Canadians who are looking for real action to create jobs and long-term economic prosperity, this budget is a real disappointment. This budget has no plan for job creation. It borrows $30 billion, and it takes hard-earned money out of the pockets of my constituents right across the country. On this side of the House, we know this is not the recipe for long-term prosperity. That's why we demand a real plan to create jobs. We'll fight to keep more money in the pockets of hardworking Canadians, including those in my riding of Edmonton-Griesbach. We'll push the Liberals to live within their means and not borrow billions of dollars that will have to be paid back by hard-working Canadians and future generations. I will fight hard for Canadians on these fronts, and I know my colleagues will as well. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
I'd like to commend the member for his speech. Our government is looking to invest in Canadians. I think we've learned over the last decade that you can't cut your way to growth. You need to invest your way to growth. And that means investing in innovation, investing in public transit to increase productivity, to invest in digital infrastructure, but most importantly, to put more money in people's pockets so that they can spend that money to generate that growth in our economy, to help those small businesses, and to help all of our communities, Madam Speaker. So the Canada Child Benefit does just that. It puts $2,300 on average into 9 out of 10 Canadian families. The middle class tax cut, surely the member agrees that that is going to put money in people's pockets and that money is going to help generate that growth in our local communities. Surely the member can agree that this budget is going to do exactly that. Put money in people's pockets who need it the most so that they can spend it in our local economies to generate that economic growth and to help our small businesses. Thank you.
The honourable member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Well, Madam Speaker, when most people go looking for investments, you go to a bank or you go to your stockbroker and you buy something and you realize a profit. But these investments, they're going to the taxpayer, taking money, triple what they said they would, out of the pockets of hardworking Canadians. And what's the payoff? The payoff is more debt. And that is not an investment, and that is just simply wrong.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments.
The honourable member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to hear my colleague's opinion on the fact that the Liberals have already brought forward a bill on tax relief that will in fact not benefit 60% of the of Canadians, the Canadians who are the least rich, and they broke their promise to remove the tax loophole for the purchase of stock options by CEOs. Once again, the people who are the wealthiest in Canada, and they also attacked the seniors in their budget by pushing back the implementation of a certain plan in July. So what does she think of these measures?
For Edmonton-Griesbach.
Well, you know, certainly the Liberals' budget is full of broken promises, and that's the problem. I would be deeply disappointed if I had been a Liberal voter this past election to see that what I voted for is not at all what they delivered. And it is just shameful, and I cannot imagine that there is one Liberal on that side of the House who honestly in their heart feels that this budget is anything but a deception of their electoral campaign, period.
And comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Lac Saint-Louis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would note that the government will be investing over $444 million to enhance the Canada Revenue Agency's ability to detect, audit, and prosecute tax evasion, and that will result in a 12-fold increase in the number of tax schemes examined by the CRA. Is that not a good return on investment?
The honourable member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Well, I think that the honourable member over there is probably talking to the member over here about that. Obviously, most Canadians want to see that everybody pays their fair share of taxes. But speaking of taxes, the problem with the budget here is that they're extracting so many taxes from the wallets, picking the pockets of Canadians, and that's the real crime here. That's the overriding crime.
Time for a brief question. Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? Brief question from the member for Edmonton, Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you. Very briefly, the member prefaces his whole speech on the fact that the Conservatives are concerned about the deficit. And I would argue that his speech was factually incorrect. And I ask the member if he would at the very least acknowledge that the Conservatives did, in fact, inherit a surplus. They converted it into a deficit. That is a reality. That is fact. And this government, inherited a deficit. Again, that is a reality. That is a fact.
Very brief answer from the member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
I just say no.
Perfect. Yeah.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it is an opportunity, of course, for me to stand up today and speak to the 2016 budget. And I do actually have to overlay two sort of significant events. It was only, I believe it's about 2 days ago, where it was the 2-year anniversary of Minister Flaherty passing away tragically and early. And I remember him in 2009 when we had the worst global recession in Canadians' history. It was in the world. He committed to a stimulus plan, and I remember him standing up at the time and he said, we are going to spend this much money, it is going to be targeted, it's going to be invested in infrastructure, and had a clear plan in terms of getting back to balanced budget. I mean, I just have to contrast this to the current plan that is sitting before us, and really it's quite shameful, and I think Canadians should be very concerned. This plan is full of broken promises. This Liberal government had said that the debt would be no more than $10 billion. It's going to be much larger than $10 billion. They had committed to having a plan to get back to balanced budget. They don't, and they have not done that. They committed to transparency, and of course the parliamentary budget officer and the former parliamentary budget officer said that transparency in this document is absolutely shameful. They sort of indicated that the middle class was struggling and it was a real issue with what I would call certainly misleading graphs. Since 2005, the middle class has done exceptionally well in Canada. So in spite of how they portrayed the struggles of the middle class, I think that was very ingenuous for sure. It was interesting. We have had 2 weeks back at home, and as I walk in downtown Kamloops, I have people that come up to me and they say, please tell the Liberals to stop spending my money. And that happened a number of times as I was on the streets in Kamloops. But Mr. Speaker, where I do really want to focus the majority of my remarks today is on Chapter 3, and that's where they're articulating the additional plan spending, $8.4 billion to support Indigenous people, Indigenous communities. And I want to say straight up front, we support those dollars. We support very clearly the investments. All you need to do is hear of the horrific situation in Attawapiskat, with the suicides that are happening. You look at the Pekangaman fire, and you look at the pictures of those beautiful young children who lost their lives in a fire due to overcrowding and clearly what could have been a preventable situation. Or at Saskatchewan, where they had an outbreak of an infectious outbreak, which in most communities would have had more rapid attention and would have been better controlled. So I think I do want to indicate that clearly we have a history of colonialism, residential schools, that we have communities in significant and clear trouble that need support. But what I do have to state is, although we do support the dollars, we have really significant concerns in terms of how this is going to happen. And I think I could say our concerns focus in sort of three areas. One, transparency, and I'll go into a little bit of detail with each. Transparency, accountability. Throughout the chapter, they talk about a transformative agenda. I would say it's not a transformative agenda because as I looked at it, it was actually more program spending, and again, I'll get into some details there. So it certainly is a transactional budget. It might have some significant needs that are going to be met, but I didn't see transformation that clearly is going to be something we need. So, I think at the same time that this government is proposing, $8.4 billion in new spending, they absolutely eviscerated the First Nations Transparency Act. And I'll take a quote from the Prime Minister, and then I need to say, why does that not also apply to our First Nations communities? This is the Prime Minister. We have also committed to set a higher bar for openness and transparency in government. It is time to shine more light on government to ensure it remains focused on the people it serves. Governments and its information should be open by default. If we want Canadians to trust their government, we need a government that trusts Canadians. Madam Speaker, those are very fine words, but what I would say in the terms of First Nations, they have let the First Nations community members down, and it's absolutely appalling. I listened earlier, and I've heard the arguments about why this act should have been eviscerated, and I think the arguments just do not hold water. One of them was that, our business interests we have business interests, and, those are problems that we're going to be sharing widely, our business interests. Madam Speaker, there's two things to say there. One, if you go into the actual statements, the audited statements, they tend to have one line. A shareholder, and I would argue community members are shareholders, get much more information that was in maybe one line as you go through those whole reports. So the argument that it would impact business interests is absolutely false. The other thing that we've heard regularly is, the Department of Indian Affairs gets this information, the minister has this information, so that's good enough. I'm sorry, that is not good enough. That goes directly against what the Prime Minister has said. This is about the people in the community having access to the information of how their leaders are spending the money that is given to them. So, earlier the Minister did indicate that, they just have to ask me, and not many people are asking, so really it's not a problem. I'm sorry, Madam Speaker, why should a band member have to go into a band office to ask for information or have to go to the minister? It should be out there, it should be transparent, it should be and I just want to give you, I don't think that we're alone, and often the newspapers aren't always our friends, but let me have a quick run through. Headlines, 8.4 billion reasons to require oversight. That's the London Free Press. Accountability must be a priority. That was the Star Phoenix in Saskatoon. The Calgary Herald, I think when they were looking at the decision to gut this act, said they're choosing to turn a blind eye to spending is politically motivated thought. Another one, Vancouver Sun, spending transparency should accompany new money, says critics. So, certainly I think we are not the only ones. We have band members, a number of band members have come to me privately. A few have been willing to go more public, and they are saying the same thing. We should have the right to basic information that you get from any other level of government. The BC regional chief, he actually said he didn't really have any problems with the legislation, that they have a history of transparency, and I agree there's many bands that do have a very good history of transparency. But then he says, but some chiefs just didn't really like the imposition. So, Madam Chair, you know, if there was an MP in this House or in the Senate or an MLA or a mayor who said, you know, I really don't want to share this information because it's a bit of an imposition, I think it is an incredible injustice to the people of the communities. So that, I think, is one of our biggest concerns, is at the same time, $8.4 billion to do incredibly important things to improve the lives of community members. There's no accountability to the community members themselves. So, huge problem. I mean, the other thing I didn't see, and hopefully, you know, as the plans evolve, we're going to see more. And I'll talk about the accountability. And the money for First Nations education is incredibly important. Now, what the Liberals said, they had committed $3 billion for home care, and they said it wasn't in this budget because they hadn't worked out the plan with the provinces. So they said we couldn't put it there because we hadn't worked out the plan. Well, Madam Speaker, they haven't worked out the plan around education, but they put the money in. So why the different standards? Absolutely, the money needs to go for education, but where's the standards? Where's the accountability? Where's the plan? So, again, I wish I could talk a little bit about, you know, the difference between transformational and transactive, but I would like to conclude, overall, of course, I can't support the budget, but I do support $8.4 billion, but please, let's put in measures around transparency, around accountability, and around true transformation in terms of the fiscal relationship between Canada and the Indigenous people of our country.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for London North Centre. Oh, sorry. Oui, Laval des Îles, c'est bien ça.
Thank you. The honourable member for Laval des Îles. But I was wondering, when I heard that people come to her office and complaining and saying, please ask the Liberal not to spend money, I could assure her, Madam Speaker, that in my riding and at my office, people are coming to thank this government for investing money. So my question to the honourable member, if with this historical investment in green infrastructure, in protecting our environment, and our social housing does not create job, what will create job on the other side of the House in their agenda? Thank you.
Good question.
The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
You know what, Madam Speaker? One of the best job creators that is right there on the doorstep waiting to happen is the Energy East pipeline. Billions of dollars, Canadian steel, Canadian workers, Canadian product. So I think, you know, I'm very proud of our government's record in terms of infrastructure. I think it's important. It was a very interesting fact to note that there's talk about the water for First Nations community and how much and how important it is. In actual fact, we spent more dollars in terms of improving water in First Nations communities. So, and we did this all, Madam Speaker, and balanced the budget.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for l'honorable député de Hochelaga.
The honourable member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague must be aware that the number of housing starts has gone up. The construction costs are going up as well, and the government promised to reduce the taxes on those materials, and that's another broken promise. So does she not think that the government should, in fact, have dropped the GST so that we'd have more new affordable housing?
You know, thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, certainly the cost of housing, especially in places like British Columbia, Vancouver, are a significant concern. And I have 3 children in their 20s who I think in the next few years might be looking at purchasing their own first home. And, you know, one of the tools that my children were using, and they had opportunities at different times to invest in TFSA, and their TFSAs was intended to ultimately give them maybe a down payment on a home. And so certainly moving that limit down back to $5,000, you have youth throughout this country who might have a small inheritance who want to protect that until they're ready, I think was another sort of example of what was poor policy within this budget.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Chilliwack. Hope.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Highland Valley for Caribou. My apologies, it's changed. For her excellent work on this file and for the compassion that she shows for all British Columbians and certainly for Indigenous peoples in her riding and across the province. I wanted to talk to her a bit about the funding that's in the budget. Again, our government, when we were on that side of the aisle, made unprecedented investments in First Nations community. But what we said is that when it came, for instance, to First Nations education, that increased funding would not replace reform, that the system was broken, that it was not serving the students, it was not serving the parents, it was not serving the communities that it was designed to serve, and that the answer was to reform that system at the same time as making investments in it. So perhaps I'd like her to comment on the difference in approach from our government, insisting that there was reforms before those investments were made, $1.9 billion. If she can talk about what's missing perhaps in this budget.
The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou has 36 seconds.
That goes right back to the accountability piece, and I have to again sort of draw the contrast. The money for home care they claim was not in the budget because they didn't have the plan and they didn't know what was happening. The money for First Nations is in the budget, although they don't have a plan. So again, accountability, important dollars, absolutely critical to improve the First Nations education system. But again, having a structure, having a plan is clearly lacking.
À l'ordre, conformément.
Order, please. It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
And the honourable member for Brantford Brant, Finance. Resuming the debate, reprise de débat, the honourable Minister of Indigenous Affairs, Indigenous and Northern Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be splitting my time today with le député pour le Val-des-Îles. I'd first like to acknowledge that we are on the traditional territory of the Algonquin people.
I'm pleased to speak today about the 2016 budget and historic investments being proposed.
It's about taking a fundamentally new approach and charting a new course for Canada, for Indigenous peoples, and for the North. The government is absolutely committed to renewing the relationship between the Crown and Indigenous peoples in Canada on a foundation of recognition of rights, respect, cooperation, and partnership. Coast to coast to coast, we have heard gratitude that the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance have ensured that Budget 2016 has now put real action behind those words. National Chief Perry Bellegarde said, "This budget invests in important priorities for First Nations and all Canadians. Investments in housing, clean water, education, and child welfare will bring long-needed relief for those living in third-world conditions and build a stronger economy." Clément Chartier, "I am pleased that there's been an unprecedented recognition of and allocation of funds for the Métis Nation." And ITK President Nathan Obed said, "It is a positive change to see Inuit as well as specific Inuit regions recognized in the budget text." We know that top-down, made-in-Ottawa solutions simply do not work. In 1975, Northwest Territories leader Nellie Cornwallis stated in the Status of Women report Speaking Together that, quote, "paternalism has been a total failure." Unfortunately, it's still true. Effective solutions will only be developed through working in full partnership with Indigenous communities and leadership, and by supporting Indigenous-led approaches. To support this essential engagement, Budget 2016 invests $96 million over 5 years and $10 million thereafter to support the work of Indigenous representative organizations. These
are historic investments that we are proposing in 2016 budget, and this will allow us to turn the page on our relationship with First Nations.
Close the unacceptable gaps in social and economic outcomes between Indigenous and non-Indigenous peoples in Canada. As a critical first step towards closing these gaps, Budget 2016 lifts the existing 2% cap and invests $8.4 billion over 5 years to improve the socioeconomic conditions of Indigenous people and their communities. In addition to this important first step, we will work in full partnership to establish a new fiscal relationship that gives Indigenous communities sufficient, predictable, and sustained funding.
These investments in Indigenous communities and services will be helpful throughout Canada.
Fastest growing part of the population. Education is critical to opening doors and providing opportunity. Unfortunately, chronic underfunding of the First Nations education systems has held students back.
Right now, 38% of young people between the ages of 18 and 24 on reserve have managed to finish high school, compared with 87% of other Canadians.
Yet another generation of Indigenous youth behind. That's why Budget 2016 invests $2.6 billion over 5 years in primary and secondary education for First Nations living on reserve. This funding will include language and cultural programming, reflecting the unique circumstances and the needs of First Nations children. We will also respect First Nations control over First Nations education and will never act unilaterally on this issue.
As I have said, we are working nation to nation in partnership to help First Nations achieve the objectives that they have set for themselves.
Students' achievement, health, and well-being also depends on the quality of their school. That's why we will also provide nearly $1 billion over 5 years to improve education buildings and facilities on reserve.
Moreover, the National Learning Framework will enable us to define the best approaches on reserve to provide childcare and educational policies and services.
2017-18 to enhance Indigenous early learning and childcare. We know that child and family services on reserve must also be totally overhauled, and we are committed to working with Cindy Blackstock, the AFN, and the First Nations Child and Caring Societies of Canada, and the provinces and territories to design a system that will work for First Nations children and keep their families together. As a start, we will provide nearly $635 million over 5 years to the First Nations Child and Family Services Program, with the goal of proactive support for children and their families rather than intervening once harm has occurred. Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, this budget will help a great deal to put in place the infrastructure needed to help Indigenous people improve their well-being. We are proposing an inclusive economic approach to improve life in communities and increase jobs, as well as improve the quality of life.
Billion in support of social infrastructure in First Nations, Inuit, and Northern communities, part of the first phase of the government's long-term infrastructure plan. It's an unfortunate reality that many First Nation people on reserve live with inadequate housing and overcrowding. $554.3 million over 2 years will be provided to address the most urgent housing needs on reserve. This, however, is only a first step. We will also work with First Nations communities over the coming year on a long-term approach to support the construction and maintenance of housing on reserve in line with the needs of those communities. Il est évident que
Clearly, the need is high in northern communities and Inuit communities. And for that reason, those communities will receive up to $160.7 million over the next 2 years for investment in affordable housing through CMHC.
Also expect, as do all Canadians, access to safe, clean, and reliable drinking water. They should never have to worry that the water flowing through their taps might endanger their family's health. Budget 2016 provides $2.24 billion to First Nations communities to improve on-reserve water infrastructure and waste management. This funding will support our commitment to put an end to long-term boil water advisories on reserve within 5 years. Madam Speaker, infrastructure funding will also include $10.4 million over 3 years to support the renovation and construction of new shelters for victims of family violence in First Nations communities. La langue est une expression.
Language is an expression of identity, and it's a way of passing down values and beliefs from generation to generation.
The individual's secure personal cultural identity is the foundation upon which success is built. While we work in partnership with Indigenous communities to establish long-term and sustainable funding to support the promotion, preservation, and enhancement of Indigenous language, we have extended funding for the Aboriginal Language Initiative. These historic investments in Indigenous peoples and northern communities will facilitate transformational change and support a prosperous shared future. This budget represents concrete action to renew the relationship between the Crown and Indigenous people in Canada on a foundation of recognition of rights, respect, cooperation, and partnership. For the benefit of Indigenous peoples, for Northerners, for all Canadians, I urge you all to support this budget. Thank you. Merci. Miigwech. Kuyanomik.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member from Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, and I'd like to thank the Minister for her speech and what truly are some good measures that will be in this budget. But I also want to draw back to the comments of our leader who says we have committed to set a higher bar for openness and transparency. It is time to shine more light on government to ensure it remains focused on the people it serves. Earlier in question period, she said if the First Nations community members wanted to know something, they could ask her and they could get it. Or, of course, they could go to the band office perhaps and ask it. But to me, and I think to most people in Canada, shining a light is having that information proactively disclosed in an easy manner where people don't have to ask. It is readily and easily accessible.
The Honourable Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs.
I thank the member for the question, and I draw to the member's attention that in most of the First Nations community across this country, the audited statements are proactively disclosed to all of their members. In the few where that is not the case, it is possible for those members to receive that information from our department, but it is remarkably small, the number, and we believe in transparency and accountability, and so do First Nations, and that's why in the Kelowna Accord, the proposal of a First Nations Auditor General was put forward, and we are very disappointed that the previous government tore that agreement up.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her comments. As the Minister knows, the Missing and Murder Women Inquiry is a significant initiative that the government has undertaken. And in my community, where the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls Coalition was founded some 26 years ago, we have high hopes and dreams for the reality of this inquiry to come forward to address these historical issues. Incorporated in that, the coalition have 9 points to which I hope the minister can commit that would be incorporated into the inquiry, and that include ensuring that there is that this is a national as opposed to a federal inquiry, that it recognize that Indigenous women and violence against Indigenous women and girls must be the central focus of the inquiry, that it acknowledge the national inquiry should feature and its findings be informed by an analysis of closed, uninvestigated, and or partially investigated cases, that it support the meaningful participation of Indigenous women and those who work with and advocate for the women, that it provides for effective supports to ensure that each family has the opportunity to participate in the inquiry, and to ensure that the national inquiry focuses on systemic causes of discrimination rooted in Canadian institutions and government practices and policies, while taking into account social and economic factors that put Indigenous women and girls at greater risk, such as poverty, inadequate housing, over-criminalization, inadequate access to detox and addiction treatment programs, failure to the child welfare system, and the systematic defunding of women and Indigenous women's organizations and leadership.
I'm sorry, there's just not enough time to read everything into the record, and we only have a very limited time for the question. So, the honourable member for the honourable Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs.
I thank the member for her ongoing leadership in violence against women, and particularly in the very difficult downtown east side of Vancouver. It is. I think that the work that the coalition has done is really truly important. I'm pleased to report that all the provinces and territories have agreed to participation and full cooperation, which means that this can be a truly national public inquiry, not just a federal one. And I think all of the issues around including Indigenous women and families and their advice is very much taken to heart, as we are now in the process of writing the terms of reference for the Commission and being able to choose the kind of leadership for the Commission that I think that the member will support.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member, l'honorable député de Laval.
The honourable member for Laval-les-Îles. Madam Chair, thank you for giving me the huge privilege of taking the floor here in the House. This gives me an opportunity to thank the people of Laval-les-Îles who put their trust in me to represent them as their Member of Parliament here in the House of Commons. I thank them deeply. It is clear I will do everything in my power to represent the people of Laval-les-Îles. I will do everything I can to live up to their expectations.
As I stand in this House as a proud Canadian citizen, I shall represent with dignity and honor all of my Laval-les-Îles riding constituents.
In this beginning of our term of office, in this new era, this budget is even more important for Canada because it puts an end, once and for all, to the regressive Conservative government's policies that a majority of Canadians rejected. This new government and this budget mark the beginning of a new era. It's an era that falls within the tradition of liberal policies that have made this country one of the best countries in the world to live, and with good reason. Allow me to point out what is, to my mind, the most important social measure in the budget. This measure affects most of my constituents and almost all families with children in Canada. The Canadian Child Benefit, the CCB, is much more generous than the Conservatives. First of all, it's non-taxable. Secondly, the money is sent directly into the pockets of families. Starting in July, 9 out of 10 Canadian families will see an improved quality of life for hundreds of thousands of children in Canada. The CCB gives a kickstart to the economy by injecting $5.4 billion every year beginning in July. The multiplier effects of the spending by Canadian households will also be reflected in job creation and sustained economic activity month after month. In practical terms, this social measure will make it possible, for example, for a single parent, a mother, to get over $6,000 tax-free dollars per year. In other words, more than $500 a month. Madam Speaker, this is a social measure that is in keeping with the Canadian tradition of sharing. And this is what I admired so much about Canada when I first arrived here. As soon as it took office, as you know, our government reduced taxes for the middle class. The second tax bracket for individuals, which is the middle class tax bracket, went from 22 to 20.5%. This affects almost 9 million taxpayers, and it's a across-the-board tax cut. At the end of the day, this tax cut has injected $1.4 billion a year into our economy. These two measures alone have injected $6.8 billion into our economy by focusing on the majority of Canadians with immediate measures that puts more money into their hands. This government is using a strategy which will immediately boost the economy and in the short term create more jobs and improve low-income Canadians' quality of life. The intelligence of this budget lies in the short, medium, and long-term measures that are going to restructure and kickstart our economy. Madam Speaker, the Finance Minister is making available to Canadians $120 billion over the next 10 years for infrastructure projects worth almost $15 billion in the next 5 years alone. Starting this year, that's several $billion that will stimulate the Quebec economy, which has slowed down. For too long, money has sat in federal coffers because there weren't enough projects going on. I intend to work with the City of Laval in order to present infrastructure projects that meet the expectations of my constituents and the Mayor, Marc Demers. There are 3 reasons why I want to do this quickly. First of all, the priorities of Laval will be financed to the tune of 50% by the Government of Canada. Secondly, our waterways and sewers, which are the Finance Minister's priority, are a shared priority by the government, the municipal government of Laval. And finally, thirdly, the 50% contribution from the federal government will last only 3 years, and that requires us to act quickly. Cultural, road, and public transit infrastructure also need investment to improve the quality of living for residents of Laval. I'm also thinking of the subway extension from Montmorency and Côte-Vertu all the way to Laval. This will reduce traffic congestion and greenhouse gas emissions. These projects call for leadership from me and from my colleagues in Laval so that our region gets its fair share of the infrastructure investment under this budget for the years to come. A regional seniors organization in Laval rightly pointed out to me that Laval is one of those cities with the highest proportion of seniors over 65. A significant number of residents have called on me to be their spokesperson. They have desperate needs. They need services to be able to stay at home, to get medical care, to get accessible transportation. Many of them are in a vulnerable situation and they need affordable housing. In so many ways, I'm glad that this budget, at least partially, meets their needs. Those living alone will enjoy an increased guaranteed income supplement. It will be boosted by almost $1,000. Old age security and the GIS will be indexed to the cost of living. And the GIS will be paid out starting at age 65, unlike under the Conservatives' plan, which had raised the eligibility age to 67. Along the same lines, my government has already announced that it would be working with the provinces to improve the Canada Pension Plan. I hope I'll have the opportunity very soon to announce more generous pensions.
That the Liberal government will reinforce middle class, care about our citizens, encourage job creation and investment, protect our environment, and deliver an important infrastructural program. But most importantly, the Liberal government is dedicated in taking care of our vulnerable citizens. Point important ici, on a...
And it's important to point out that we haven't forgotten veterans or the CBC. To conclude, Madam Speaker, I'd like to repeat on behalf of residents of Laval-les-Îles that the Finance Minister has done an excellent job of facing the difficult global financial situation. Despite the hardship, this budget will maintain or create 43,000 jobs, will boost GDP growth, and put Canada on the road to a rapid recovery. I'm very proud of it, and I thank you for your attention.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Joliette. Sorry. Repentigny, rather. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague said a lot of things that we agree with, particularly when he began with the Canada Child Benefit. This new benefit is indeed much more generous. It's tax-free, and the Bloc had been calling for that during the election campaign. It's more targeted, so it's a good thing. It's a good step. But after that, he talked about the tax cuts. We don't quite see eye to eye on that. For all Canadians, there are things that would have been much more useful in terms of combating poverty and helping the middle class. For example, in Quebec, 5.2% of taxpayers earning over $100,000 in income, and those with they have taxable income less than $50,000. So this won't help them. It might have been better to increase the refundable tax credit for the GST. Many more women would benefit more from that. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Laval-les-Îles. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague opposite for her question. At least there are some people on the other House who agree with our positions to some extent, and I thank you for that. Now, for 2015, in 2015, Canadians gave us a crystal clear mandate to reduce and cutting taxes for the middle class. 9 million families are benefiting from that measure. The Government of Canada is working to lift thousands and thousands of children out of poverty. That's the mandate we received, and that's exactly what this government will continue to do. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Edmonton. Oh, sorry, hold on here. Is it Edmonton Griesbach? No. Caribou Prince George. Sorry, one over.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank our honourable colleague across the way for his impassioned speech. I would like to ask through you, Madam Speaker, is that over the course of the campaign, we heard the Liberal leader and now our Prime Minister talk about the plan that they had, that this government had, or should they get in, have. Would he not agree with us that they campaigned on a string of broken promises, and how hard it is to look Canadians in the face today and say, you know what, we made a mistake, we really didn't have a plan. So my question to the honourable colleague, or to you through, or to the colleague through you, is that did they mislead Canadians in their campaign plan?
The honourable member for Laval-Les-Îles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his answer. Mr. Speaker, we did not break our promise. If you look attentively to this budget, you must be happy, because more Canadians are happy. After consulting our citizens from coast to coast to coast, the business people and the Chamber of Commerce, our finance minister come up with a budget that will meet the need of most of the Canadian people. We are proud of our Minister of Finance, and we are also proud about this government and of this greatest budget in the history of Canada.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The honourable member.
Or is it Northwest Territories? Oh, Edmonton and Lawrence, one over. I'm just like one off.
Merci, Madame le Président.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now, I listened very carefully to the remarks made by my colleague, but I didn't hear him mention a talk about a certain other issue. Perhaps he could expand. A brief answer, please.
Mon collègue.
I'd like to thank my colleague, and I'd like to thank him for his question. I didn't mention measures to assist the unemployed because I didn't have enough time in my speech, but there are several things to mention. For people who lose their jobs, for example, because of changes to the oil patch, especially people in Alberta, they will receive an additional 5 weeks of benefits. I had said a brief answer. We are out of time. We need to continue with resuming debate.
The honourable member for Barrie-Innisfil.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I wish to advise the House that I'll be splitting my time with the member from Perth, Wellington. Madam Speaker, with the cameras rolling on the campaign trail, the Liberals promised they would provide revenue-neutral tax relief for the middle class by asking wealthy Canadians to pay more. We now know that this is not the case, as taxpayers will have to dish out an additional $8.9 billion over the next 6 years, and hard-working middle-class Canadians will ultimately have to shoulder this massive burden. The Liberals promised Canadians they would not run deficits of more than $10 billion a year, but now we see that they are borrowing almost $30 billion in 2016 and upwards of $120 billion over the next 5 years. The Liberals promised to spend $10 billion per year on infrastructure, but if you add it up, Madam Speaker, infrastructure spending in this budget is far less than what they told Canadians in order to get elected. The Liberals promised small business they would honour graduated tax relief previously passed in Parliament, but that promise has also been thrown out the window. With no plan to return to balance, this budget simply increases the cost of government, does nothing to create jobs, and is on track to make the employment insurance system the largest employer in Canada. Madam Speaker, this is not what Canadians were told when they were being asked to vote for their vote last October. Instead, Canadians were sold a bill of goods, and simply put, this budget was not as advertised. But don't take my word for it. Many prominent Canadians in the know who are echoing these sentiments are also echoing their disappointment. Kevin Page, the former parliamentary budget officer, whom many across the aisle quoted in the House on almost a daily basis when they sat in opposition, said, "Budgets are fiscal plans. A fiscal plan without a strategy to get back to balance and without sustainability analysis is not responsible, nor is it prudent. We are passing higher debt on to future generations," he concluded. A Globe and Mail editorial noted the Liberals' party electoral pitch was that Ottawa would run deficits to pay for infrastructure. But that's mostly not what's happening in Budget 2016. The vast majority of the planned new spending is not investment, it's not building roads or bridges or public transit, it's ongoing program spending, locked in and permanent. Canadian Federation of Independent Business President Dan Kelly said in its platform in a written letter to CFIB members and in campaign stops across the country, the new government promised to reduce the small business corporate tax rate to 9% by 2019. That promise was broken today as it announced the rate will remain at 10.5% after 2016. This decision will cost small firms over $900 million more per year as of 2019. But sadly, Mr. Speaker, respected journalist Andrew Coyne, who for the record publicly endorsed the Liberals led by Michael Ignatieff in 2011, probably put it best when he wrote, "This is a budget from the 1970s to address the problems of the 1980s. Madam Speaker, this budget hurts small business, offers nothing for berry manufacturers, and has no mention of the continued cleanup of Lake Simcoe. It also fails to offer any support for our agricultural producers in Innisfil, despite the agri-food sector and families that work on those farms accounting for more than $100 billion in economic activity, employing more than 2 million Canadians. After being promised a tax cut and making plans based on that pledge, small and medium-sized businesses across my riding will not see that relief from this government in the foreseeable future." Madam Speaker, I watched CTV's question period 2 weeks ago following the budget, and I must say the comments made by the Minister of Small Business and Tourism were quite interesting, to say the least. The interviewer questioned the minister on how much savings the Treasury would realize by deferring the tax relief for SMEs earning less than $500,000. She didn't answer the question, and quite frankly, I don't think she knew the answer to the question. As the host pressed the minister on why the government was deferring the tax cuts that were promised to small business owners, in her very own mandate letter, she said, and I quote, "I wouldn't say that it's being deferred," end quote. Madam Speaker, the budget makes it very clear, and a very clear statement regarding the about-face by the Liberals. It's right there in black and white on page 220 for all to see. It reads, Budget 2016 proposes that further reductions in the small business income tax rate will be deferred. It's clear the minister hadn't read the text, but in hindsight, this surprise in the Liberals' own budget should not shock anyone. The Prime Minister himself makes no bones about his dim views on small business, the very sector that is universally held as the backbone of our economy, the one that employs roughly 2/3 of all working Canadians. His perception of small business was particularly revealing during his pre-election interview with Peter Mansbridge when he declared a large percentage of small businesses are just ways for wealthier Canadians to save on their taxes. But this is not the story, Madam Speaker, that I hear from hard-working constituents operating small businesses and farms in my riding. They are not wealthy Canadians trying to avoid taxes. Cancelling the promised tax rate cut or not renewing the tax credit for EI premiums paid for hiring youth in the first year hurts their bottom line. Madam Speaker, what am I to tell these people and so many other business owners across Barrie Innisfil? Have they been forgotten? Are they being taken for granted? Or is it both? On infrastructure, the Liberal infrastructure plan in the days and months leading up to the October 19th vote was also not as advertised in this budget. Most Canadians see infrastructure as building roads and bridges. They think of things that reduce gridlock and make it easier to get our products to market and easier to get people where they need to go. During the campaign, the Prime Minister announced with fanfare and fervour that his infrastructure plan would kickstart the economy and create jobs for Canadians. The airwaves were bombarded with TV commercials and countless photo ops were staged showing the Prime Minister with seemingly every backhoe, every dump truck, and every heavy crane from St. John's to Victoria. But what was advertised and what's in this budget outlines two very different things. Madam Speaker, I believe a recent editorial in the Globe and Mail captured this sleight of hand, this shell game, quite succinctly. It read what the budget calls Phase 1 of Canada's new infrastructure plan involves $11.9 billion in new infrastructure investments spread over 5 years. In a big budget bucket, it's a relatively small drop. The remaining infrastructure spending, which based on previous Liberal promises should involve another $48 billion over the next 10 years, is nowhere to be seen. Mr. Speaker, infrastructure to the Liberals is divided into three main project pots: transit, green, and what they refer to as social infrastructure. For transit, the budget allocates $3.4 billion over 3 years, but just $852 million for 2016-17. Their green infrastructure fund accounts for $5 billion over 5 years, but only $650 million is to be spent this year. And the Liberals also claim they will spend $3.4 billion on social infrastructure over the next 5 years. That's a far cry from $10 billion a year pledge to, quote, kickstart the economy while the Liberals were stumping for votes. Madam Speaker, listening to the Finance Minister in this House on March 22nd, I was struck by the sense of déjà vu, hearing a similar tone and common language from a budget speech delivered at Queen's Park 5 weeks earlier from Ontario's Finance Minister, Charles Sousa. In spite of the Finance Minister using over 9,000 combined words to unveil their respective budgets, the term auto industry was not mentioned in either speech. Mr. Sousa failed to make any reference to farming, and Canada's Finance Minister only referenced farming once, but it was not in the context of growing crops or raising livestock. Instead, he seemed to suggest that farmers transition their operations to become wind and solar power producers. The term small business was virtually non-existent in either remarks. The words employers did not make the Canada Finance Minister's final speech cut, and Mr. Sousa's lone reference to the word employers was a note that the Liberals were implementing the ORPP in Ontario. Madam Speaker, neither speech recognized the oil industry, and manufacturing was at best a second thought. Budget 16 also abandons our military by deferring $3.7 billion in spending that was set to take place over the next 5 years. This past weekend, I was at the Vimy ceremony at Base Borden commemorating the 99th anniversary of that historic battle when Canadian soldiers, heroes of our great nation, fought together, forming Canada into a nation from a colony. There is a concern from those who serve proudly today that they are returning to the shameful decade of darkness the military suffered under the Liberals during the 1990s. In closing, Madam Speaker, I'd like to quote former Finance Minister Jim Flaherty in his budget speech delivered to this House in 2014. He had a warning for Canadians, and I believe his words are very appropriate today. He said, when governments run prolonged deficits, they are spending money that belongs to future generations. Deficit spending endangers social programs we benefit from and that our children will soon depend on. Madam Speaker, today's deficits are tomorrow's taxes, and the budget presented by this government points to a future where our kids and our grandkids will spend their lives paying for the past. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member, l'honorable député de Laurentides-Labelle.
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle.
Madam Speaker, the Conservative member rambles on about deficit as if his party has any expertise on the topic of solving the problem. The deficit exists, Madam Speaker. It exists in the budget, or it exists in the infrastructure that brings our country together. The deficit is there. Under the Conservatives, they managed to score a twofer, ensuring that not only would the deficit add up to somewhere around $150 billion newly borrowed dollars, that the infrastructure deficit, that is the social infrastructure deficit, the road infrastructure deficit, the transit infrastructure deficit, the First Nations infrastructure deficit, the digital infrastructure deficit, the rural infrastructure deficit, the educational infrastructure deficit, all those deficits were left in place while growing the fiscal deficit without anything to show for it. Madam Speaker, the deficit exists no matter what. We can let the infrastructure deficit fester, or we can invest in our future. Madam Speaker, I choose investment.
The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm not sure there was a question there, but I will show the member due respect that this House should be shown for each individual member, and I won't ramble on with my answer. However, I will say that what Canadians voted for was not the plan that the Liberals are putting forward. Right? The Liberals have put forward a $10 billion plan. Granted, that was their plan. It wasn't our plan. But they exceeded that almost 3 times. So I would suggest to you, Madam Speaker, that what they proposed is not what was sold to Canadians, as I said in my statement. The other thing that I would suggest, and I know that they want to deny this, Madam Speaker, but clearly the Finance Department, the Independent Finance Department, shows that there was a surplus in the month of January of close to $4.3 billion. They continue to deny this. The fact is that they've taken that surplus and they've now made it vanish, Madam Speaker, and that's the unfortunate reality, and those are the terms that the Liberals will have to come to live by.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Longueuil.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, for the floor. I'd like to thank my colleague for his remarks as well. Now, clearly, each member here represents his or her riding and has specific issues to deal with in Longueuil. We were very disappointed, in fact, to see that there was nothing for the aerospace industry, disappointed for SMEs that are part of the same fabric, this industrial area that's so important to the riding. The disappointment now, he talked about the auto sector, the lack of support for the auto sector and farmers, but can we agree broadly that the main theme for the Liberals was to talk about the middle class, and will he not agree with me that if we were to bring in people before Christmas to tell them that there is a tax break for the middle class people, but nothing for people who earn $45,000 or less, there's a problem with the system? Would the member comment on that?
And thank you to the honourable member for his question. I wish I was at a point where I can answer in French. I'm working very hard on it, but I will get to that point, my honourable colleague. So I will answer in English. It's an important question that the honourable member asked, and what we've seen with this middle class tax break, or this so-called middle class tax break, is a real shell game, Madam Speaker. The honourable member talks about the $40,000 range, and in fact, there's evidence to suggest that the ones that benefit the most from the middle class tax break is actually upper middle class Canadians. And in my response to the middle class tax break, I used a figure that was from the Centre for Policy Alternatives that showed that members of Parliament actually receive more of a tax break to the extent significant amount of money than those making $40,000, Madam Speaker. So it is, in fact, a shell game. And these middle-class tax cuts that they're talking about, and the ones that they're taking away, like the children's fitness tax credit, the arts tax credit, Canadians have been benefiting with those tax credits to the tune of $1.9 billion. The same thing with income splitting for families, something that I was able to take advantage of. $1.9 billion Canadians have benefited from those tax breaks. So what the Liberals are giving, the Liberals are taking away. And what the Liberals are also taking away and adding more onto means that our kids and our grandkids, middle-class Canadians, will be paying for that going forward in the long term.
Hear, hear. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's an honour to rise in this House today to participate in the debate on the first budget of the 42nd Parliament. But I stand here disappointed with the budget that the Liberal government has decided to present. Not only is this budget out of balance, but it is out of touch with the people of Perth Wellington and the people of Canada. In fact, earlier this winter, I undertook pre-budget consultations with key stakeholder groups in my riding. I reached out to economic and business organizations, charities, service clubs, and municipal officials in all 11 municipalities in my riding of Perth Wellington. I carefully reviewed their feedback, and a number of common themes emerged right off the bat, and I forwarded those concerns to the Honourable Minister of Finance. Unfortunately, the concerns of my constituents and the communities in my riding are not reflected in this Liberal budget. In the response that I received, there's a key theme. The people of Perth Wellington expected their government to operate within its own means. They did not want to see runaway spending, and they did not want to see spending for the sake of spending. Yet today we see massive deficits and a long-term plan without returning to balanced budgets. In fact, this year alone, $30 billion of new deficit spending is occurring, and $113 billion over the next 5 years. Rather than choosing to pay down the national debt, they are mortgaging Canadians for generations to come. Madam Speaker, it's one thing for the Liberals to deny the fact that they were left with a surplus, but it's quite another thing for them to break their own promise and spend deficits 3 times larger than they clearly promised in the election campaign. This government says time and time again that because interest rates are low, now is the time to spend. But what they fail to realize is that it is possible to invest without spending into unnecessary deficits. Wise spending means making targeted investments to bring along about long-term economic growth, such as our government did over the past decade. And in fact, since the depths of the global economic recession, under the leadership of our former Conservative government, we saw the private sector create nearly 1.3 million net new jobs, the largest per capita job creation in the G7. But now with this Liberal government, they are spending for the sake of spending rather than stimulating the economy. Simply put, Madam Speaker, we cannot invest in the needs and priorities of Canadians by saddling them with future debt from the reckless spending of this Liberal government. Madame la Présidente,
Madam Speaker, I find it worrisome that this budget has a number of commitments that are not detailed in any way. The budget does not indicate how much the Prime Minister's Youth Council will cost, how much the expert panel on youth employment will cost, how much businesses will have to pay into the EI program for the implementation of the planned changes, nor how much the government will spend to study the flexible work arrangements for employees in federally regulated sectors. Madam Speaker, the government should be prepared to table these estimated amounts. Obviously, the energy sector is going through a difficult time period. In such a situation, a responsible government should have a plan to support this crucial sector and the millions of Canadians who depend on it. Madam Speaker, this government has yet to table such a plan, and this budget doesn't offer anything to encourage investment. We have all seen the statistics and reports on layoffs in the oil sector in the Canadian West. A certain number of MPs indeed have dealt with the issue in detail. But I must remind all honourable members that the decline in the energy sector has a negative effect on other segments of our economy. Businesses across the country are losing clients and consumers from the energy sector. These businesses must now lay off employees, including in Perth Wellington. This government has failed to establish a budget that will grow the economy in such a way as to create quality, well-paid jobs in the private sector. If the Liberal government had a sensible plan to support small businesses, they would have chosen to invest in proven programs and initiatives that we have seen work well over the last decade. They should have invested in the Federal Economic Development Agency for the South of Ontario, or committed to maintaining the hiring credit for small businesses. They've chose rather to table a budget that cancels useful tax credits and removes effective federal investments.
Another way to help small businesses thrive is to cut red tape. I hear this time and time again as I speak with local businesses in my riding of Perth Wellington. In fact, just last week, I spoke with the owner of a food processing facility in my riding in the town of St. Mary's. This local facility has enjoyed great success commercially across this country. Its products are now on the shelves of Costco and supermarkets across this great country. But he had an interesting statistic for me. He told me that in the past year, he has had more government auditors inspectors and government employees through his plant than he has employees. Madam Speaker, if we want to help small businesses, we need to address the burdensome regulation that they face, not add to it. And what's more, Madam Speaker, is that this Liberal government has already broken its promise to small businesses. In fact, the President of the Canadian Federation of Independent Business said, and I quote, that their promise related to lowering the income tax rate was broken today, as it was announced the rate will remain at 10.5% after 2016. This decision will cost small firms over $900 million more per year as of 2019. End quote. In my riding of Perth Wellington, agriculture is the main economic driver. In fact, it is one of the largest industries in Canada. In Perth Wellington is a multi-billion-dollar industry. Perth Wellington has more dairy farmers than any other riding in the country. Wellington County has more chicken farmers than any other county in Ontario. Our pork and beef farmers are second to none. And since Perth Wellington has some of the most fertile farmland in the country, our grain farmers are second to none. But Mr. Speaker, the farmers in my riding are disappointed with this Liberal government. Not only was agriculture completely left out of their speech from the throne, but in the entire 269-page budget document, agriculture enjoyed 2 pages. The first page was simply reaffirming Growing Forward 2, which our former Conservative government helped to implement with the support of the provinces, and the second page was simply referring to the genomics project undertaken in Ottawa. There was no support for Canadian farmers or Canadian farm families. The backbone of our rural economy was completely left out in the cold by this Liberal government. In fact, Mr. Speaker, if the Liberal government is going to completely ignore our rural communities and our farmers, they should simply say so. Another thing I want to touch on very briefly, Mr. Speaker, is the idea of rural infrastructure. It's disappointing that despite all the promises that were made during the election campaign, there is very little new money for the traditional infrastructure of rural communities like roads and bridges. In fact, Mr. Speaker, Perth Wellington has a number of significant infrastructure needs as they relate to roads and bridges. As a former municipal councillor myself, I saw that need firsthand and saw the challenges faced when provinces such as those in the province of Ontario place when they put undue regulations and restrictions on the funding of rural infrastructure projects. We need to allow our municipalities to have more flexibility in choosing the priorities that they see fit and work with them from that measure. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I want to address briefly the idea of skills and the need to invest in skills in a well-trained economy. In my riding of Perth Wellington, we have a skills shortage. We have a labour shortage. We actually need more people to fill the needs of certain skilled trades and unskilled trades in my riding of Perth Wellington. But yet this budget doesn't address many of the rural concerns, such as transportation options for these communities or the targeted investment in skills training, such as apprenticeship loans and the Canada Job Grant. And the hiring credits that this Liberal government has cancelled will do nothing to help these small businesses continue to function. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the people of Perth Wellington, I will be unable to support this budget. It simply does not support or even respect our rural communities, our manufacturers, our tradespeople, our farmers and farm families, or the hard-working families who struggle to make ends meet on a weekly basis. Mr. Speaker, I will be voting against this budget.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Spadina, Fort York.
Thanks very much. I listened with interest from my colleague across the way, and I was wondering if you'd like to comment on a report that's been waived quite often today in the House of Commons today. It's the Department of Finance report that was released from the Fiscal Monitor January 2016. And if you could care to comment on the following paragraph. There can be significant volatility in monthly results due to the timing of revenue receipts and expenses recognition. For instance, a large share of government spending is typically reported in March, Fiscal Monitor. For the fiscal year 2015-16, while a surplus is expected in February, a Budget 2016 projects that the cumulative budgetary balance will deteriorate to reach a year-end deficit of $5.4 billion. In light of the fact that the Conservative government was the architect of this fiscal year, in light of the fact they have never balanced the budget, not once in the last 10 years, is the member opposite prepared to resign from his party and join our side, a party that has balanced the budget?
The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Well, Mr. Speaker, certainly not. I'm proud to be part of the party of the late Jim Flaherty, who had some wise and sage advice when he advised governments that simply because you have a surplus doesn't mean that you should spend. Let me, since the honourable member from Spadina Fort York wants to quote the Fiscal Monitor, let me quote another paragraph from that. The government posted a budgetary surplus of $4.3 billion compared to a surplus of $1.3 billion in the previous fiscal year. Mr. Speaker, what's even more galling is that that government doesn't even have a plan to return to balanced budgets. They have 5 years of runaway budget deficits with no plan to return. When we went to budget during the worst, or to deficit in the worst economic downturn of a generation, we had a plan and we returned to budget surplus a year earlier, a year ahead of schedule. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. I just want to remind the honourable members that they do have times to speak, and screaming across isn't going to really help anybody. L'honorable député de
The honourable member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Be very respectful. The Conservatives and the NDP have talked a lot. We've made a list, in fact, of all the broken promises, things that have been promised during the campaign and that are nowhere to be found in the budget. So I'd like to know what my colleague thinks about the fact that the Liberals had promised with their hands on their hearts that they would bring back home delivery of mail, and they haven't done so. The honourable member for Perth Wellington. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to thank the honourable member for her question. During the election campaign, I visited homes in every corner of my riding in Perth Wellington. And in my riding, we have some homes that have home delivery and others that have community boxes for their mail delivery by Canada Post.
I personally have never had home delivery in my community. We've had community mailboxes or a post office box. In the community of Stratford, we've heard some concerns about the movement to community mailboxes since they have never had these before. Concerns that I think are important that Canada Post addresses. Whether we can say a blanket statement that they should return to home delivery, I don't think that's wise, especially since Canada Post is a arm's-length corporation that should be dealt as such and should be making their decision in the best interest of all Canadians and not something that's going to tax them unduly going forward. Thank you.
We have time for one more question.
Member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for Perth Wellington for his speech. I've been here throughout the debate all of today, and I've heard a lot from the other side about how they've not forgotten their pet projects in this budget. Well, this budget has forgotten the agricultural sector, it has forgotten the oil industry, it has forgotten the energy sector, and it has forgotten small business. I'm just wondering if the member would be prepared to expand on those and how they might interrelate together.
The honourable member for Perth Wellington in under a minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for his important question. And it is interesting, the sectors that this Liberal government has chosen to leave out of this budget, whether it is the oil and gas sector, whether it is the agriculture industry. It's simply unacceptable, Mr. Speaker, that these important industries, which form the backbone of our rural economy in many conservative held ridings, mind you, it seems that the Liberal government has been focusing on their pet projects rather than on the needs of all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, it's simply unacceptable. When you look at agriculture in particular, which I'm acutely aware of, they've left them out to dry. But there is one thing that this Liberal government could do that would assist the agriculture industry and would assist it quickly, and that would be to ratify the Trans-Pacific Partnership. They can go on all they like about consultations, but at the end of the day, Canadian public supports the TPP, agriculture supports the TPP, and they should get on with ratifying it.
Reprise des débats, resuming debate. The honourable member for Davenport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be sharing my time with my colleague, the member from Mississauga East Cooksville. It is with great pleasure that I stand once again in this venerable House to speak in favour of the budget that our Liberal government introduced last month. As the proud Member of Parliament for Davenport, I was pleased to read through the entire budget and to appreciate how it will help the residents of my riding. This is a good budget, Mr. Speaker. It fulfills many of the promises we made during the election last year. This budget is about strengthening our middle class, supporting our children, seniors and families, investing in our economy by building a more innovative Canada, crafting an environmentally sustainable nation, and creating a more inclusive and fair country. There are also a lot of other gold nuggets in the budget, Mr. Speaker, that I think are wonderful, and I will be highlighting during the short time that I have here this afternoon. Let me begin with what I call the heart and soul of the budget, the Canada Child Benefit. The families of Davenport have told me time and time again that the current cost of living is very expensive, and costs never seem to stop increasing, that childcare costs are too high, and that they are hard-pressed to save for their futures. In addition, too many of our children, not only in Davenport but across Canada, live in poverty, and this is unacceptable. Well, Mr. Speaker, this government made a firm commitment to grow the middle class and to help support them, and so we introduced the Canada Child Benefit. It is the most significant social policy innovation in a generation. The Canada Child Benefit will be a simpler, tax-free, better targeted, and more generous way to support Canadian families. It will replace many of the small benefits and credits that currently exist and ultimately provide more support to families. Indeed, 9 out of 10 families will receive more in child benefits under the current system. It is set up to provide help to those who need it the most. This is the fundamental principle behind this program and an important one for our government. All families with a combined net income of $150,000 or less will end up with more money in their pockets than under the previous program. The benefit takes into account the overall family income and is reduced progressively as the combined family income goes up. Families with less than $30,000 in net income will receive the maximum benefit. 300,000 children will be lifted out of poverty, and the new benefit will come into effect in July of this year. This budget contains many other significant programs that will support the middle class. I'm only going to run through 3 of them because I think they're important to mention. We're doubling the number of student jobs so that we can give our youth the work experience they so want and need, and that's in addition to the increase in co-ops and work placements. We're providing significantly more support for students who want to attend post-secondary university because we know that we cannot compete in the global economy of the 21st century if we do not have a high level of knowledge and skills. And finally, we're enhancing investments in skills, retraining, and apprenticeships for those who want to qualify or transition into better-paying jobs. And let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, there are many in my riding of Davenport who want better-paying jobs, who want to transition from their current job to another one that gives them and their families a better future. Mr. Speaker, we in Davenport are also so excited about the infrastructure investment that is contained in Budget 2016. Davenport is an urban riding. We depend on transit and increasingly on bike infrastructure to help us get around. We need more transit, more affordable transit, more dependable transit, and we need it now. So the $3.4 billion over 3 years to upgrade and improve public transit will go a long way to moving people more effectively. And we're building the solid transit infrastructure that Toronto needs for a prosperous 21st century economy. Mr. Speaker, I would be remiss if I didn't mention that we in Davenport are also very excited to see the federal government back at the table playing a significant role in affordable housing. Budget 2016 will invest $2.3 billion over 2 years to give Canadians greater access to more affordable housing. Most of this money is going to the provinces and municipalities to be allocated by them because they know where the need is the greatest. We in Davenport, where one of our city councillors, Anna Bailao, is the head of the affordable housing efforts in the city, are delighted to see this investment. It is a long time coming, and it will make a difference. And I don't want our seniors to think that we have forgotten them with respect to housing. We haven't. We know that many in our aging population are finding it difficult to continue to maintain and live in their homes, and they are looking for affordable alternatives in their communities. This budget provides over $200 million over 2 years to support the construction, repair, and adoption of affordable housing for seniors. All these dollars will not be required to be cost-matched and will help thousands and thousands of seniors with affordable homes across Canada. In total, our Liberal government will almost double the current level of infrastructure investment over 10 years. This is a bold, significant commitment and a necessary one, Mr. Speaker. This historic infrastructure investment is meant to immediately create more jobs, better paying jobs. It's meant to create some of the much needed infrastructure that will not only serve our current population, but will also create the foundation from which to build a future prosperous economy. It influences the short term, but it sets us up for the long term. I laud and applaud our courage in making these investments. When I talk of our future, Madam Speaker, my mind also turns to the environment. For 10 years, the previous administration took no leadership on the environment. We wasted precious time, and this budget aims to make up for lost time. I do not have all the time to go through the amazing green items we have in the budget, but I'm proud of our ambition and our immediate torpedo-like action. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and Environment and Climate Change Minister Catherine McKenna are working hard with the province's territories and Aboriginal leaders to create a pan-Canadian framework on clean growth and climate change. Budget 2016 allocates $2 billion over 2 years, beginning in 2017-2018, to establish a low-carbon economy fund. The budget has also allocated significant dollars for green infrastructure, for clean tech, for numerous programs that impact transportation, renewable energy, pollution, water, ecosystems, parks, all that will lead to a cleaner, more sustainable environment for all Canadians. We in Davenport are long-time environmentalists. Since the days of former long-time Liberal Member of Parliament Charles Katcha, the first MP to put the environment on the table at the federal level, and we are delighted at the serious focus and the remarkable investment on the environment. Our government knows that we have to lead on preparing for climate change, to create a sustainable environment and to move to a low-carbon future in order to take care of Canada's ecosystems, biodiversity, water, air, and our future. Mr. Speaker, my time is quickly coming to an end, and so I'd like to quickly list a few more gold nuggets in the budget that we in Davenport are so proud of, and I feel it's important to mention. The investment in arts and culture. There are so many talented artists in my riding. We are overjoyed at the $1.9 billion investment over 5 years to support CBC, Canada Council for the Arts, Telefilm Canada, National Film Board, and many other institutions. Artists, they say that through their work they show us the soul of the nation, and I, for one, want to do all that we can to support them. We in Davenport are also proud of our commitment to Canada's Indigenous people. Budget 2016 commits $8.4 billion over 5 years for education so that we can finally spend the same amount of money on an Aboriginal child as we do on the rest of Canadian children. $8.4 billion is also going to be allocated to build First Nation schools and to invest in desperately needed clean water infrastructure to finally end on-reserve cold water or water advisories. As a nation, we have taken too long to right the wrongs of our past treatment of First Nations. I'm proud of the commitment we make in this budget to forge a new relationship and to ensure that First Nations, too, will share in the future prosperity of Canada. I have two other quick things to mention. Immigration is the #1 issue for me in my community, and I know it's the same for most ridings across this country. We're spending $25 million to support faster and more predictable processing times for family sponsorship, and $56 million over 3 years for processing times of new permanent residents and increased settlement programming. I'll also say to you, close to my heart is the investment for women and families that are experiencing domestic violence, $90 million over 2 years for construction and renovation of shelters and transition houses for victims of family violence. I'm going to end, Mr. Speaker, by recognizing that Budget 2016 can at times sound like that all we're doing is spending, but this budget is about investing, and we're doing our investment responsibly. $30 billion deficit in a $2 trillion economy. We have low interest rates and we have the lowest debt to GDP ratio of all G7 countries. If there's a time to invest, it is now, and we're doing so both boldly and responsibly. Budget 2016 illustrates that this government is proudly stepping up to the plate with a bold vision and plan for Canada moving forward. Canadians deserve no less from their government and from their political leaders. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very good. Before we proceed, I just want to remind the honourable members that we don't refer to members in the House, whether the Prime Minister or any of the ministers, by their name and only by their title or their writings. In any case, we'll continue. The honourable member, questions and comments. I'm supposed to tell you what you're supposed to be doing. The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for her comments about the budget, and certainly she articulated many of the expenditures, and she did say something about it might seem like spending. Well, it is actually spending, Mr. Speaker. It's really a poor investment. But some of the promises that they did make that were definitely broken, Mr. Speaker, reducing the small business tax. We've heard from many small businesses and from the Canadian Federation of Independent Business. This has been a huge disappointment for our small business community. Running a deficit of no more than $10 billion. Mr. Speaker, $30 billion deficit in the first year of this budget is really quite crippling to our economy. And finally, in the budget, there was a clear commitment about an immediate commitment to invest $3 billion over the next 4 years to deliver more and better home care services for all Canadians. This includes more access to high-quality in-home caregivers, financial supports for family care, and, when necessary, palliative care. Mr. Speaker, there was nothing in the budget that dealt with this $3 billion commitment. So either it's not going to be funded or it simply needs to be added to the already $10 billion deficit. I'd like to ask my colleague, which is it?
Member for Davenport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable member for his excellent questions. We are indeed investing in our economy, investing in today, investing in tomorrow. In terms of the small business tax, we believe that the investment that we are making in terms of the cut to the middle class taxes and into the Canada Child Benefit will also benefit our small business owners right across the country. We also believe that our innovation plan and our investment in infrastructure will also benefit our small businesses right across the country. A better economy is good for all of our business, small and big. In terms of our home care, I will tell you that is one of my key concerns as well, because I talked a lot about that during the election last year. I have spoken to our Minister of Health. She said, indeed, that is still a very, very strong commitment and promise of our government, and that right now she is consulting with the provinces and territorial leaders right across the country, and that is something that they're working on as we speak. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for a passionate speech. It was very well done. And I would like to ask my colleague from Davenport about the Liberal promises made to seniors at election time. So we on this side, the NDP, we welcome the commitment to returning the age of eligibility for old age security and for the guaranteed income supplement to 65. And we also welcome their commitment to increase the guaranteed income supplement for all the seniors. The Liberals campaigned on promises to boost the guaranteed income supplement for low-income seniors immediately. That was the promise, immediately. And you would also index the OAS and the GIS benefits to a new seniors price index. Can I ask why the seniors are now waiting until July, 9 months later, after the election for an increase and to the GIS, and it fails to mention the indexing of the benefits?
Well, member for Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for his question. I believe that we have taken immediate action on the guaranteed income supplement. It is currently in the budget. We are moving as quickly as possible. We've introduced it. I think we're trying to move it through the House as quickly as possible, and I think that when it's actually going to reach our seniors, it is about as immediate and as quick as possible. I would also like to say to you, I have so many wonderful seniors in my riding, and so my heart goes out to them. I talk a lot to them about how we also have dollars in our budget for affordable housing for our seniors. We are also continuing to work on our healthcare system because that's also going to benefit them. And so there are a lot of wonderful things in our current budget that is going to help our seniors in Canada today. And I know that in the years and months to come that we will be doing more things that will continue to help our seniors moving forward. Thanks so much, Mr. Speaker.
Debate. The honourable member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I am profoundly honored and grateful for this opportunity to speak to this transformational Budget 2016. Budget 2016 puts people first and delivers the help that Canadians need now, not a decade from now. It's an essential step to restoring prosperity for the middle class. I was glad to hear that our Prime Minister has made it clear that our number one job as members of Parliament, in his words, is to be a strong voice in the service of the people who sent us here from our constituencies. I couldn't agree more, Mr. Speaker. This is why my Mississauga colleagues and I conducted extensive pre-budget consultations and meetings with constituents and stakeholders. They were loud and clear about their needs that needed to be addressed. Investments in infrastructure, opportunity and jobs for our young people, providing supports for our seniors and veterans so they can live with dignity and respect, and building a creative and innovative economy to best compete in the 21st century. The Minister heard our voices here. The budget reflected what the people of Mississauga were looking for. We conducted a post-budget meeting just this past week. Speaker, and the sentiment from the private sector, the City of Mississauga, the not-for-profit sector, our university, our college, was all extremely positive. Speaker, my greatest thanks and gratitude will always go to the voters of Mississauga East Cooksville, who I have committed to serve to the best of my ability with integrity, humility, and hard work, and to deliver on the commitments that I made and that our party made throughout the election. I am so proud to represent the kind and wonderful people of my riding, and I'm proud that Budget 2016 delivers for them by investing in their sons and daughters, mothers and fathers, and grandparents. My constituency has a rich history, Mr. Speaker. We owe a debt of gratitude to the Mississauga First Nations, who first settled these lands. Mississauga was formed on August 2nd, 1805, when officials purchased 84,000 acres of land from the Mississaugans. The Crown gave much of that land to our first immigrants, the United Empire Loyalists, who fled from the 13 colonies during and after the American Revolution. Speaker, I'm proud that Budget 2016 is addressing generations of injustices by providing a better quality of life for our Indigenous peoples and building a stronger, more unified and prosperous Canada. Today, Mississauga has grown to become Canada's 6th largest city, with the same challenges and opportunities of any large urban centre. More than 750,000 people call Mississauga home. These are people from all parts of the world, from every faith. And that number is growing, Speaker. We're a shining example of the diversity that makes our country strong and unique. This growth has come from waves of new Canadians of Portuguese and British, Polish, Filipino, Italian, Black, Chinese, South Asian, Ukrainian, and every other country and region from around the world to make up our colorful and cultural mosaic. Speaker, I'm proud that our government is committed to bringing in over 300,000 new Canadians for this year. You know, Mississauga East Cooksville is my home. It's where my wife, Christina, and I raise our family. I'm a father of 2 amazing 10-year-old twin boys, Sebastian and Alexander. And like any parent, I want the best for them. They remain at the heart of my desire to serve here. I'm proud of our government's belief that every child deserves an opportunity to realize their full potential. Our new Canada Child Benefit will lift 300,000 kids out of poverty. It will be simpler, tax-free, more generous, and better targeted. About 9 out of 10 families will receive higher benefits under this new system, and hundreds of thousands of children will have a better opportunity to succeed. Youth will also have more opportunity to go to college and university and begin their career path. Budget 2016 reflects our values of inclusiveness and fairness. Speaker, my family story reflects the story of Canada. one of diversity, of hope, and hard work. In 1967, my father left Portugal. He fled a fascist dictatorial regime because he wanted his family to be free and to find a better life. He came here seeking a better life, and he never looked back. He then sponsored my mom, Maria, and me to join him. At that time, spousal sponsorship and family reunification was taking less than 6 months, Mr. Speaker. We are proud of our Portuguese heritage, my family, and we love Canada. Speaker, I'm proud that this budget is committed to lowering those times for spousal sponsorship and for family reunification. It has been atrocious to hear from my constituents that have been waiting for their spouse for 2, 3, and 4 years, Mr. Speaker. Waiting for family members for years, Mr. Speaker. This is tearing families apart, and we are going to address this now. I'm fortunate, Speaker, that my parents chose Canada, and I'm grateful that Canada accepted us. My father's deep desire for social justice, freedom, and democracy today form the basis of my political engagement. His love and passion for Canada was never stronger than when he watched Canada on the world stage as peacekeepers, builders of the world's tallest tower, or winning the 72 series. Speaker, this budget allocates $586.5 million over the next 3 years for peacekeeping and security. My dad, he was patriotic to the core. Watching Nancy Green win the gold for Canada in the '68 Olympics, he named my sister Nancy. Speaker, we as Canadians welcome refugees. We as Canadians believe we need to tackle climate change. We as Canadians are honest brokers and consensus builders on the world stage, and with our greatest trading partner and friend, the United States. Speaker, when we work together to accomplish shared goals, we are unstoppable. Budget 2016 gets us back on track to a brighter future for all, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, like training for the Olympics, which I had an opportunity to participate in and proudly wore the Canadian maple leaf, this budget was built by planning, by preparing, and by building partnerships. Our government has an ambitious agenda for making real change happen. Budget 2016 is a bold move to growing the middle class and takes giant steps to revitalizing our Canadian economy. Speaker, we're stronger together, and that's why we're delivering on our agenda in a collaborative and respectful way with our municipal, provincial, territorial, and Indigenous partners. I look forward to serving and working in the same respectful and collaborative way here in this House with all members of the House, Mr. Speaker, on both sides of the aisle, as we strive to do the best that we can for the people of Canada. Our government has Olympic-like ambition, Speaker, $120 billion to be invested in infrastructure, green infrastructure, social infrastructure, transit infrastructure. Speaker, I want to share a quick story. July 2008, 2013, Mississauga East, my riding, was hit by the biggest flood that we have ever experienced. It is the worst natural disaster in Ontario's history, costing us $1 billion, Speaker. Budget 2016, Speaker, addresses the need for major infrastructure investments in flood mitigation, clean technology, and addressing climate change. Speaker, many families in my riding will be very, very delighted with this. Also, affordable housing, Speaker. The wait list right now in my area runs from 12 to 21 years, Speaker. Affordable housing is being addressed in this budget. Speaker, these are the needs of my community. This budget is addressing those needs. I'm pleased to support this budget 2016. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. L'honorable député d'Hochelaga.
The honourable member for Hochelaga. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, there is money for affordable housing in the budget, but one thing that makes me a bit afraid is that a good portion of the money will be provided or have to be provided by the provinces and territories. So what happens then to the budget if ever the provinces or the territories don't have the financial means to match the amounts? Will those sums simply remain in the government coffers? What will happen if it goes unspent?
Le député de
The honourable member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Speaker, I thank the honourable member for the question. And the approach of our government, Speaker, is very different than the previous government. It is one of collaboration. It is one of respect. We understand our municipal and provincial and Indigenous partners, Speaker, are at the table with us, and we are rolling up our sleeves, working together to make sure that we move our country forward. Mr. Speaker, this is the approach that our Prime Minister has taken, is the approach of all of our ministers. And when I say that, Speaker, the way I spoke in my words and my remarks to Budget 2016, it is the approach that we are taking with all members of this House on both sides of the aisle. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Okay, good. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to the member, and I really appreciate just the manner in which he presents his thoughts on the budget. Very powerful, and I look at it in the terms of some of the social programs that he makes reference to. In particular, maybe if I could get him to provide some comments in regards to the Canada Child Benefit Program. This will, in fact, have a very profound impact on all Canadians, Mr. Speaker, either directly or indirectly. It is a major part of the budget, and if he would like to provide his thoughts on that aspect.
For Mississauga East Cooksville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for the question. Mr. Speaker, knocking on so many doors that have families, that have kids, that want to provide those opportunities for their children to be able to achieve higher education, to be able to participate in a sport or after-school extracurricular activities, Mr. Speaker. You know, the average family in my riding makes about $70,000, Mr. Speaker. And this budget, this will provide that family with 2 kids about $3,000 more tax-free dollars per year. That will make a world of a difference. That is transformational for generations to come. You know, I've heard the finance minister, Speaker, talk about that the Canada Child Benefit is the same way that we all embrace the universal health care here in our country. This Canada Child Benefit will be something that we will be talking about for generations to come, and the impacts will be positive for our nation. Thank you.
Good. Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Spadina, Fort York.
I listened to the question from my colleague opposite about unspent infrastructure money, which we know is a significant problem. For the last 2 years, most of the major cities of this country, Vancouver, Calgary, Regina, Winnipeg, Ottawa, Mississauga, Montreal, Halifax received no dollars in federal infrastructure, new commitments, and the money was largely unspent. It's one of the ways in which the faux balancing process of the previous government was achieved. The one-time money from the sale of GM, unspent infrastructure money, voila, you have a balanced budget on October. Come March, it doesn't quite work out. But is the member, my colleague, aware that unspent infrastructure money in this budget will be flowed directly back to municipalities through the gas tax, a unique achievement insofar as that money committed now must be spent, and those provinces that are not stepping up to the plate and partnering will see their cities funded instead as a result of their lack of cooperation or lack of progress on these files. It's a unique component in infrastructure funding. It will top up the gas tax money on a one-time basis and really be a game changer for municipalities across this country who no longer will have money promised and not delivered as the previous government's practice was.
The honourable member for Mississauga East Cooksville in 30 seconds or less.
Speaker, I'd like to thank the member. He's been a tremendous advocate for his question. He's been a tremendous advocate for public transit, and he's quite right. So this government has made a commitment. We know how well the gas tax transfer has worked with municipalities for public transit, and they all applaud this. Having spoken with our mayor, Bonnie Crombie, and members of council. They think it's the right thing to do. We want to make sure that all of those precious dollars go into our public transit and are invested in our communities. Thank you.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Trois-Rivières.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. 10 minutes to respond to the budget is very little, in fact, because there's so much to say. But in order to ensure that as many members of Parliament as possible can participate, I will agree to share my time with the honourable member for Vancouver East. The first budget by a new government. Now, we know that all budgets are important, but the first one is that it should be the compilation of everything proposed and promised during the election campaign. Now, when I study this budget, it's a little bit like during the election campaign, students had been, and seniors and members of the middle class that they talk so much about, had been asked to go to their favorite leisure store and to buy a 1,000-piece puzzle. Now, we know how much time it takes to do a 1,000-piece puzzle. So just imagine how disappointed people are when they realize that there are a few pieces missing in the box and that the image doesn't really fit the picture that's on the box. So that's exactly the sense that I have, or the feeling that I get from this budget. Now, I'd like to focus my examples on a number of subjects that deal with my areas as critic and my riding. Now, for Trois-Rivières and La Mauricie is the issue of pyrrhotite. Over the past 4 years, under the previous government, you heard me on several occasions rise to address the issue, to fight the issue, for the government, to get the government to recognize its responsibility in this monumental failure. For 4.5 years, the Conservatives did their utmost to try to lead us to believe that they had absolutely no responsibility in that area. And at the time, the Liberals remained silent despite the fact that they had an elected member in the region. Now, going through Trois-Rivières, the one who became Prime Minister was suddenly seized with compassion, and when a journalist asked him a question, stated that in Trois-Rivières and in Mauricie there was a human tragedy, an economic tragedy underway, and that he said that his government was going to deal with it as soon as the election was held if the Canadians placed their trust in him. Now, there was a bit of hope, a glimmer, later around the table in the presence of the Minister of Finance's parliamentary secretary, and in the budget there was an announcement of 30 million. The initial reaction was finally a step in the right direction. Unfortunately, it's not a step in the right direction. We understood very quickly that it was the only step in that direction. So what they offered was the 30 million, 10 per year over 3 years, to resolve an issue that is costing hundreds of millions of dollars. So they're telling about 100 people, well, if you're lucky and you put in an application for compensation, you got it in first, you might well get some money. But if you're part of the 2,000 people who have facing exactly the same problem as you, well, sorry, nothing for you. Because the door is closed. Now, the parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Finance and the Prime Minister, when he went through the region, both confirmed that that was a final offer, and, Mr. Speaker, that makes no sense. If they show compassion in this disaster, they need to put forth measures that will help everyone, not just a small proportion of the people affected. Now, the parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Finance, who said that he was talking about pyrrhotite every day with members of the coalition each week and with his colleagues every day. Well, in fact, one of the quotes from the president of the Coalition for the Victims of Pyrrhotite, who said, I've left messages to the minister and for the parliamentary secretary, and they never call back. They said in the media that they were talking to the coalition every week. He said that. It's not true at all. End of quote. So we're far from a comprehensive settlement, and Fear not, I will be talking about pyrrhotite again and again until we see a comprehensive settlement. Now, I'd also like to talk about employment insurance. It's something that affects my riding, but people across the country. And if we can be happy with some measures, there are some good measures. The reduction from the waiting period from 2 weeks to 1, well, I'm happy for the 36% of Canadians who have access to the EI system and to see that they'll have only 1 week to wait now instead of 2. But how does that resolve the problem or fix the situation for all of the others? The more than 60% of the population that, when they need EI, don't qualify. So this lack of universal accessibility is the measure that should be the first one to be resolved, but that's not at all what we've seen in the budget. Now, with the 2 examples and with the others that will come later, is that this is just a smokescreen or a sprinkling of interesting measures, and in some areas there are some interesting measures, but they won't resolve the matters below the surface. So it's a little bit of giving something, a little bit of something to everyone, but not giving them access. Now, let's say a few words about seniors. In Trois-Rivières, seniors make up 20% of the population in the region, and of the 20% of seniors there, 60% of that 20% are receiving the GIS. So that gives you an idea of the middle class. Now, the middle class for these people are earning about $18,750 a year. So what did the Liberal government put in place? For starters, tax cuts. Tax cuts for the richest. Because as you know full well, if you earn $45,000 and less, you don't benefit from the tax cuts. We know the median income in Quebec is $31,500. That's a far cry from the $85,000 required to benefit from these tax cuts. So imagine people who are earning just over $18,000 a year. So those seniors who are among the most needy in our society and the people who contributed to building this country, well, they're being told, yes, just wait, it'll be coming in July. Well, that's one thing, but July is a long way off. They made a promise during the election campaign. They said it was going to be an immediate priority. Now, we can also talk about SMEs back home, like across Canada and in the rest of Quebec. They create jobs. 68% of jobs are created by small and medium-sized businesses. And now, rarely is there unanimity on issues, but all people agreed in the past that with the tax rate from 11 to 9%. Now, the Conservatives wanted to make changes over 4 years. The Liberals said they had a different position. Ours was the best, but what we're seeing is a status quo. In this budget, there will be no changes. So imagine all the small businesses, like the ones back home, the ones I visited that are growing, that had planned to take into account those tax cuts. They're going to have to review their budgets completely because a promise was made, but it wasn't kept. What about young people now? They're facing an unemployment rate that's almost double the rate of the general population. And in the budget, they're not being offered much as well. There's except a shortfall between the amount that was initially announced during the campaign and the amounts in the budget. Some $360 million is missing over the first year of the budget compared to the promises made during the election campaign. Now, other areas hard hit back home in Trois-Rivières, people in aerospace and forestry. Nothing in the budget for them either. Nothing to kickstart the forestry sector. And if I've only got a minute left, I would also like it to say a few words about international development, which is an area that I'm a critic for. This budget doesn't even catch us up to the $360 million that was cut by the Conservatives. So it leaves us far away from the 0.7% of GDP, which had been part of the global development objectives for 2030. Now, the government has decided that it wanted to review a number of programs. We hope that what it will do will help alleviate poverty. That's an important priority. We hope that the government will also focus on local strategies to cut poverty, alleviate poverty, and that the government will stop binding or tying aid to commercial purposes. Finally, we hope that international aid will not be thought of as a charitable donation, but as an international obligation for Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I do have a question for the member, and I guess it's maybe related to the bigger picture. Within the federal budget, I think that we've witnessed a number of initiatives that are going to have a very profound positive impact on Canadians, no matter what region of the country they live in. We can talk about the Canada Child Benefit Program. We can talk about the cutback on the taxes for the middle class, where 9 million Canadians will benefit from that. We can talk about the investment of infrastructure, so badly needed. By improving our infrastructure, we're going to be giving more life to many of our communities that are, in fact, in need. There's so much in terms of benefit through the passage of this legislation or the budget. And my question to the member is, when he takes a look at the many different types of social programming that's being incorporated in this budget, would he not agree that overall that it's going to be very difficult for New Democrats that have a progressive nature not to support a budget that does so much for taking children out of poverty, for improving our communities? Would he not agree that it would be very much a challenge not to support this particular budget?
Le député de Trois-Rivières.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague opposite for his question. I would say in reply, no, it would not be difficult, because we can see many measures in the budget that are light years from the NDP ideals and ideas. They obviously don't have the same definition of the middle class, for example. Someone earning under $45,000 can't benefit from a tax cut. Well, we need to put these people on the front lines. When they say, yes, but it'll be offset by the child benefit, for example, well, for someone who's dreaming of reaching the middle class, who's not in the middle class, they don't get any tax cuts, and if they have no children, well, what? How would this Liberal budget help them? So once again, there, as I said earlier, there are some good aspects in the budget. I don't have enough time to cover them all off, but we're far away from dealing with what's at the heart of citizens' concerns. All they're doing is sprinkling a bit of some measures here and there, but not resolving the problems.
Le député de Longueuil.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. I'd like to thank my colleague for his remarks. The people in his riding are lucky to have a member of parliament who's so concerned with their issues, who focuses on their issues, but the issues of Quebec and the rest of the country as well. Now, he talked about this budget as being a sprinkling of measures here and there, and that struck me as a bit odd, because you sprinkle something, but while doing so, they tripled the deficit. Could he react to that? The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague, my seatmate, for his excellent question. Well, he's right behind me, but at any rate. Yes, we are facing a problem here, a fundamental problem. There were so many promises made during the election campaign that I think it would have been very difficult to put in place a budget that responded or met all of those commitments. But the heart of it's at the heart of political cynicism. When promises are made, well, it's because commitments are made. Now, I assume that they had looked at what kind of funding would be available, or would be necessary, in fact, to put those measures into place. Now, when we look at the government, they've start all the time by placing the blame on the previous government. Well, that's exactly what people can no longer put up with hearing. So make promises that you can keep. And that way, it'll be better off for all politicians.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm honoured to rise in the House to speak to Budget 2016. I'd like to start by acknowledging the people of Vancouver East for their long-standing commitment to economic, social and environmental justice. In Vancouver East, we have a strong history of activism. We yearn for a society where everyone can live with dignity, including those who live in the margins of life. We want a society where everyone has the chance to succeed. And so after 10 long years of a Conservative government, I, like so many of my constituents, have high hopes for change. Like the Liberal government, this is my first inaugural federal budget. I wanted so much to see a budget that would demonstrate the government's determination to make real changes through budgetary commitments that match the slogans and election promises made to Canadians. After all, this is not just child's play. Real lives, real people are impacted by these very real decisions. Over the last 30 years, workers have helped grow our economy by over 50%. But those same workers have seen their wages stagnate and retirement security vanish. At the same time, they've watched shareholders and executives walk away with enormous bonuses and payouts. The gap between the rich and everyone else is growing wider and faster here than in most of the developed countries. It was estimated that by 12:18 p.m. on the first official working day of the year, the average top 100 executive in Canada had already earned what the average full-time employee in Canada will earn this entire year. And those same CEOs often have access to stock option loopholes, loopholes that were set up since 1984 and has been in place ever since. And to my astonishment, Budget 2016 shows that the Liberals backed off on a previous pledge to close that loophole. We know that most stock options go to executives at large corporations. The result is that over 90% of the benefit goes to the top 1% of income earners. Tax loopholes cost Canada at least $10 billion every year. Mr. Speaker, I have braced myself for the last decade, knowing that this is what I should expect from the previous Conservative and even Liberal governments. But what I did not expect was that this Liberal government's real change in 2016 meant no change for stock option loopholes. Today, the top 100 richest Canadians now hold as much wealth as the bottom 10 million combined. How is that for real change? Independent analysis has shown that families that will reap the largest benefits from the Liberal government's tax cut are those earning over $160,000. Who would have known that the definition of poverty really in the Liberal world would have meant those earning over $160,000? In my world and in the world of East Vancouver, those on income assistance, those who make minimum wages, are folks living in poverty. And BC, by the way, has the distinction of having the lowest minimum wage in the country, no less. Under Budget 2016, those families on income assistance and those making minimum wage would not benefit from the child tax benefit. In fact, anyone making $21 an hour or less will not qualify for this tax cut. And what this means is that all those who are living in real poverty, wanting real change, would not benefit from the child tax benefit at all. Without significant action from the government, income inequality will continue as precarious, part-time, temporary, and contract work continues to become the norm. These positions are disproportionately held by visible minorities, new Canadians, and women. And if you should be so unfortunate as to lose your job, access to EI is at historic lows, with fewer than 4 in 10 unemployed Canadians are able to access benefits when they need it. Eliminating the new entrant re-entrant rule will only give an additional 50,000 people access to benefits, but there are currently nearly 850,000 unemployed Canadians not receiving EI benefits. 800,000 Canadians are still waiting. Budget 2016 could have created a universal qualifying threshold of 360 hours for EI, but it didn't. Budget 2016 could have repealed the Conservatives' harmful reforms to EI, but it didn't. But instead, Budget 2016 once again uses EI as a slush fund and takes $6.9 billion of contributions from workers and businesses over 3 years. And for families with families who are struggling with sky-high costs for childcare, I'm afraid that Budget 2016 will only serve to disappoint, for there is no funding for childcare this year. To quote an iconic international leader, the former UN Ambassador Stephen Lewis, and he said, and I quote, "Feminism is a vacant construct without a national childcare program," end quote. The Liberals promised a poverty reduction strategy in Budget 2016, yet they did not even allocate any money towards developing one. Central to the issue of poverty reduction is the need for a national affordable housing program. Mr. Speaker, in Vancouver East, we have many families in dire need for safe, secure, affordable housing. Since 1993, previous Liberal governments cancelled Canada's national affordable housing program. As a result, more than 500,000 units of affordable housing or co-op housing that would otherwise have been built with federal money were lost. Across the country, almost 119,000 families are living on the street or are on the verge of becoming homeless. Real change in Budget 2016 would have realized what anti-poverty advocates and housing providers had called for, which is a $3.2 billion investment to renovate old units and to build 100,000 new units of affordable housing and co-op housing nationwide to reverse the years of decline in federal spending on affordable housing. But instead, Budget 2016 falls short, way short of this. Long-term operating agreements for affordable housing is not even fully restored. And that is something, by the way, Mr. Speaker, that many Liberal candidates promised during the election. There are 34 housing co-ops in East Vancouver with a total of 1,669 units. If the government does not fully renew operating agreements and to ensure support is in place for rent subsidies for low-income families classified as what we call core need, those families or individuals, I fear, would become homeless. They would, in fact, lose their homes. This cannot happen, must not happen, not in 2016. The disappointments of Budget 2016 doesn't stop there. It is shocking to see that the Liberals are failing to invest in our public health care system, an iconic system that makes us proud here in Canada, and I would say the envy of the world. Even worse, the Liberals did nothing concrete to reverse the unilateral cuts of the Conservatives to transfers to provinces and territories. No new money has been set aside for a new health accord. The Liberals have also abandoned their promise to invest $3 billion over 4 years for home care, deeply needed with Canada's increasingly aging population. There is nothing in the budget for mental health, for palliative care, or for long-term care for seniors. The real change promise was an investment of $3 billion over the next 4 years in home care. I have seen seniors whose home care has been reduced to 1 hour a week. All that they can get is a bath a week. This is not real change. this is not how we should treat our seniors. Budget 2016 promised more, and it failed to deliver, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there is so much to talk about this budget. There is so much expectation, so much hope for this government to deliver. That's what this government said they would do. They had promised Canadians that they would do better. But I'm afraid Budget 2016 served to disappoint. I hope that this government will do better. I hope that they will honor the commitments and make real what they said to Canadians in this last election. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Seeing that it's 6:30 and we're moving on to proceedings of adjournment, we'll cut the questions and comments, but they will resume at the next sitting of the House of Commons. À ce moment-ci, conformément
Pursuant to Standing Order 38,
de la Chambre,
a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made, moved, and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is the following: that this House do now adjourn.
Now we'll move into l'honorable member, the honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question to the Liberal government back in February centred on the continued lack of an economic impact study regarding the proposed Trans-Pacific Partnership. Such a study would provide greater clarity for Canadians on how this massive investment and trade deal would impact workers, our communities, and our economy as a whole. It would also help guide the work of the Standing Committee on International Trade, which will embark on a trip across Western Canada next week to hear from a select few witnesses about the impacts of the TPP. There are some studies we can look to now for guidance. An independent study from Tufts University estimates that the TPP will cost 58,000 jobs in Canada while increasing inequality. The study finds the deal would make a negligible difference on GDP, just 0.28% after 10 years. Many have raised concerns over the TPP's impact on key areas of Canadian public interest, including the auto industry, supply-managed agricultural sectors, intellectual property rights, foreign takeovers of Canadian companies, privacy rights and internet freedoms, and the affordability of prescription medications. While some sectors may benefit from lowered tariffs and greater access to certain markets, the TPP's negative impacts on Canadian industry are evidenced by the Conservative government offering $5 billion in compensation to the auto and dairy sectors for the losses they are expected to suffer, and compensation that the Liberal government has so far turned its back on. The fact of the matter is that the TPP is a bad deal. Nobel Prize-winning economist Joseph Stiglitz went so far as to call it the worst trade deal ever. As I outlined earlier today in question period, Mr. Stiglitz warns that the TPP will erode the rights of workers, kill Canadian jobs, and reverse the principle of polluter pays, making governments pay billions for any attempt to protect the environment. The Conservatives negotiated the deal under an unprecedented veil of secrecy, and they concluded the deal in the dying days of their government, just 2 weeks before Canadians voted the Conservatives out of office. When the Liberals were in opposition, they demanded that the government produce an analysis of the costs and benefits of the agreement on each sector. No such economic impact study has ever been produced, not for the TPP, and I would also point out, not for CETA. The fact that this didn't happen before Canada signed on to this deal is ludicrous. So I rise in this place tonight to ask, will the Liberals live up to their own standards and present an economic impact study of the TPP? The government must release an analysis of the deal's impacts and come clean with Canadians about the costs of signing on to the Conservatives' TPP.
L'honorable secrétaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister.
It's her ongoing hard work on the International Trade Committee. Mr. Speaker, on the 5th of October, right smack in the middle of a Canadian general election campaign, Canada and 11 other countries in the Asia-Pacific announced the conclusion of the TPP negotiations. This is a complex agreement, Mr. Speaker, made up of 30 chapters, tariff schedules, and market access outcomes on services, investment, and government procurement involving 12 countries. The agreement was signed by the previous government without consulting Canadians and without truly studying the impacts. Our new government is taking the responsible approach and consulting with Canadians to hear their views on Canada's participation in the TPP. We will also engage Parliament. In fact, the House Standing Committee on International Trade is currently studying the TPP and holding consultations with Canadians across the country. The committee has already met several stakeholders, and next week will start traveling to meet with Canadians. The committee will have hearings next week in Vancouver, Calgary, Regina, and Winnipeg. With respect to the economic impact study, the government is carrying out a study of the economic impact of the TPP. However, given the scope and breadth of the TPP agreement, with over 100,000 tariff lines and service obligations amongst 12 countries, this will take some time. The government is continuing to work on that, and once completed, it will be made public. The government is also reviewing the economic analysis of academics, such as the study that my honourable friend has mentioned, think tanks and other organizations looking at the TPP. The government, Mr. Speaker, has made a commitment to a robust study of the TPP, and work is ongoing in this regard. Government takes this commitment seriously and is following the Prime Minister's instructions carefully. Specifically, 1, the government is collaborating closely with colleagues, and 2, the government is facilitating constructive dialogues with Canadians. Mr. Speaker, since November, the Government of Canada has held over 200 interactions with over 400 different stakeholders, which includes all provinces and territories, industry, civil society organizations, think tanks, academics, First Nations, and the general public. Global Affairs Canada has also received over 15,000 letters and emails through this consultation process. Several town halls have taken place. Just 2 weeks ago, I participated in a town hall in Fredericton and another in Charlottetown, and more are to come. Indeed, on the 27th of April, I will be participating in a town hall in Guelph, in this case organized by the Council of Canadians, and Minister of Freeland will participate in one in Toronto on May 25th and one in Montreal on June 6th. As our consultations continue, Mr. Speaker, I invite Canadians to share their views with the government, whether it is with the House of Commons International Trade Committee's consultations or participating in a town hall with the Minister of International Trade, or indeed to send their view in writing via the TPP website. The government will continue to be open and transparent with Canadians and Parliament on this issue that is very important to all Canadians across the country.
The honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for his work as well on this particular file. He's done some great work throughout our committee, and I know that we'll be working strongly together. The Parliamentary Secretary mentions the complexity of this deal, which proves even more the need, the really desperate need for this economic impact study. We did receive a report from Global Affairs that they were working on a study, but I think that importance needs to be stressed and that the timeline needs to be moved up on this particular study so that we can further the efforts that we're doing in this particular deal. So the consultations and the work of the Trade Committee cannot be a substitute for the economic impact study. It has to be a part of the work that we're doing together. And as far as the public, I do hope and look forward to our continued efforts in the Trade Committee, the consultations that will take place that were mentioned by the member across. And in the spirit of transparency, I hope that those 15,000 emails that have been submitted to Global Affairs will also be made public so that all Canadians can see the concerns that Canadians have with the Trans-Pacific Partnership so that we can have a fulsome, open, transparent debate around whether this trade deal is good or not for Canada.
Parliamentary Secretary to the
I thank the honourable member once again for her additional comments. Mr. Speaker, our responsibility to Canadians is founded on a commitment to be transparent with all government decisions, and this includes an open dialogue on the merits of the TPP for business, for workers, and for Canadians writ large. It is our responsibility to ensure that the right decision is made on whether or not Canada participates in the TPP. The government believes in the merit of impact analyses from various sources with respect to trade agreements. In the Minister of International Trade's recent consultations on the TPP, she has encouraged various groups who have conducted analyses on Canada's trade agreements to share those with the government. Mr. Speaker, as you can see, much work has been done, and there is a significant amount of work that remains. The government looks forward in the coming weeks and months as these conversations continue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Brantford-Brant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On February the 18th, I asked the Finance Minister why he was betraying the spending promises that he made during the election campaign, which are the same promises that he was explicitly instructed by the Prime Minister to keep, to lower debt-to-GDP ratio every year, and to return Canada to a balanced budget in 2019. Unfortunately, he provided this House with no explanation whatsoever. During the election, the Liberals' plans to borrow money were very specific. They asked for a mandate to borrow $10 billion this year and $25 billion in total over the course of their first mandate. Canadian voters accepted this very specific plan, and they did so under the understanding that this spending would be kept within a clear financial framework. This is very important because as parliamentarians, we must understand that Canadians do not give the Finance Minister a blank check to borrow as much money as he wants to without any limits. Now the Prime Minister could have simply asked Canadian voters for a mandate to spend whatever he thought was necessary to achieve his goals for Canada, but that's not what he did. Instead, the Prime Minister took great efforts to promise Canadians that his government would have clear financial targets and a clear plan to balance the books. And the Prime Minister went further, giving the Finance Minister very clear instructions to deliver on those promises. He wrote in the very first point of the Finance Minister's mandate letter that he expects the Minister to meet the government's fiscal anchors, including a balanced budget by 2019. Now, Mr. Speaker, you know and we know that the Prime Minister's mandate letters are his marching orders to Cabinet. And many Canadians thought that the Prime Minister was signaling the contents of these mandates letters actually meant something because he took the unusual step of posting them publicly on his website. The Prime Minister wrote very clearly that the Minister of Finance and the entire Cabinet were supposed to achieve their goals within the framework of balancing the federal budget by 2019. But then, just a few months ago, the Finance Minister signaled that he would ignore his mandate letter, and we began hearing rumors of massive open-ended spending. Now the Finance Minister will say that unexpected things had happened, and that's why he abandoned his financial promises and ignored his mandate letter. But if that's the case, does that mean that all of the Prime Minister's instructions to Cabinet are conditional? If that's the case, I think this would come as a big surprise to many Canadians. Of course, circumstances will change over a 4-year government mandate, but when a Canadian reads the Prime Minister's mandate letter to his ministers, they rightfully believe that the minister will do whatever he or she can do to achieve what the Prime Minister asked of them, even when unexpected challenges arise. If that's not the case, then these mandate letters were simply an outline of things that would be nice to achieve, but not truly necessary, then Canadians deserve to know. On February the 18th, I asked the following question. Will the Finance Minister confirm that he will do as the Prime Minister has directed him and balance the budget in this term? If not, what was the point of the mandate letter? We've now seen the budget, which shows that the Finance Minister will fall short of the Prime Minister's expectations. His mandate letter instructed him to continue to reduce debt-to-GDP ratio throughout his mandate. His mandate letter also instructed him to meet the financial anchor of balancing the budget by 2019. Instead, he wrote a budget plan that will accomplish neither of these fundamental goals the Prime Minister directed him to achieve. So I ask again, what was the point of the Finance Minister's mandate letter?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And his interest in the budget, and also his great work on the Finance Committee. Mr. Speaker, in electing a new government, millions of Canadians signal their desire for change. Our government was elected in part because we took that desire seriously. We offered Canadians an ambitious new plan for a strong middle class and promised that we would do all we can to help every Canadian succeed. Budget 2016 is an important part of fulfilling that promise. It offers immediate help to those who need it most and lays the groundwork for sustained, inclusive economic growth that will benefit Canada's middle class and those working hard to join it. In particular, this budget is about Canadian families. We've met them and we've heard their stories and we share their concerns. This budget is about the things that matter most to them. For generations, Mr. Speaker, Canadians worked hard, secure in the belief that their hard work would be rewarded. They trusted that in exchange for their honest efforts, they would realize greater opportunities for themselves and for their families. This sense of optimism, paired with government policies that strengthen the middle class, helped to make Canada the country that it is today. In recent years, however, the benefits of economic growth has been shared by fewer and fewer Canadians. Even though household costs continue to rise, for most families, income has barely risen over the past 30 years, making it harder to make ends meet. Some families have responded to this pressure by taking on more debt, but the more family owes, the more difficult it is for them to save and plan for the future. As the ability to pay for their kids' education, for their aging parents' care, and for their own retirement diminishes, Canadians are questioning whether the promise of Canadian progress has passed. This isn't true for all Canadians, however. Members of Canada's wealthiest 0.01% have seen their incomes more than double over the past 30 years. The net result is that even though there has been economic growth over the past 3 decades, too often the benefits have been felt only by already wealthy Canadians, while the middle class and those working hard to join it continue to struggle. The need for more inclusive growth is not new, Mr. Speaker. It has long been understood that a strong economy starts with a strong middle class. When middle-class Canadians have more money to save, invest and grow the economy, everyone benefits. With Budget 2016, our government seeks to help more Canadians and restore Canadians' confidence in a brighter, more prosperous future. To do that, Budget 2016 focuses on growth, not austerity. It includes measures that will grow the economy for the benefit of every Canadian. By making smart investment now, we can help strengthen and expand the middle class, reduce inequality among Canadians, and position Canada for sustained economic growth in the years to come. Of course, the decision we make cannot be made in isolation. Here at home and across the world, dramatic shifts are taking place that represent both challenges to and opportunity for the Canadian economy. Managing Canada's ongoing demographic shifts means that we must do more to invest in young Canadians, in post-secondary education, and in training and innovation. Mr. Speaker, global shifts in trades will allow us to strengthen economic ties with other regions and countries, but may make us more vulnerable to external economic shocks. Finally, shifts in technology toward cleaner economies and more digitally connected ones cannot be ignored. Canada can either take advantage of these opportunities or be left behind. Mr. Speaker, that's why we listen to Canadians. That's what Budget 2016 answered 2 questions. Help me and my family and grow the economy. And this is answering to the need of Canadian families. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Brantford-Brant.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I must say that was not an answer to the very specific question that I put to the minister as to what was the meaning of publicly showing his mandate letter from the Prime Minister, which was very specific. It was very specific. And I'll just remind the member what the question was. Why is the Finance Minister not in his budget meeting the fiscal targets and anchors that were set out by the Prime Minister to him, and what Canadians voted for when they voted your party into power? Now, the response continues to be some kind of platitudes about this is what Canadians wanted. Canadians were offered a very specific proposition, and you're still not answering the question. What did the mandate letter serve if you're not going to follow through on the promises made to Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would respectfully disagree with the honourable member. I heard his question, but this government, Mr. Speaker, was elected on the 19th of October in order to deliver for the Canadian families and the middle class. What people have been saying to us, Mr. Speaker, is two things. Help me and my family and grow the economy. Mr. Speaker, that's exactly what we've proposed in Budget 2016. We reduced taxes for the middle class, that is helping 9 million Canadians. We introduced the Canada Child Benefit, which is going to benefit 9 families out of 10. And we also, Mr. Speaker, make historic investment in our infrastructure, in innovation, and in science. Mr. Speaker, the mandate letter was the charter that the Prime Minister gave to the Finance Minister. But one thing that was clear, Mr. Speaker, is that we wanted to hear Canadians and to make sure that we grow the economy. Mr. Speaker, that's what Canadians have been asking from us, and that's what we're delivering by historic investment in infrastructure, historic investment in our science and our technology, having a growth agenda. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? That's exactly what we're going to continue on doing.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.